private detective. I'd use that term to remain as inconspicuous as possible.
This is the iconic Milkstone Road. And it's fascinating. There is a myriad of ethnic options for filling your face. Yeah.
Are you recording me or this?
Yes.
Which one?
Oh, I wasn't listening. Oh, that'll stay. Oh, shit. I don't know how it's all going to work when the weather changes and school run kicks back in and everything.
Yeah, well, that was a thought this morning. That's leaking.
I think that's stupid green sauce.
The green sauce is nice, though. Oh, you set recording already. Well done. Thought you might do.
You know me. I am looking forward to this.
That is a good size kebab. At least that's one thing you can say. Is that's much bigger than the one we had last week.
The one last week was insufficiently large. That's why we had to have chips. This week, no chips. Do you mind if I just straighten you up a bit? There you go. We are trying a new kebab place, my lovelies.
It's not new for me.
What's it called?
Istanbul.
Istanbul. And we have both opted for the doner kebab, which is a surprising hue, as I will show you, on a rather large naan bread with salad and things. Oh.
What?
Are you recording it?
I'm going to do bits, yeah. In fact, what I will do, obviously I'm doing some from a different angle, that won't just be all left in one great 27-minute long video.
Look what I've brought as a little present for us. No kebab is complete without those. And I noticed that good people at the Kebab Emporium only equipped our kebabs with but a single chili pepper. Although I had jalapenos as well, because I'm hard. Oh, I don't mean that I'm a rectin anyway. Don't worry. You'll have noticed that mustard wastes no time. And why should he? Now, let me show you. Look at the red kebab meat. And they gave me only one chili pepper, but about 100 jalapenos.
Oh, that's something close.
Oh, and this is what I've forgotten to do the last number of weeks. And I've had no photo for Boaty's mushes, and I've had to take a screenshot of the video. This week, I'm going to remember and do it properly. There we go. Right. Every man for himself. Let's tuck in. What is your green sauce?
I don't know what it's called.
Oh, I'm sure the viewers found that invaluable.
Yeah. Very nice.
There you go, viewers.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of...
If you want the full mustard experience, go to your local kebab emporium and say, could I have some quite nice sauce, please? Right, I'm going to try this.
It's kind of chili mint sauce.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. That's a bit different. I'll tell you what that tastes like. That tastes like a doner equivalent of, it's got a, strong after spice taste there. It tastes a bit like a doner equivalent of chic. Let's try it with a bit of naan bread. And a bit of this. Jalapeno.
Pickled chili peppers.
Well, there's nothing wrong with this.
Good, eh?
Yesterday, of course, was the second Project Nigel meet-up and drive bottom sniffing extravaganza, which I didn't go to.
It was banned.
And this yard was full of lovely cars and lovely people.
I'll tell you what. Normally, when we're having our dinner, we have a bit of a conversation. But so I usually find with the stuff missed and blue, we're too busy enjoying it to actually think of anything to say. Because it is, well, it's fantastic.
It's very nice.
And the only shop down there that we can actually get into.
Yeah, it was super busy today. Bank holiday, of course, but we're dedicated. No bank holiday for us. We've come to work.
Well, is this what you call work?
Yes,
When are you going to start doing something?
I'm doing it.
So I'll show you my spanners.
This is my work. This is my future. I want to be paid to... There are people who do it. There are people who've got massively successful YouTube channels. And all they do is they eat takeaway food and film themselves doing it. And they've got like 250,000 subscribers.
Sounds horrendous.
I could do that.
Would you want to, though?
Yeah. Who wouldn't?
See you later.
Oh, how thoughtful.
There's
Thank you.
There's some green bits on it. I don't know what they are.
Oh, won't worry
That's
about
all
that.
I got left.
Excellent.
Normally you get some sort of paper napkin with your food, but they don't seem to do that there.
Bank holiday, isn't it?
That's the explanation for most things at the moment. It's the explanation of the day.
Do you do Wordle?
No? It's all right. Why?
It's addictive and
Are you trying to encourage me to do something addictive? What is it anyway?
it's a word game.
Oh, hang on. Is it that one where there's like a circle of letters?
No.
Right. Is it one like that?
I bet you'd have seen it on your Facebook feed. Somebody would have posted it. It's like 5 blank spaces, and you have to guess what the word is by putting 5 letters in, and it'll tell you if the letters are right and in the right place.
Yep.
A correct letter but in the wrong place, or if those letters aren't in the word at all. And you've got like 6 goes to get it.
Sounds easy.
And the genius thing they did is to put a share option on it, which just copies it so that you can paste it in your Facebook thing and have little competitions with your pals. And it was just a silly little thing that ended up the New York Times bought it for £11 billion
Oh, that's a lot
of the 9-year-old kid who invented it. Can you imagine being 9 years old and inventing something that made you a millionaire?
silly noise. You're not really old enough to appreciate it, are you?
If you won a lifetime supply of Monster Munch, but you could only have the same flavour, would you have the pickled onion flavour or the roast beef flavour?
You want the serious answer for that? Which is the most popular one?
I don't know. You're not allowed to resell.
Well, what are they do with it all then? Because I don't eat it.
You could give it away. Okay.
Right.
Imagine you won a prize.
I'm doing that.
And you won 100 bags of pickled onion flavour Monster Munch. But one of the prize can per week, 100 bags per week.
Yep.
For the rest of your life. But one of the conditions is you're not allowed to sell it, and you can't refuse it. What would you do with it? I know what I'd do with it.
You'd give it to people that like Monster Munch.
I would go to my local massage parlour, and I'd stand outside with them all in a box, and I would offer a packet to each customer who came out looking sheepish and satisfied.
Take it a while to get them all away, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, but depends how busy the massage parlour was.
All right. You can't sell them. Can you swap?
Good point. Why not?
I would go to every supermarket where the beggar is and give him the Monster Munch and say, I'll give you 10 packets of Monster Munch. What are you going to give me? I'm not selling them. I'm just asking you a question. You're asking for something, so am I.
You'd go to a beggar and give him some things, but only on the condition that he gave you something back of equal value.
No.
That's not how beggars work.
Well,
Is that what you do? So if a homeless person in the street comes up to you and says, I don't suppose you've got any spare change so I could have a cup of tea, have you? You'd say, well, yeah, but I want a hand job.
no. You might say, well, that's what you want. I'll tell you what I want. Listen, I'm trying to think of kebab. The last thing I wanted to think about is a hand job from a beggar. Just thinking of your penis becoming that cold. Well, you're getting a hand job from a beggar because it's just not doing it for you. He's doing it for that long. It's gone red raw.
Oh, that's awful.
You brought it up.
And so embarrassing, because there isn't a nice way of saying, look, don't bother, I'll do it myself.
Well, you don't need to. You don't bring it up in the first place.
Yeah, but
If I'm saying, right, 10 packets of Monster Munch here.
Mhm.
Let's see what you've got.
they're a beggar, what are they going to have?
More than you'd think. They've got a pot there. Usually they've got like a bottle of milk. At the moment, I could do with a bottle of milk. I would prefer. And you know what? Have you got any Monster Munch? Because I do need to go to Aldi.
Oh. Okay. When our new channel, Mustard and Boaty do cars, don't miss it, subscribe now. When we get 100 subscribers to the new channel, I'm going to give you 3 packets of Monster Munch and I want you to take them to a beggar and see what you can get. And I will film you doing it. I reckon you'll get a kick in the nuts.
Beggars are polite these days, aren't they? They have to be. There's so much competition. You know the phrase, beggars can't be choosers?
Yeah.
I will prove that wrong by taking the beef and the salt and vinegar and ask them which one they want.
What do you genuinely think that you would get in exchange from a beggar? You'd be better off going to the brothel and seeing what you could get there.
Can't really begin to get across the low-rent kind of hustler you're going to be with. You will swap sex for Monster Munch.
There's a girl called Dottie Lewis at school.
We'd be back on this penis, the colour of that again, wouldn't we?
She would.
Well, yeah.
Oh, that reminds me of something. Last night, I was just buggering about on YouTube, and I watched a short documentary on Freddie Starr.
Oh, yeah.
And he ended up married to my high school girlfriend.
Wow. Was this before or after he ate the hamster?
He never ate a hamster.
He did, it's a hamster eating in school.
But I remember when this happened. I would have been in my, I think I was 21, just about to finish my studies and wobble out into the big wide world. And I was working delivering pizzas from Mario's Pizza Casa in Studley, Warwickshire. Some of you might know it. And my kind of girlfriend from school, she was working at a cane furniture place next door to Beeley Garage. Richard Collett's place, Richard, if you're watching this, you'll know what I mean. And Freddie Starr lived in Studley, heading out towards Spurnell Ash, big posh house. And he went to buy some furniture, met Donna, and she left her husband and children to marry him.
Is that the story?
And they did celebrity wife swap.
Oh.
And I think they were still married when he died. Or they weren't.
No, I didn't know he was dead as well.
Oh, yeah, pretty sure he is. Well, they buried him, so.
I thought he was just dead in the water. Oh. Are you full up yet?
This was just the right amount. I wouldn't have wanted any more, but I'd have been disappointed with any less.
That is just the right amount, isn't it? You've been that specific about it.
Go on, then name a dead person.
Oh, I know. One that you didn't realise was dead. Why am I naming a dead person? To catch you out? Prince Philip.
Oh, yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, alright, okay. I got the idea of this game. Eamon Andrews.
Ooh, shut that door.
No, that's not him, is it?
No.
That's Larry Grayson.
Yeah.
He's probably dead.
Definitely dead.
Yeah. Who's more dead? Larry Grayson or Oliver Reed?
Oh. I've never thought about having gradations of death. Would you be more dead because you'd been dead longer?
Yeah.
Or would you be more dead depending on how you died? I suppose.
Well, I mean, maybe it's
if you were cryogenically frozen,
yeah,
you could argue that you'd be less dead than somebody who'd been cremated.
Because you could be made undead.
Yeah, I think if you've been cremated, you're pretty dead, really, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. What about if you was cremated, but your brain was taken out and put into a pickle jar, or your brain was suspended in this sort of fluid that kept it, well, not exactly alive, but less dead than it would have been otherwise.
Do you remember when
more dead than what it was after a few years?
Do you remember when you were a kid and ship shops used to have pickled eggs and pickled onions, huge ones on the counter? That's the sort of jar you could put a brain in.
It is actually, yeah. Whereas the kind of pickled onion size that you get in the shop is more where you could put a cat's brain in.
Or a testicle.
Yeah. Who's the most realistic? Mooncat or Danger Mouse?
I don't know what Mooncat is.
Oh, do you know? Mooncat is brilliant. Green cat with a kind of flashing collar. He was from the moon, apparently.
Danger Mouse was, Danger Mouse. Da-da-da-da. It was David Jason, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it wasn't actually him. He did the voice of it. But, you know, maybe Danger Mouse had his own voice, but it just didn't fit the image. Yeah. One of those really annoying voices.
It's a translation thing, isn't it? Because mice do high-pitched squeak. That's how they communicate. Yeah. And that wouldn't be good in a children's cartoon.
No, it'd encourage them to do the wrong kind of thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein. I felt sorry for him. You know when he was swinging and people chucking stuff and he was dying on the gallows, whatever, and people chucking stuff like that. Which, I mean, he wasn't a nice man. We all know that. But for some reason, I felt sorry for him at that point.
He was kind of betrayed, wasn't he? Because he was, he did what he was set up to do. He did what was expected of him. And then he was executed for doing what he was supposed to do. Which, the one I felt sorry for was, I think his name was Eamon Goeth, the guy out of Schindler's List, but the real guy.
All right.
The actual guy. Because when they hung him, I don't know who was trying to do it. I think it was some YTS people. And they had to have about 7 goes before they did it.
Oh, he just wouldn't die.
They kept doing it wrong.
All right.
Because when you hang people, they're not supposed to asphyxiate to death. They're supposed to hit the bottom of the rope, and it breaks their neck, and they die. But if you do it wrong, then if you get the rope wrong, where you get it in the wrong place, they'll asphyxiate, which is a really unpleasant way to go. If you get the drop wrong, their head could come off. That's happened before. The thing that fascinates me, if you were beheaded, and I've actually researched this, there must be a moment where the brain is still alive, the head is away from the body, but the eyes can still see and the brain can still register.
Yeah.
Where you'd sort of look down and think, oh, fuck me.
Yeah, probably not long enough to,
And I have actually researched this.
Create an anecdote about it, though.
And they say that there is stuff on record of decapitated heads showing signs of recognition, and the eyes sort of going. I'm not going to try.
Who would you try it with?
You mean whose head would I like to chop off?
Is there anybody that you'd actually like to do that with? You don't have to give any names, but I think you should.
Well, only the obvious one. Russell Brand.
Yeah. He's a distinctly unlikable character, isn't he? But why? I don't really know. He's a bit overly confident and sort of just a bit too animated, I might like. But then you could say that about me.
That thing you did with Manuel's granddaughter on the Jonathan Ross show.
No, I forgot about that.
That was horrible. Bang out of order.
To be honest, I don't even remember it. Was that actually on the TV? On the programme?
On the radio.
Right. Yeah, I don't think I saw that. I just remember it. Andrew Sachs, he's not alive any longer.
What a nice man. Talented actor.
He was, yeah.
Ironic that he was German and he became famous for playing a part in a sitcom where the most famous episode was the Germans. And he was playing the Spaniard.
Yeah. I always thought he was.
Or a Spaniel. I did too.
I always thought he was a real, proper, one of those, whatever the slang term is.
It took me ages to come to terms with the idea that he was English. And then I discovered he's not even English.
He can't get any of it right, can he?
Bless him.
The only thing he could get right was being a Spaniard, and that's the one thing he definitely wasn't.
What's John Cleese's real name?
John Cheese.
Correct. How did you know that?
You told me the other day.
Oh.
You didn't.
What's John Wayne's real name?
Oh, Shirley Valentine. It's Shirley something, isn't it?
No.
No, that's Big Daddy.
Big Daddy?
Yeah.
Shirley Crabtree.
Shirley Crabtree, yeah. Is it Marianne or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Marion Montgomery.
Right.
What is... Oh, here's one.
Here's a good one, this.
What's his name's real name and where was he born?
Well, I think he was born in Southampton.
No.
No, hang on. Are you sure? What's his name?
Cary Grant.
Oh, I thought you meant what's his name?
Cary Grant.
Right.
What's his real name and where was he born?
Well, right, he changed his name to Cary Grant because he didn't sound feminine enough, I guess. So that must mean that he had an even more feminine name beforehand. Could have been Daisy. Daisy Doncaster.
That'd be a great porn name.
Yeah, Lisa Postlethwaite.
That'd be the British equivalent of Debbie Does Dallas, wouldn't it? Daisy Does Doncaster.
That's going to get your ideas going, isn't it?
Yeah.
Your very own porn film.
A northern lass working her way around Doncaster.
For Monster Munch.
Buy me a fish supper and I'll give you a D traveller around back at Chippy. Daisy Does Doncaster. I'd like to direct a porn film, but a really, really bad porn film.
Not a good one. Why wouldn't you want to do the good one?
Been done.
Yeah, well, when something's good, usually it inspires you to do more, rather than think, let's do something a bit undesirable. Like this cough, I've noticed that bits of kebab going down the wrong hole here.
Nothing worse than a kebab in the wrong hole.
I'm sure it's possible.
That was magnificent.
Yes.
What would your score be out of 10?
Well, I was just about to ask you the same thing, because I'm going to say I can't think of it being any better. So it's going to have to be a 10.
Oh. But that doesn't leave you anywhere to go.
Yeah, but I don't need it to be any better than what that was. What would make that better?
Well,
Gosh. Oh,
are you
I'll give it 9 out of 10 because it's made me cough a bit.
Are you rating it as what it is,
Yeah.
or as food generally?
Oh, no, that's what it is.
If you're rating it as food generally and give it 10 out of 10, that's saying that there is no better food than this in the known universe.
Well, sometimes that's actually true, though, isn't it?
Not with this. This isn't the best food in the known universe.
No, it's not the best known food in the universe, but it's definitely one of those things where you don't really want anything else. Kebab is the food to eat.
Well, this kebab has been a little bit different because, for a start, I mean, the colour kind of gives it away, although I'll let you into a trade secret here. If you've ever wondered how Indian or Asian restaurants get that amazing red colour in their chicken tikka, tandoori chicken, sheikh kebabs, here's a trade secret. It's just food colouring.
Yeah.
And it's the same food colouring that will have been used in this kebab. But it does indicate that it's a bit different to the norm, and it tasted a bit different to the norm. So, on the basis that you're scoring it, in terms of what it was, I'm also going to give it 10. It had everything I wanted. A kebab is better on the naan bread. Full stop, end of story. It's the one thing that really adds to a kebab. And it had all of the elements that I required in a kebab. Nice fresh salad, pickled red cabbage, love that. Chili peppers, I'd have liked more, but if I wanted more, I had them. And I didn't
put them on.
And I didn't put them on because I had a load of jalapenos. Yeah, it was all there. Thank you very much. Nice bag.
Yeah, designer carrier bag.
Who's your favourite superhero?
Oh, that's a good question. Because it was always Danger Mouse.
Really?
And he's not really a superhero as such. But then, you know, he did have a cape. The other ones I just don't find very realistic.
My favourite, not the only superhero that matters to me in any way, shape or form, Bangraman.
Bangraman?
Yeah.
Is that a real one?
Yeah.
I've never heard of him.
Did you never used to watch Goodness Gracious Me?
Oh, not really, no.
Oh, right. He was...
You're going to find there's an awful lot of television I haven't watched.
Well, I haven't watched anything for the last 10 years, but I did used to watch Goodness Gracious Me, and Bangraman was the best thing that's ever been on television. I love Bangraman.
Sure, it's brilliant.
It is, it's great.
What about Captain Kitchen?
I've never heard of Captain Kitchen.
Always brilliant. He does all the things in the kitchen without complaining. And he doesn't even make a mess.
I remember Captain Pugwash.
You know when you get a tin of tomatoes or something, the ring pull snaps off?
Yeah.
Captain Kitchen can fix that.
Well, so could I, just use a tin opener.
No, he's got his own.
His own what?
It's attached to his body. He doesn't get it out of the drawer. It's all stuck. It's all part of his body. It's not stuck on. It's not welded anywhere. It's just grown organically.
How does he wank?
He doesn't. He's a wholesome character.
You can be a wholesome character. You're still going to want to knock one off.
No, not in this world. Things were born with no real purpose or reason. And that's why Captain Kitchen has no relatives.
How did he come into being?
Nobody knows. He was just there.
Right.
Perhaps they haven't heard of raps or beatboxing yet. Well, thank you.
What's that a comment about?
That's what it said. It was just listening, and that's obviously what it thought that we wanted to find out.
Oh, it was listening to us?
Yeah, try not to, but I think I spilled some beer on that screen.
I feel much better after that kebab.
I feel much fuller.
Fuller is better.
Fuller is better. And now, at 20 past 3...
And now, the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friends, I'll say it clear. I'll state my case like Richard Burton. To sing, I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. I think that's about it for this one.
Yeah, I do have one.
Oh, one what?
So I just replying to this message.
All right.
Shall we go and get some milk?
Yep, after a cigarette.
Do that on the way.
Oh, well, is it walking to get milk?
I'm not going to drive to Aldi, am I?
Oh, it's Aldi. Oh, the Aldi run. Oh, this will be exciting. See you later, viewers.
Bye.
Life gets messy sometimes, and with mess comes germs. Tackle it all with a Dettol wipe, the powerful and convenient way to kill 99.9% of germs with 10 times more cleaning power. Just one wipe and it's sorted. And each one is biodegradable too. Dettol's trusted germ kill with 10 times more cleaning power.
Where you have the seating position in this car means that you can't see over the bonnet too well. Do you realise that?
Well, I can. I'm normal height.
Okay, so... What? You always do that.
You have quite a lurchy driving style.
I really don't.
Really
you
do.
just have a real working expression sound.
You isn't smooth.
I'm smoother than your face, fella.
Very difficult to defog the car.
No, that's what your air comes. Well, it's dinner with Boaty again, as it's Monday. But we're here with our kebabs and chips. But he can't even sit down and have something to eat without first having himself a quick sneaky fag. That's the kind of man I'm dealing with these days. Hello.
This is excellent. We are sitting in the absolutely howling rain in the driest of comfort. This is wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
We're living the dream here. The full gazebo experience. What would you talk to the Queen about if you met her?
Nigel.
Oh, for God's sake, really? No, you wouldn't.
I want to say, right, Queenie, you've all seen this before. I've got this lovely little car. And I'll take you for a drive in it.
This is Captain Mustard.
Yeah.
You may know him from his YouTube channel, Project Nigel. I'm Boaty, and you won't know me from my much less successful channel, £500 Cheap Lad Challenge.
Well, it's dinner with Boaty again, as it's Monday. But we're here with our kebabs and chips. But he can't even sit down and have something to eat without first having himself a quick sneaky fag. That's the kind of man I'm dealing with these days. Hello. I presume that...
I've just had a driving experience with Captain Mustard. And believe me, after that, you need a fag.
I presume this one's mine. Because that's got some sort of mark on it. Yes.
This is excellent. We are sitting in the absolutely howling rain in the driest of comfort. This is wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
We're living the dream here. The full gazebo experience. Now then, as I'm recording this as our lunch thing, and you're not recording it as any potential other thing, are we talking about it?
No. No, we're not going to talk about it.
Okay.
Just realised you're shot again.
Why are you throwing out tips to us?
Oh, no.
Oh?
We're not going to eat all those. Because actually has like seasoning wet, doesn't it?
Mm. Okay.
What a fantastic idea this gazebo was.
It's wonderful.
Thank you, Richard.
So, as we are doing as this is a Mustard and Boaty do lunch film, we should talk about the lunch. Where have we just been to get this fine food?
Wow. The International Chippy on Milkston Road.
Oh my God.
Chips and kebab and...
I've got to show them this. Check that out. That is proper, old school, serious kebab action that there's no way I'm going to be able to
eat it with clean fingers.
Eat it with clean fingers.
Old style kebabbing.
Oh well, in for a penny. We've both gone for a doner kebab. I've had mine with chili sauce, and the captain has gone for chili sauce and yogurt. Because he thought that the chili might be a bit much for him. He's not really one for spicy foods. As you know, if you've ever watched his channel, he lives almost entirely on egg mayonnaise sandwiches.
Good.
Right, let's give this a go. Oh, shit,
It's going to go all over the place.
Oh my God, this takes some doing, doesn't it? Mm.
You've got to eat it in the traditional way.
Mm.
Just for your idiots.
Now, introducing Cheddarton from Violife. Go plant-based, stay cheesy.
Oh my God. Right, this takes me back. Do you remember your first kebab? Or when kebabs first kind of became a thing in your life?
Yeah. I do very much so.
Would you like to talk about it out loud for the camera? That's kind of how this thing works.
No.
You arsehole.
Okay. I started having kebab when I was about 18 or so, when it was my choice to have something that I didn't really need. And I always used to have a kebab on the way home from the pub, which is the traditional way of having your kebab. Right up until the point where one day I had a kebab and I wasn't even drunk, just like now, and I took it home and I found a beetle inside it. But how many beetles I ate?
The old beetle or the new one?
No, the
like
old one.
a golf in a different...
They didn't have the new beetle then.
My first kebab experience was in Droitwich, and there's a kebab shop in Bromsgrove called Charlie's that's like famous, and they used to have a mobile van kebab thing, and it used to park in the car park of B&Q, I think it was, in Droitwich, and we used to go to karaoke at the Spring Meadow pub on a Tuesday night, and then go and get a kebab from Charlie's van. And that was where I first understood the importance of guindilla peppers, or guindia peppers,
Oh,
however you're supposed to pronounce them.
got that then.
Oh my God.
Did you prefer that to the shawarma the other week?
If I'd have had guindia peppers, I'd have gone for the shawarma. They would have gone beautifully. They would have just made it.
Yeah.
And in fact, I even planned, well, I did more than plan. Part of our kit for the thing that we're not talking about is a jar of guindia peppers.
Oh, that was a good idea. That thing that we're not talking about, we should have a bit like a toolbox.
Yeah, I've already started.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's in the Shewson.
Oh.
So, well, we can't talk about. Well, we can talk about this bit. Pepper, salt and pepper.
Yeah.
Guindia peppers. Full cutlery, including teaspoons,
Which we're not using at the moment.
which we're not using at the moment. But it's going to be like for the further away bits that we can't talk about of the thing that we're not talking about.
Right.
There's napkins in there, there's tea towel, glasses.
What do you reckon to these chips, by the way?
The chips are superb, I think. Very nice indeed. And the kebab isn't that greasy. In fact, it's not really greasy at all.
Oh, that's a disappointment.
But yeah, we totally need a toolkit for. Oh, and there's a picnic blanket that matches the inside of the picnic hamper.
That's going to be used. No.
It's really cool. It folds up and fastens itself with Velcro.
All right. So, could we be possibly going off out in the company car? Can we say that?
Well, we have now.
Yeah. With the picnic blanket,
Yeah.
hamper,
Yeah. Colour-coded.
the gazebo. Obviously, I'll have a flask of tea or two.
That's an additional touch to the gazebo. I have got a toilet tent.
Have you?
Well, it's not a toilet tent. It's something that my mother bought me about 25 years ago. And it's one of those little pop-up things that you get changed in on the beach. But I thought you could also have a dump in it.
Oh, just do that before set off out.
Yeah, but then you might as well use the toilet. No point in using the tent if you're doing it at home.
Yeah. I'm really enjoying this one.
I'm enjoying it.
Do you like the crunchy chips or the soft ones?
They both have their charm, but I like the soft one. We could run a competition on the things that we're not talking about for somebody to
Figure it out.
sit in the back seat.
All right.
Come along on a journey.
I'm not just the person who wasn't in the competition.
Oh, I had a serious thought. Oh no, I can't say that. I'll say that afterwards. This is really awkward. Even though we're mentioning the thing that we can't talk about,
We can't talk about it.
well, I can't talk about the behind the scenes bit of the thing we're not talking about.
Yeah.
But it's an idea for the second part.
Right.
And it involves a little drive out and introducing the nice ladies and gentlemen to a place and a person who they might see quite a bit of.
What? For dogging?
No, episode 3 either. Oh, could combine the two of us.
On this instance, I'll do the video.
I don't really understand what dogging is. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
I've never been on Google.
Yeah.
Why not? So, John, would you prefer me to explain it to you? Well,
I mean, I understand that it's all about having sex in cars and stuff. But is it one of those things where you turn up with your own partner, or do you just turn up on your own and all join in?
Well, I'll have to get the rule book out, I suppose. I didn't realise you went that kind of dogging. I just thought you meant the verb to dog ownership. nice.
So, we had 2 doner kebabs and a portion of chips between us. Total cost £9.50. And I'm very happy with this lunch.
Yeah, me too. It's hit the spot, so to speak. Oh gosh, why do I eat so much quicker than you?
Poor upbringing, I don't know. Lack of conversation around the dinner table.
That could be it, yeah.
Do you hold many dinner parties?
No. I know what you're saying. When you have a formal dinner party, one of the rules is you don't make it a race to the end.
Yeah.
But then again, I probably still would. Because if you want to have a conversation, it's much easier to do if you're not eating. So you eat all your food up, then you're free to chat.
I think the Queen does that.
Yeah. I'd love a chat with the Queen then.
It would be amusing if she told you to shut the fuck up until you finished your meal.
Yeah, I would actually.
What would you talk to the Queen about if you met her?
Nigel.
Oh, for God's sake, really? No, you wouldn't.
I would say, right, Queenie, you've all seen this before. I've got this lovely little car. And I'll take you for a drive in it.
My God.
Oh yeah, by the way, so far, we've had a few short journeys together. And I've always driven.
Correct?
It's a bit like I'm the dad. Okay?
Okay.
And all you do is say, oh, this kind of thing, you're scared of how I drive.
Oh, there's some more tips here. Nice ones too.
Yep.
Excellent.
So I'm looking forward to you driving.
Well,
Because I've got 3 licenses now to really pick holes.
you can go for it. Because I also was a professional driver.
Was you?
I was.
A chauffeur?
And, no, truck driver.
What?
Truck driver. And I went through the full AA drive tech, which, as I'm sure you know, is a 3-day exam. And I scored the highest mark in the company.
Well, I'm looking forward to that then.
And it wasn't a mark as such. It was like a reverse mark. So you got rated on your...
You lose points.
Yeah, you got rated on your risk. Overall risk of whatever. You would have failed big time.
Oh, that's...
You would. You would totally have got... You would have got slaughtered.
No. I'll tell you what, actually.
There were never... When you pulled up, there was never tyres and tarmac. And there should always be tyres and tarmac. In other words, you pulled up too close to the vehicle in front of you.
The trouble is, we're having a conversation at the time. And it just detract from your concentration somewhat. When I did my...
Again, this is not the hallmark of a professional driver.
What, chatting to
Yeah,
some lanky bollocks about cars that we're not going to buy? Yes, it is.
I'm sorry I smashed up your nice articulated lorry. Somebody was talking to me and it distracted me.
You're going to give me a point to prove now. I was just relaxing. Into a rather lovely conversation that I was enjoying. And
Fuck! You're trying to kill me, man! That was halfway... That was halfway out. Oh, Jesus Christ. I actually thought I was going to die then. To be fair, I wasn't enjoying it either. Is this what the new thing is? The two of us not enjoying stuff together?
Yeah, it is.
I'm very much enjoying the fact that we're sitting in the pouring rain underneath the gazebo. I'm loving this.
If only it was a bit drier, because I'm getting quite wet here on the sofa table.
I'm absolutely fine. I'm dry as a bone.
Yeah, well, I obviously placed the gazebo in such a way where you would benefit from it more than me.
Well, that's exceedingly decent of you.
That's the kind of thing I do. And I do it without thanks, so I wouldn't even mention it.
Didn't intend to.
No.
Hang on, I just did thank you. I said that's exceedingly decent of you. That's
It
a polite way of thanking you.
is, yeah. Have you practiced impolite ways of thanking people?
I might have inadvertently. What would be an impolite way of thanking somebody?
Well, the obvious one would be thanks.
No, I think imagine a fat person held the door open for you and you said, "Oh, thanks, Tubbs." I would love if somebody said that to me. I would genuinely find that amusing. Cheers, Tubbs. Nice one.
Would you really? Because that is quite funny. It's not taking a great deal of imagination just to insult somebody, is it?
But I quite like the casual insult. It's not actually intended as it. These are the best chips, the bits that are caught up in the. I've just realised, viewers, look, chips properly presented, wrapped in paper. None of this polystyrene crap. I hate chips in polystyrene. This is how chips should be, in paper and in a sort of sausage-shaped thing that when you were a kid you used to walk home through the woods with it upright and you made a hole in the top and the steam came out and it was all vinegary and you enjoyed picking the chips as you went past that weird bloke's house who you always tried to avoid to try and get you to go into his house and give you cigarettes if you let him touch your little tinkle.
What, Terry?
I can't remember his name.
It was Terry.
No, it was the guy who lived just opposite. He kept a massive stock of sweets for the younger kids and cigarettes for the older kids.
Yeah. And
he used to make them lie on his ironing board and spank them.
I didn't do that very well.
Oh,
I just had a really bizarre thought there.
They were easier times.
Looking at your car there, I thought, it would be good if they did a saloon version of that.
Is it my car now?
Huh?
Is it my car, or has it become become a thing over and above that?
Well,
is it now the car?
It's the car in one way or another, I suppose, yeah. Hope it stops raining long enough for it to be able to introduce it.
I hope that I live long enough for you to sort the heating out on it.
Don't get your hopes up.
Oh well, it'll soon be next summer. I've got some good news.
Have you?
I had a serious chat with the guys at the restaurant last night.
Yeah.
And they've kindly agreed, as a kind of safety blanket,
to sack
that they can't. If everything goes really, really wrong with this thing, and I end up losing my house, they're going to let me live in the toilet. Which is kind of a relief. There's some more chips in the corner here, look. Totally having these. You said we weren't going to finish those, and we
did actually, because it did look like an awful lot, didn't it?
Yeah, but we've done really, really well.
Yeah, well done us.
If we were in the Little Chef now, we'd get a lollipop for cleaning our plate.
Yeah, we would.
Did you ever used to go to the Little Chef?
No.
Oh.
I might have been once, and I didn't really like it.
No.
Little as in small, as in insignificant, as in not very good.
Do you remember the Happy Eater?
I remember the name.
He was kind of a low-rent little chef, and the logo was a guy sticking his finger down his throat. Which always struck me as a really poor logo.
Well,
that would be like us having a logo for the new thing. The pair of us standing by a car with the bonnet open, loads of steam coming out, and us going...
Just realised something.
What?
We forgot the thing that was going to sit here for.
Oh, you great twerp, yes. Oh, well, you said you were going to wait for it to stop raining.
Doesn't matter.
Which might mean waiting until December.
I've got to take it from here. Oh. Did you enjoy that then?
I enjoyed that very much.
Nice. Nice kebab and chips.
Yes, I'm as full as a bishop's ball bag.
Changing plans because of wind and bloating? Try new Fibercalm for wind and bloating. Fibercalm forms a protective layer. It not only relieves gut symptoms, but also helps prevent them from returning. So you'll feel like saying yes. New Fibercalm. Be a yes person.
Let me show you this, my lovelies. It's gloopy, it's glutinous, it looks wonderful. Oh my gosh. But you don't always not come here and head south to go hobbing and nobbing with famous people.
Hopping and nobbing. Really was you expecting to have the kind of sex that you get from a bonobo monkey or something that, with the frame of Jeremy Clarkson.
Are you hungry, dear chap?
Yeah.
Shall we get him?
To the chippy.
Onward!
Right, so I see. I'll have a look later on, but I obviously can't promise anything. Ah, yes. That would be most preferable for it to be in your hands, actually, because then I can stop worrying about it. I prefer it just to go and be mended than, be able to take it apart. I think it is the fuel pump because the relay seems to be okay on it. Right, cheers, buddy. Bye-bye. Wrong number.
Right then. I'm rather looking forward to this.
Well, unusually, we're having some dinner together. There's nothing unusual about that, but we're having a chippy dinner. We can't just open it up and eat it. He's got to get all his cutlery out and all these. That is a massive plate. Is that for me?
Yeah.
That is a really, really rather big plate indeed. Is that your drink?
That's my drink.
Could I have a cup of tea in one of those?
Yes.
Well, I must say, they look like hats. Ah, yes, okay, very good. And the plastic fork is no longer needed. Oh, as we have that's a rather exciting angle on the end of that knife. I like that. A good quality cutlery.
Arthur Price International, no less.
And then basically what we do is, now let me get some of my own photos right now. We've got the big plate, we've got the cutlery and the napkin and the salt and pepper as well, and the chippy dinner. So chippy dinner is basically going to be just. Do you want to film me do this?
Is that going?
Press it. It's going. Is it going now?
Oh, yeah. So, do talk us through your choice today.
Well, this is the classic fish.
Why is my... I can't hold your thing
Hold it properly.
without getting my finger in front of it.
Normally,
there we are.
of course, inside, like just a plastic tray like this, but we have a big plate. So what we do is we carefully tip it in there like that. And you're probably not going to approve of that.
Nice presentation.
It's kind of upside down, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no, you don't use a plastic fork in this dinner. No, we're going to use this. When would you ever use a knife as well? But I'm going to do. Thank you.
How would you cut your fish without using your knife?
With a fork.
Interesting.
What we're doing now, we're pretending we're at Gordon Ramsay's place or something, aren't we? There we go. I'll wait for you, but pepper. Pepper is a good one. What's going on here? Lid come off, was it? What's going on there?
It's an initiative test.
Yeah, but I'm afraid to break it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this live footage of the man who I trust to mend my cars, trying to open... God's sake.
Does that come off or not?
Yes.
Would you pull it off?
Yes.
Ah, right, there we go. But it looked like the kind of thing where if you pulled it, it would just break.
What sort of childhood do you
There's
have?
nothing you cannot beat. Freshly ground pepper, the smell of it is magnificent. Oh, yes. Do you know what? I've got a pot of pepper at home. It's already ground.
Oh, yeah.
And smelling it as you grind it.
That is a lot of pepper.
Oh, yeah. But is it enough?
And now, for the northern pièce de résistance, El Gravy.
El gravy.
For the viewers, I am rectifying my previous wrong. But, oh, hello, look at this. Oh, let me show you this, my lovelies. It's gloopy, it's glutinous, it looks wonderful. Oh, my gosh. What a treat.
You got more chips than me.
Yeah, that's because I didn't have a special.
That is right, actually. So you got medium-sized chips. I've got small chips.
Well, technically, the chips are the same size.
Yes,
I just have more of them.
Yeah. They don't really ever appreciate that kind of thing being pointed out. It's like any shop you go to and you're paying for it and the assistant always says, is that everything? And the answer is no.
No, there are lots of other things there.
How could it possibly be everything?
Now then, this is a whole new pie experience for me. I've never experienced a pie like this before. It's described as a meat pie. There's no disclosure in terms of what nature of meat might dwell within. It's quite small, round. It's a whole different world than the pucker pie with which you and I are probably familiar. I've also, in the interest of openness, I also saved this poor little sausage here, which was all on its own being bullied by larger sausages. Actually, I might join you in a bit of pepper.
Were you not going to?
I was undecided. Once again, the chips are absolutely splendid.
I'm going to stop eating for a moment, just so you have the opportunity to catch up ever so lightly, so that I'm not left with no dinner and you've got loads. Because that could very, very easily happen. I could always put loads of extra salt on it to make it a bit less palatable.
These chips are really good.
Yeah. And I'm going to admit something here. Once I move that glass out of the way, that it is nicer on a plate. The difference is the ingredients may be the same, but like having a cup of tea out of a polystyrene cup, it just doesn't seem to taste as good as out of your own proper cup.
Mm. Excuse me. Right, I've just had my first mouthful of pie, and I'm pretty confident that I can identify this nature of pie. And it's what I am familiar with as being called a Scotch pie, which I believe is commonly made with mutton.
Yeah, I don't think it is though. I'm sure it's bacon.
So you've had a rather exciting week, haven't you?
Not me. What's that got to do with our dinner?
That's just polite dinner conversation, isn't it?
Ah, right, I see.
What do you talk about over the dinner table?
Well, I don't normally talk about the actual dinner itself, as if someone's watching. So, but as that's how we started, I presumed that's how we was going to continue.
Well, we can intersperse. We can chat a little about the food, and as we've not seen each other for a week, we can catch up on the week that we've had.
The week that was.
That was the week that was.
I always have a busy week though. I don't come down here to do nothing, just because that's what I end up doing.
But you don't always not come here and head south to go hobbing and nobbing with famous people.
Hopping and nobbing. That is correct. And the chap is so famous that some people have heard of him. But then, you could say that about you,
You can say what?
that you're famous.
You could, but it wouldn't be true.
You've admitted to me that you got 1,800 views on your video.
Does that make me famous?
Yeah. Definitely do this again. The idea of having a chippy dinner on your own plate with your own knife and fork does sound funny, but it does make sense. It's just that there's washing up to be done afterwards.
Well, you won't be doing it, so don't worry about it.
Well, no,
It raises the whole experience to a new level.
it does, yeah. Yeah. Especially doing it outside. If only it really did properly start raining, then it would be a whole kind of experience.
Yeah, we would look utterly ridiculous instead of just very slightly ridiculous. I mean, really, what is somebody going to think if they rock up to this yard and see two grown men sitting tucking into lunch from the local chippy with bloody silver cutlery on a...
Well, it would rather depend on who it was that came along and witnessed this. But it does feel more like we're at a dinner date, doesn't it?
Yes. What was your worst ever date?
seriously, I can answer that one very, very clearly. I had this new girlfriend. She was called Wendy, and she was going on holiday that weekend after I'd known her about a week. And she said, come to Scotland with me, to my brother's house. So I said, right, yeah, excellent. And I did. And when I got there, she dumped me. I was there for a week.
Oh, you're kidding?
No, that is the absolute truth.
Oh my God. Did you not just leave? Come home?
Difficult to, really.
Were you not driving?
No.
How old were you?
No, I could drive, but I didn't go in my car.
How old were you at this point? Late 30s?
24.
So why did she dump you?
I don't even know. I don't think she took me up there to dump me.
At what point did she dump you? Was it en route or after arrival?
Second night.
Oh, so you had the first night?
Yeah, but there was no joy to be had that first night.
Well, maybe that's why she dumped you.
What?
Should have given her a bit of Scottish joy.
She didn't want it.
Oh. Cutie, so cutie. So were you sharing a room?
Yeah.
Mind you, did you say it was a brother's house? It's awkward, isn't it, in a relative's house, indulging in beastliness?
He was happy for me to be there. Should we continue this conversation later? No, he was a nice guy.
Did you think about going out with him instead after?
No.
After his swine of a sister dumped you?
No, he wasn't my type at all.
That's an awful thing to do. I feel dreadful for you.
It was a learning experience.
Did you continue to share the room after you'd been dumped?
But nowhere else. Oh, I don't know. I can't remember now, actually. Might have been kicking on the couch.
Well,
But anyway, it was
what an awkward situation, viewers.
that glasses. But it looks like he's got himself a nice glass of red, well, rosé, I guess. But I can smell that it's Vimto.
It is Vimto. Well smelt. My worst day was more recent than that. It was probably about 5 years ago. And I went to Sheffield to this pub with this lady who I'd met online on some sort of dating app. And she got incredibly drunk. And I mean incredibly drunk. And she was some sort of sex therapist. And it was getting a bit cringy. And I went outside for a cigarette. And she didn't smoke, but she came with me and started telling me what she wanted me to do to her after I'd taken her home in excruciating detail. And I'll be honest, she was terrifying me. And I mean, whatever sort of job I might be up to, I certainly wasn't up to the kind of things that she was requesting. It was like she was putting in an order from Amazon. I'll have this.
Way too ambitious.
And then I'll have that. And then I'll have another one of those, some of that. Or like she was at an all-you-can-eat buffet and organising what was going on her plate. And she was incredibly, incredibly drunk. And I wasn't, because I was driving. And we went back inside, and it just got worse. And I tried to make my excuses and leave. And as I was going to the door, she ran after me, rugby tackled me to the ground, and started shouting that I was a drunk who was about to get into the car and kill innocent children. And there was a bit of a melee, and it was all a bit frightfully embarrassing, really. And I eventually, and I had a bit of a difficult getaway because I was driving an A-class Mercedes, and the starter motor had gone on it. And on an A-class, you have to, I've told you a lie. I said I've never owned a Mercedes.
Oh,
And I had that A-Class, and I'd completely forgotten about
I
it.
was just about to pull you up on that.
His name was Herman the German, and he was really super cute.
Oh, Jesus. That's a terrible name.
And I bought him ever so cheaply. And about 2 weeks after I bought him, the starter motor failed. And you have to lift the chassis off to get to the starter motor. It's like a $2,500 job. But I'd only just bought it, so I couldn't repair it, and I didn't want to throw it away. So I just used it and tried to always park it on a hill. But I was working at Sainsbury's at the time, and the car park had a slight slope, but not enough of a slope to bump start it. So I used to have to run, pushing it, jump in while it was moving and bump start it. And one night I literally ran myself over, tried to get in, tripped, fell, and literally ran myself over with my own car. So I was in that bloody car on that date night. So it was a bit of an awkward getaway. And I was so glad to get home, and I thought, well, thank God that's all over. Except that by the time I got home, she'd put all over social media that I was a raving alcoholic who drove after having imbibed 64,000 bottles of wine, and contacted the local police, and contacted my employer.
What a strange lady. And that's just because you didn't attempt to satisfy her. Just the way you actually didn't attempt then, isn't it? Because imagine what would have happened then.
I dread to think.
Well, it sounds of it, like if you did, you would have gone on pissed then.
She scared me.
Yeah.
Think of other bad dates. There was one, we'd been getting on really well. We hadn't met, but we'd been getting on really, really well chatting online. And we met up in the car park of this really nice country pub. And she got out of her car and waved. And I got out of my car and waved back. And she got back into her car, drove off, and I never heard from her again. How was your meal?
It was nice. Black pepper. Excellent.
So you had the fish, chips, and peas.
Yeah.
Were the peas of the mushy variety or non-mushy? What is a non-mushy pea? Just a pea.
Yeah. A pea that hasn't been cooked in such a way where its complete integrity disappears. Structural integrity, that is.
What happens to a pea then in order to make it mushy?
It gets cooked too long. Well, there's a particular type of pea. They're the marrow fat, big fat peas that aren't really particularly good at rolling down hills. I think they're the type, aren't they? They just have a very different flavour to them. Because garden peas, if you cook those too much,
They go hard, don't they?
well, they can go hard if you cook them in the oven. If you cook them in water, they won't do. They'll go squashy, horrible. Garden peas are nice, just about cooked. That's the thing. Well, warmed up.
Sort of al fresco.
Yeah. Chuck some hot water at them, make them warm up, eat them. You don't squash them first.
I don't like peas.
Yeah.
No, nasty, spiteful little green sods.
There's an awful lot of things you don't like, isn't there? Well, you don't like cheese, you don't like fish, you don't like milk, you don't like tea, you don't like peas, you don't like drunken ladies trying to shag you. Very,
Well,
very
hang on.
fussy.
Do let me stop you there. I have got, and just to be clear, because I do have a slight female demographic, I have got nothing against drunken ladies trying to shag me. I want to make that absolutely clear. My only proviso is that you must have very low expectations. That's key. That was the problem with that lady. It wasn't the fact that she was horny. It wasn't the fact that she was drunk. It was the fact that she had expectations which, frankly, I was not equipped to meet.
No. And that's the disappointing thing, because obviously, it sounds to me like what she was saying there is exactly what most men want. So she must have been, disappointed with some good reason. You wasted her time, basically. No wonder she spread information about you on Facebook.
I don't think
It's your own fault.
that's not what most men want, is it?
Men? I don't know what.
No, you said that what she was saying was what most men want.
Yeah.
Do they?
I don't know. I don't know what it was that she said to you.
Well, she was very graphic and... No, but it wasn't the things that she wanted me to do. Again, I have no objection to doing these things. It was the length of time that she required them to be done, the frequency, and the furiosity, the ferociousness. You know.
So, was she expecting to have the kind of sex that you get from a bonobo monkey or something, that with the frame of Jeremy Clarkson?
From a what?
A rampant monkey on drugs. That's what she wants in the convenient shell of a man.
Yeah, but a rampant monkey on drugs that was also familiar with some of the lesser-known techniques featured in the Kama Sutra.
Oh, right. So, ideally, you should have had an encyclopedic knowledge of all these things.
Absolutely. She was, like I said, she was some sort of sex therapist. She helped women to...
bully men into shagging.
God, I hope she never watches this.
She won't. Who's going to watch this? Jim Biscuits.
Yeah.
Jim Biscuits. I'll watch it. Dick Dastardly. And possibly Simon Brader. And that's it. That's your lot.
The last one did really good number. Well,
clean your plate up.
The last one did 700 views.
Ooh.
But I did put a clickbait title.
Oh, well, that's it. No shame.
Oh, no, not the last one, the one before. No, the last one had 8 views.
Oh, that's more like it. Yeah. And you enjoyed that video, didn't you? That's why half of those views were. In fact,
mate, yeah. Do you watch your own videos?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I don't like just watch them. I watch them on the TV, usually a day later, just to check I didn't cock it up. Because quite often, by the time I've got to the end of it, and I have experienced this a couple of times, I've either skipped a bit, there's some bit of bad editing, there's something I'm meant to skip out but I didn't. It could be, I once had a repeated scene, exactly the same shot twice.
I've done that.
Right.
I've done that.
Yeah.
And it's still up there. Oh, okay. Here is okay. Let's do a competition. If anybody can spot which of my videos has got the repeated scene in it, and I'll give you a clue. It is from the last year, and I've only been doing this 6 months. If anybody can correctly spot the video with the repeated scene in it, you win a prize.
Yeah.
A pair of my underpants.
Good one. I'll get them going.
Not the good underpants, though. Not the new ones that I've recently bought to solve my compromised plums crisis in that car. Some of the older underpants.
Yeah, the nylon ones.
They've got holes in them. They're as much hole as they are pant.
Yeah.
But they might be worth something one day if I ever become rich and famous. About his pants.
Got a nice ring to that.
Yeah. That's what I should have called the channel.
Yeah, and I love the fact that it's got double meaning.
Yeah.
I think it's time for a cup of tea.
We are now sitting here in not insubstantial rain, which is actually quite pleasant.
Yeah, it is. It's all right. Actually, I quite like it as well. But I do need a cup of tea. And the only way to get around that is to go and make one.
Then we will wrap this up.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching. Bye-bye. Well, this is nice. We're having a... excuse me. We're having a postprandial beverage.
Oh, yes.
And a chat.
Postprandial beverage.
As opposed to a post-coital beverage.
Yeah, well, so far we haven't done that.
What do you mean so far? I think she's one of those ladies who's a little older than she likes to make herself appear.
Really?
A bit sort of Whitney dressed as Britney. And I mean, anybody who ate anything with a tablespoon, well, should be shot, quite honestly. Not fatally.
No, just injured.
Yeah. If Dick Dastardly is to be believed, then if you pay 5 of the Queen's pounds, you can watch Hubner in his shredders seductively opening a packet of his eponymous crisps. Which motoring YouTuber would you most like to see in their underwear? Oh, shit.
Well, that's the one, Moroccan shawarma, where we are eating food from today.
It's an absolutely fascinating road. I will come here again.
If I could meet myself when I was in my early 20s, get drunk with him, probably end up in a fight.
Yeah, if I met myself in my early 20s, I'd kick my teeth in. I was an absolute twat.
They're not really known for being particularly attractive political ladies, are they?
2 words, Anne Widdecombe.
What about them? Is that your choice?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, hell. Gosh.
I'd love to have a go on Anne Widdecombe. Situated on the thriving foodie community on Milkstone Road in Rochdale, Moroccan Shawarma is a busy and very highly rated restaurant selling Moroccan street food.
So that's very gentlemanly of you to wait for me.
Of course.
So you're doing a solo video today because my phone's on charge in the car, which is the best place to make sure it doesn't charge up very quickly. And I've got a pizza.
Most traditional of Moroccan foodstuffs.
Yep.
And I have got some form. Ooh, a napkin. Nice. Oh, I say. Oh, check this out, my loves. I've got no idea if I'm pointing you at it. But what we have here is some, dear me, my goodness me, all wrapped up in an arm. Right.
I want that now.
Yeah, you see. Here we go.
Oh, good to see you brought your knife and fork.
Of course. could tackle it with hands alone, but
That's just not civilized, is it?
I would if I was in bed.
What, just use your hands?
Mm.
What sort of bed are you talking about? Water bed?
Any bed.
Hotel bedroom?
Mm. You can't beat eating a good kebab in a hotel bedroom.
Do you not like olives?
I prefer Susans. They're smaller and less intimidating. Olives are a bit. Didn't know you knew olive.
Mm.
The first word that springs to mind is bland.
Really?
Mm. Needs spice. Needs Gwendilla peppers.
You could do the plate.
Put that on the list for next time. Mm. Go away. Go away, you impudent rascal. Don't you?
Pet wasp.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unpleasant in any way, shape, or form. It's just a bit bland.
You prefer chicken?
Than this, yeah.
Wow.
The naan is underdone.
You like a naan bread crispy?
Mm.
Well, I'm halfway through already.
And how are you finding it?
Well, I like it, but I've had one of these before. I find it to be very good. I suppose. If I had some black pepper with it, I'd be sprinkling quite a lot on there.
Everything benefits from black pepper.
Mm. Yeah, it does.
Are there any dishes where you would go white instead of black?
Cheese sandwich.
White pepper? Mm.
The moussaka topping. What do you call it?
I can't think what moussaka is.
Well, that surprises me. It's
Oh,
kind
is
of
it
a bit like-
aubergine? Is it?
Yeah,
Is it like
lamb mince. Almost bolognese with a eggy, milky topping.
Oh, is that one of the things in a tagine?
Oh, what?
Tagine.
I don't know.
Well, one thing that never fails to bring joy is pickled red cabbage. It is a wonderful, wonderful thing. Brave Bentos pies, they never fail to bring joy either.
The ones in a tin?
Yeah, Keith Floyd always used to travel with one.
So I remember really liking those, but I always thought it was a bit cheap.
They're not bloody cheap now.
No, cheap image.
Oh.
It would be in some ways, though, wouldn't it? Because you got a pie sealed in a tin, so it lasts forever.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't have to sell them quickly.
I would like to have got...
I think going into a supermarket and asking if they've got any pies, and they say, "Oh, we got some new old stock here."
Maybe they would sell them by vintage like they do with wine. I'm after a Fray Ventus pie, steak and ale. Yeah, what year were you looking for, sir? Oh, I'd like a 1976. That was an excellent year for steak and ale. Oh, I've got one, sir, but that would be over £400. I've got a cheeky little 99 that I could let you have. It's a bit young and fresh, is that?
How much postage?
I would like to have got drunk with Keith Floyd. If you could spend an evening getting drunk with 3 people, alive or dead, who would you choose?
That's the kind of thing I would actually quite like to answer on video. No, I mean, that's the kind of thing I could answer a few times with
Okay.
different people. So 3 people's not good enough.
Throw some names in the hat.
Can't think of any. That's not true, obviously. James May. I'd quite like to get drunk with him. Myself.
Good show.
If I could have, if I could meet myself when I was in my early 20s, get drunk with him, probably end up in a fight.
Yeah, if I met myself in my early 20s, I'd kick my teeth in. I was an absolute twat. Richard Burton would be right up on my list. Dylan Thomas. And, go for the obvious one, Clarkson. Clarkson would be fun to get pissed with.
Yeah.
Peter Ustinov.
Ricky Gervais. Frankie Boyle.
Never heard of him.
Huh? He's Scottish.
Oh, well, if we're going with Scots. I was going to say Billy Connolly, but no. Because obviously he doesn't drink now and hasn't done for some while.
You did say alive or dead, so presumably it's not, you could have him in the past.
Yeah, but I was going to go on and say that when he was drinking, he was you couldn't drink with him because it wasn't safe.
Ah.
Just ask Michael Parkinson.
Who's that bloke from the 70s, well known for being a pisshead? Oliver Reed.
Oliver Reed. He died in Malta.
Yeah.
There's a bar named after him where he died.
Well,
but would you want to get drunk with a raving drunkard?
no. No, I like people who can properly have a full evening of drinking, but always stay within the limit of.
I think James May was a good shout. That would be a really good evening, I imagine.
How about you? Could I choose you? What, living or dead?
What about Wogan?
Funny enough, I watched that episode of Top Gear the other day where he drove the car.
No one's going to die here.
I think he was the best guest he ever had.
My favourite guest was when he had Christine Scott Thomas on there.
Oh, yeah.
And he got all excited and put his suit on and everything and tried to pretend he had an electric car. Sebastian Vettel was a good guest.
Yeah. About John Prescott.
Yeah, why not? I don't mind Prescott. He went right up in my estimation when he lamped that guy who chucked an egg at him. Oh, fair play. More human. I think more politicians should
Fling their fists around.
just punch members of the general public. I think it would be a more engaging
Oh, we take him more seriously if there was,
form of politics.
if there was flailing their arms around like a windmill.
Yeah, and people would be more likely to become involved in politics. I mean, a lot of people don't even know who they wouldn't know who the Chancellor of the Exchequer is. They don't know who the leader of the opposition is. They're just not interested in politics.
It's because they don't get enough publicity.
But if somebody came along and said, "Hello, I'm your member of Parliament. I'd like to chat with you about community matters," and I'm sorry, I'm not remotely interested in politics. So he smacked him in the mouth. Well, he'd take an interest then, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Which politician would you most like to be punched by?
Oh, not Theresa May. John Major. So I have to give you a reason for it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's no real reason other than I can't imagine him doing it that hard.
Yeah. Now, I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah.
And my thought is, we all thought that he was this boring, grey person. And his wife would serve him his dinner. He'd say, "Lovely peas, Norma." And yet, all the time, he was scuttling Edwina Curry.
Yeah.
Hidden depths. Now, I wouldn't nominate him to be my puncher because he might have hidden depths there as well.
Nah.
He might secretly train in a boxing gym or something.
Oh, yeah. He's a master of taekwondo or something.
Mm.
But the thing is, what did you say? Who would you like to punch you?
Mm.
Right, so that's a punch, isn't it? It's not being beaten up by it.
Well,
And the other thing is, are they drunk at the time? Because most people are when they punch people. So, what you want is to be punched by someone who hasn't got a reputation for then going on and enjoying a right good rough.
I know it. You're thinking of Margaret Thatcher, aren't you?
No. I mean, you could actually mention that dead or alive, who would you like to be punched by? And then you need to clarify whether this person is dead whilst they punch or still alive when they do it. Because that makes quite a difference.
I'm not sure how the former would work in terms of logistics.
Figure it out.
Well, you could have them stuffed and put an electric motor in them, I suppose.
Yeah, that could be more dangerous, couldn't it?
No, very dangerous, I would have thought. Which politician would you most like to sleep with?
Ah, that's a good one. I'm not going to say John Major this time. They're not really known for being particularly attractive political ladies, are they?
2 words. Anne Widdecombe.
What about them? Is that your choice?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, hell. Gosh.
I'd love to have a go on Anne Widdecombe.
With or without a hair?
Oh, is it? No. Well, if she wants to shave.
I can't take that one seriously.
I'm not a fan of the shaven haven.
No, not the head. She had a bald head at one point, didn't she?
Did she?
I think so. I might be thinking of somebody else. I might be thinking of
Oh, was
somebody...
she in the National Front?
No, I might be thinking of somebody who did an impression of her who's got a bald head.
Your Brenner.
No, it's not him.
Telly Savalas.
No, it's not him.
Bruce Forsyth.
He's not bald, is he?
Yes, he is. Well, I mean, he's dead. But...
It's not the same.
Have you ever seen him without his wig?
What, Bruce?
Yeah.
Probably. Because he used to not have a wig too much in the early days, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. When he looked like a TV repairman.
Mm. And then miraculously, all of his hair grew back.
Yeah, and nobody questioned him. Well, the thing is, the longer you see somebody with hair, the more you assume that that's what they've got.
Okay, let's have a game of famous people who wear wigs or toupees. And we have to take it in turns to say one. And if you can't come up with one within 3 seconds, you're out and the other person wins.
Okay, do you want to start then, so I understand the rules properly?
Okay, well, I'll go with Bruce Forsyth.
Okay. I'd have gone for Bruce Forsyth as well.
Yeah, but you didn't. I did. So under the rules of the game, you have to go. You have to go for somebody else.
Terry Wogan.
Who did I say? Oh, Bruce. Frankie Howard.
Oh, Frankie Howard. That's a good one. Dave Grohl.
Never heard of him, but I'll give you that. Well, I can't question it because I don't know who he is.
Yeah, he's definitely got a wig.
Tony Blackburn.
Oh, Tony Blackburn. And surrounding areas.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be fun to compile all of the people who have surnames as northern towns.
Okay.
Yeah. Because there's quite a few.
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, let's think. Tim Leeds.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is, but that's a city, but it still counts. Cities, villages, all towns, all fine.
He used to work with my mother.
Is he famous?
No.
Mike Lee.
Okay.
You did an expression as if you never heard of him then.
Emlyn Thomas.
Thomas.
Well, Emlyn. Isn't that the name of a Newcastle Emlyn?
I don't know.
I'm sure that's the place.
Emlyn. Could be. Are we on? Well, we're on empty.
Edward Blackpool.
Is there someone called Edward Blackpool, really?
No,
Mark Radcliffe.
it's got to be a minister. Is Radcliffe a place? Yeah. Clark Kent.
Kent's a county.
Well, it's still a place, isn't it?
It's a fictional character. You got Perry in your room? Yeah?
It's true.
Have you not?
No, not this morning.
Oh.
They still haven't moved.
Name 3 fish that begin and end with the letter K.
Begin and end with the letter K?
Yeah.
That's 3 of them.
Yes. That is the challenge.
I'm never going to get that.
You give up?
Yeah, I can only think of one.
Kill a shark.
Kill a shark.
Quick save frozen haddock. And Kilmarnock, which is a place in Scotland. That's all for today, folks. Situated on the main thoroughfare, this unassuming little fish and chip shop has had a special place in the hearts of the local community since opening its doors for the first time on the 7th of January 1981. That's a long time ago, isn't it? Consistently receiving the most splendid of reviews, it has been a decades-long ambition of mine to eat at this amazing establishment. And today, that dream is finally coming true, as I will be reviewing David's Chippy. So then which one's which?
Well, one of them's got chips in, that'd be mine then.
That'll be yours.
You got a fork as well, did you get some sauce and vinegar on it?
Yes.
Fork. Thank you. Oh. And you're actually recording these?
Yes. Absolutely.
Oh, that's a little sausage.
Now, as you can see, I've opted for the sausage and chips and curry sauce. Now, there were 3 types of curry sauce on offer: English, Irish, and Chinese. I opted for the English. My colleague and dining companion has opted for a portion of chips with a plastic fork.
Yeah. I asked specifically for a plastic fork. The dangers of a metal fork when eating the chips, you know.
What are the dangers of a metal fork?
Stabbing your eating companion in the eye by accident.
I've got fucking bad news for you then, Sunshine.
You brought your own cutlery. Ah, very nice. Now this is looking much more amusing from my angle than what it is from yours. There we go. Boaty,
Cheers.
chip it in it. Big sausage on the go. And his proper knife and fork. A true English gentleman eating his food. And in typical Anglo style, he's having English curry sauce, which of course is not curry sauce at all. Curry doesn't come from England, does it?
I'm finding the chips quite pleasant, soft and yielding, like a lady from Bromsgrove on a Sunday evening just before bullseye and after her bath. Now, I must confess that I have eaten at this establishment previously, a week ago today in fact, and I went for a different curry sauce. I'm not sure whether I had the English, Indian or Chinese, but I had the one that was described as medium in terms of spice heat. And I think the medium one was probably preferable. These chips really are very nice indeed.
There you go.
Ah, hello. Now, the sausage appears to be a splendid example of the breeze. Breeze? Why the fuck can't I speak whenever I turn the camera on? Annoying.
No, it's not because of the camera, it's because you're eating. That's what I eat now.
And you should never eat with your mouth full. That's what Nanny says.
No. Never eat with your mouth full. And never talk.
Children should be seen and not heard. It's an absolute pleasure on a British summer day to be dining al dente.
Al dente PNHQ. I think we're going to have another time lapse of those clouds. They look very nice up there. Are you going to edit this video?
After lunch, maybe.
Now, it's that physical out there that I wanted to time lapse. But that band's in the way. So I put it over there. Now I can't see it. And unfortunately, it's going that way. So I've missed it. That's annoying.
Okay.
Do you like clouds as well? Oh man.
I like their names. Cirrocumulus.
Yeah. Terry. Ian. when you said you spend ages editing.
Yeah.
This is why. Because you just leave it running rather than switching off when nothing's happening.
Because I do turn it on and off when I actually know what I'm doing. I've got a plan.
Does that?
Not often. You were genuinely upset that you couldn't go to Festival of the Exceptional, weren't you?
Yeah. And even more annoyed when I found out I could have done. Because nobody else seems to take any notice of the rules. Well, I think it had gone down a storm.
We're off to Millstone Road. We followed Captain Mustard. Tell you what, we'll take a video of Captain Mustard here, which I can insert into the video in the edit suite. I say edit suite. Probably the kitchen, to be honest with you.
That's a spicy meatball, that is. Oh, I'm liking that.
No, Ian, it's a kebab.
Before eating my kebab, I think it's quite necessary that I trim this moustache down a little bit because it's just uncomfortable eating my moustache.
I didn't realise the tap worked in there until I saw that video, didn't I? Where you filled up your bucket. So I thought I'd wash my hands before lunch. And speaking of lunch,
I don't know what any civilised person would do.
let's just adjust you a little bit there. There we are. Hello, my loves. Welcome to another lunch with Mustard and Boaty. And I'm very excited to report that we have had a return visit to what we both agreed was a 10 out of 10, perhaps the ultimate kebab, from the Iron Brew establishment on the Milkstone Road in Rochdale.
Iron Brew.
What's it called?
Istanbul.
That's the one.
Yes.
But
Oh gosh, that's big.
technically, of course, we shouldn't be doing this. We shouldn't be visiting the same place twice. It kind of goes against what we're trying to do here.
No.
Oh, new subscriber.
I'm going to go and get some paper towels.
Oh, good shout. But what we have done is we've had something slightly different. So Sergeant Mustard has gone for a mixed kebab. Whereas previously I had the doner kebab, this time I have gone for the chicken shawarma. And I'm very excited about it, I can tell you. Look at the size of this. And I've fully personalised all of the options on it. So this is a bespoke kebab made to my exact personal requirements. Specifically, there is a veritable plethora of Guindia chili peppers and jalapenos. Oh God, look at that. Let me try and show you. Hang on a minute. This isn't easy. It's a tad unwieldy. Can you see that? Hopefully you can. I'm going to take a separate picture anyway for both his notches and for your future delectation and delight. My God, you need a wide angle to get... Oh, hang on. I don't want you on video. I want you in photo. There we go. Is that my mic? Cheers. I should sit on it. Oh, I tell you what. I'll take a video of yours and I can put it here in the edit suite. Yup. I'll tell you what. We'll take a video of Captain Mustard's here, which I can insert into the video in the edit suite. I say edit suite. Probably the kitchen, to be honest with you. Right, that's you done. You're still going. Well done, you. And a little drinkage just to lubricate the old doings. And then I'm going to tuck into this.
We've had some good car chat today, haven't we, so far?
We have had some good car
We've
chat.
talked an awful lot about cars that we will and won't buy. So, with that in mind, have you ever been to IKEA?
Yes, I have.
I haven't.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me tell you why you and everybody else should go to IKEA. If you or anybody else goes to IKEA, then when you've done the mystery maze bit and worked your way around that, you get to the food hall of dreams. And admittedly, I haven't been for a while, but you used to be able to buy a hot dog for, I think it was 65p. Now, the point is, having bought the hot dog, you had unfettered access to the ketchup dispenser and the mustard dispenser.
Mustard.
So, if you were savvy, as I used to be, you will take 2 large empty containers, pay your 65p for a hot dog, and then fill your containers with about £4 worth of sauce.
That's an interesting idea.
Perfectly legitimate. Nothing there to say that you can't do it.
No. Probably not encouraged though, is it?
Well, it is by me.
Well, yeah, you've just said that's what you should do. They still do it now. You wouldn't know, you know.
It's a while since I've been, but I don't mind an IKEA. Oh, actually, the last time I went to IKEA was with Chinese Madam when we were buying all of the office bits for her room.
Good? Yes.
I was going to ask if you're finding the chicken a little bit dry, but of course you've got sauce on yours.
Yeah. So, you're not going to bother asking because you've already answered your own question.
Yeah.
Well, the answer is, yeah, it is a bit dry actually. But it's got sauce in it. Also, one of the reasons for having a cup of tea is, now normally when you see people eating kebabs and they have drinks available in all these shops, there's always soft drinks, isn't it? Pop cans of pop. Rubicon. Rubicon's a very popular one. But that does tend to make you feel a bit bloated.
Yeah.
Especially if you drink it early on. If it's a hot day. A hot day, if it's a hot day, then you tend to drink your can of Rubicon really quickly.
Aye.
And then you've got no room for your kebab.
I don't know, Ken, what Rubicon is.
And it's kind of a tropical, fruity, fizzy pop.
I'll give you £5
Thank you.
if you can recite the whole poem stroke song thing from the Kia Aura advert. I've got a mate who can do it.
I've got more interesting talents than that, I'm afraid.
Just making an offer, putting it out there.
There's no point. I've got red cabbage as well.
Lucky you.
I didn't ask for it.
Do you not like it?
Yeah. If I have one criticism, it is going to be that the salad and the sauce does make it makes the meat cool. Well, that's not an argument against Istanbul. It's a thermodynamics issue, isn't it? And I can't really blame them for it.
No. I don't mind a lukewarm kebab. I sometimes think that the correct heat for a kebab to be served at is the exact heat generated by falling asleep with it in bed, it ending up under your pillow, and then the temperature it's at about, 10 the next morning when you wake up groggily and decide to eat it.
Cold.
Well, it's not cold, is it? It's pillow heat.
You believe in ghosts?
Yeah.
Human? Or anytime?
I kind of have no choice because I live in one of the most haunted places in the UK.
There we go. I think I've just triggered something there.
That's true. My cottage used to be tied to a deserted monastery on top of the hill before there was anything else around. And it's got quite an amazing history, including quite a lot of murders. At one point, it was where, I can't remember the exact story, but people were locked up there for some reason, unjustly, and killed. And the most recent bit of history is from the late 1970s, when somebody with the same surname as me, who was being transported to court, overpowered the police in the Caravan that he was being transported in, set off across the moors, ended up at my place where he took 3 generations of a family hostage, and ended up murdering them all in cold blood before being shot himself.
Sounds like a delightful fellow.
So if you ever come to my place, you'll find that you hear people walking about, you'll see drawers open and shut, doors open and shut, toilet will flush, a locked front or back door will suddenly become unlocked and open. You'll hear laughter.
This was a super messy kebab.
It does look it. Do you believe in ghosts?
No. Do you believe in a thing called?
Just listen to the rhythm of my heart.
Yeah. You believe in a thing called love?
I do, but I would struggle to define it. I was thinking about this earlier, and it's, I think, a great sadness to me that I only realise how much I love a girlfriend or partner or wife after I've dumped them.
Oh, yeah. That's because you start feeling sorry for yourself.
Yeah, I realise that. And you only remember the good bits, and you forget all of the bad bits that led you to dump them. Or them dump you. it can be a two-way street.
Could it be a double dump?
I'm sure that's happened.
What if he's on the toilet at the time? Could be a treble dump.
Hmm?
What if you shared the toilet?
Not my most recent ex, but the ex before that. Things were never quite the same after she revealed that we used to, before we were living together, when we used to text each other, sometimes she would be sitting on the lavatory. I thought that was wrong.
Why?
I don't know. She also, like, would this bother you? If you were in the bath and you had one of those houses where the lavatory was in the bathroom, and if you were in the bath, luxuriating, would it bother you if your partner came in and used the toilet?
No,
Would it not?
not really.
I can't do that.
Better than using the kitchen sink.
I'd rather they did that. You can't use the toilet in front of a partner. I mean, you lose the magic, surely.
What magic? The mystery that this other person may not even dump.
Well, you kind of build that pretense, don't you? It's like if you're dating somebody who's not the best looking in the world, but in your mind you create the thing where they are beautiful and they are amazing. Good God, are you giving up?
Yeah, slightly. I feel like I've eaten very, very quickly now. Oh, gosh. And now I fancy a can of Rubicon. It won't get wasted. Either it will be eaten in a bit. If Craig turns up hungry, I'd love to carry on eating it then. Or I'll just bung it in the fridge, finish it off tomorrow. Or later. I do try not to waste food. Especially when there's been some sort of sacrifice involved in creating it. The only trouble with things like eating a kebab is the stuff on your fingers and your face and everything. You wipe it all off and it feels like it's never completely gone. But it wouldn't really do to instantly go for a shower straight after a kebab. But maybe in some cultures that's exactly what they do. What's your favourite culture?
I'm not sure if I have one. My favorite, it's a bit of a cheat answer.
Yeah.
But my favourite culture would probably be small parts of a range of cultures.
Right.
For example, I love the attitude that the Chinese have towards elderly people. They equate age with honour. In fact, in the Chinese language, there is no way to ask somebody how old they are without mentioning honour. So the literal translation of the Chinese phrase, how old are you, is what is your honourable age? And I like that because I detest the element of British society that our elderly are worthless and should just be ignored or shoved away in some dreadful bloody care home. I hate that. I hate the fact that families think that it's okay not to take care of their elderly. I hate the fact that the government think that it's okay to let the elderly live in poverty or near poverty. There's a lot of things about British culture that would put them bottom of the list for me.
Yeah. There's lots of things about British culture that's just not particularly nice. The only thing we have right in this country is, I think, our humour. Our humour does set us apart from many others.
Yeah.
that we can make fun of ourselves.
Mhm.
It's just that is somewhat interspersed with people that can't. And those people drive Audis. They must have. Did I ever tell you about this one instance where there was an incident in Rochdale where there was a big crash on a 30 limit where a car ended up upside down, and it was on the local groups, and there was some discussion about it, what was happening, how irresponsible the driver was, and I just chirped up and said something like, it was probably an Audi. Dickheads seem to like those.
Oh, that would have gone down well.
Well, but why though? I mean, some woman took offence to that and said, not all Audi drivers are dickheads. I said, yeah, I know. That's not what I said. I said that dickheads like them, and they do. Yeah. In fact, why don't we do a Ask a Dickhead survey? Where we have a set of questions like, what car do you think is actually good? Yeah, regardless of whether it is or not. To all of the other different things about what's an appropriate behaviour when you're out with your mates in Hebden Bridge on a Saturday night.
I have a question. How do we identify the dickheads in the first place? I mean, do we just put an advert in saying, attention all dickheads? We need you.
The odd thing is that you would assume that dickheads wouldn't know that that's what they are, but quite often they do. And they're not ashamed of it. In fact, they think it's funny to be a dickhead. So, yeah. Maybe we could do that. But there would be an awful lot of information we could acquire from asking a few simple questions, just to find out how correct I am with some of the stereotypes.
Okay, well, using the power of YouTube, why don't you, right now, ask the questions and ask any dickheads amongst our viewers to kindly answer in the comments.
Well, no, because presumably none of our viewers actually are dickheads. So, the people that aren't dickheads, you're going to know someone who is a dickhead. Why not ask them?
Oh, nicely wriggled out of.
I'm not trying to wriggle out of anything. I'm trying to wriggle into something. I just had a little image of me wriggling into a sleeping bag. And
I get really claustrophobic in sleeping bags. I can't do them.
wriggling into a sleeping bag in the back of your Rover 75.
You're on your own there, matey. I'll see you buy a Caravan.
They don't do double sleeping bags, do they?
I've got no idea. I mean, I'm no expert on camping because at quite an early age I discovered something called a hotel.
Oh, that's not the same experience, though, is it?
No, exactly. That's why camping is free and hotels cost money.
You usually find that many of the good things are completely missed.
Name
That's
one
free.
good thing about camping.
Being outside.
You can be outside a hotel.
But you have to pay to be outside the hotel. And...
Actually, no, you don't. You pay to stay in them.
Well, yeah, that's
I'm not
true.
sure you understand the concept.
Well, if you're going to go to a hotel, there's a reason that you go there. You don't go there just so you can say you can stand outside of a hotel without paying for it. That really would be a silly cost.
If you go to the Bellagio Hotel in Las Vegas, they do the most amazing fountain display anywhere in the world. So yeah, people do go to stand outside that hotel and watch it free of charge.
Right, that's Las Vegas, though, isn't it?
But if you're in one of
Not
the
free.
superior suites, you have some buttons and you can control the fountain display.
Okay, but how does that?
You also get a television in the shower.
How does that relate to going camping somewhere in the Lake District or
Well, it's just
in the yard? But to go camping in the yard, that really wouldn't even cost anything to get there.
okay. Name one positive thing about that.
get to see yard cats a bit more. You get really drunk.
You don't need to camp to get really drunk.
It helps though, doesn't it?
Well, no, I would find it hinders, because how would you chill your wine?
Oh, I thought he was a red wine person.
No, I can't drink red wine.
Wow. That really does surprise me. I honestly just see you with a bottle of red wine, 10 minutes later, an empty.
No, I'm a dry white man.
Right. A dry white man.
Mm.
Mm.
I'm anybody's Rebecca Shapley.
I had a bottle of wine
When?
about 12 years ago.
Right.
I actually had one the other day as well. I bought one from Aldi because, well, it was £4. I thought I could.
Oh, from their premium range.
It was quite nice.
Yeah.
I had a picture of a giraffe on it.
Red or white?
White.
Which grape?
I don't know. I didn't look that closely. I just went off the picture.
How can you do that? You don't. Okay, do you like dry or sweet?
Well, I'm so into wine that I don't even know any longer. Does that answer your question? No, it doesn't.
So you're one of these people that would take a woman on a date out to dinner, and you would order the cheapest wine on the wine list, unless you thought there was a reasonable chance that she would let you sleep with her, in which case you'd go for the second cheapest. Am I right?
No,
Ah.
I'd just ask her.
What? Are you going to sleep with me because I need to know which wine to order?
What? No, I'd say I need to know how much to drink. Now there's your scale of you know how attractive a lady is. You ask her right from the start, are we likely to end up having sex tonight? And when she says yeah, then you look at her and you decide how many cans of beer that you need to drink, or how much of that bottle of wine you need to make it a good idea.
This is outrageous. This is the kind of laddish talk that, as an enlightened modern New Age man, I simply cannot condone. Can we continue this when the camera isn't running?
Right, so
I've never been to bed with an ugly woman. I've just woken up with a few.
It's time for me to admit right now, I've never actually done that.
Neither have I.
What, slept with a woman?
No, I slept with an ugly one. Well, slept with a woman that I'm not personally attracted to. Because attraction's an individual thing. And it's not for me or anybody else to say what is attractive and what isn't.
Yeah, but
There are just personal preferences.
yeah, it's personal preferences. But you want to. But basically, you're going to tick all your own boxes, don't you?
Yeah, but they're just that. They are your own boxes. Like a woman that appealed massively to you would be of zero interest to me.
How do you know?
Well, because I know the type that you go for.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go for curvy
Yeah.
types.
Women that look like women.
Yeah.
Right.
And no, I like.
You prefer the hairless Filipino boy.
I wouldn't quite like that.
You like the kind of lady you can stick in a glove box.
I know there's more to choose from with your type, but I'm going to take more upkeep, I would have thought.
Are you going to eat all of that, do you reckon?
I'm just at that point
Where you're thinking of
where I'm thinking,
stick it on the laser base.
but I am enjoying it still. Oh, and tomato. Was James Martin attractive?
Yeah. What's an attractive person?
Well, good question.
Because you've got to be exceedingly good looking to look attractive when you're in a mood. Yeah, so, but if you're a naturally happy-faced person, you can be attractive just because you don't get people down.
I did learn that it is genuinely possible to laugh a woman into bed.
What? Who's doing the laughing though?
As you know, I run a large singles network
He has mentioned it now.
many times.
Yeah.
It's also a charity, so if you want to send money, please. It's a good cause. If you have a look into the description of the video, you'll find a donation link. Just saying, just putting it out there. But you'd be amazed how many people, and it's always men. It's always men. And they seem to think the best way to attract a woman is to be miserable, misogynistic, and sometimes even downright insulting.
And that's what they say.
Yeah.
What? On the dating's website. Do they think they're being clever? Is that what it is?
In the forums, in the discussion forums, they'll say, "Oh God, I'm so desperate just for somebody, anybody, I don't care, as long as they've got a pulse." Fucking hell. How is that going to attract a woman? Oh, there's a man who's desperate. I'll immediately go and mount him.
Yeah.
If you want to attract a partner, make them laugh, be cheerful, enjoy life. Bloody hell.
What you're saying there is that if any man was to say something like that, for the woman to take that on, she's got to have a very, very low self-esteem, rather.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
They've got to assume that, right, I'm so undesirable.
That even this man will have.
That, yeah, I'm literally only going to be available to somebody for whom something is better than nothing.
Yeah, it's amazing that, isn't it?
And
And do you
many
get
women
quite a
like
lot of that?
Hundreds of thousands. That is the predominant attitude. Or you'll get some people who, and again, it's always men, and they'll come along and say, "Well, I haven't got a woman and I'll never get a woman because all they're interested in is men with an amazing body and a good bank balance." Bollocks! Bollocks!
And bollocks.
And bollocks!
Yes.
But, what a way to make sure that you're not going to get any sex for the next 5 years. Go onto a forum in front of 50,000 people and come out with that.
Yeah. Because it's insulting, it does kind of... Actually, we're having a bit of a sensible conversation now. That's something, aren't we?
Blimey.
I think we might have forgotten that you've left that thing running.
Oh. That's the key to good broadcasting. Forgetting that you're being filmed.
Yeah, and spending what's going to be 40 minutes eating a kebab. That's definitely one of the keys to it.
And it's all going in. No editing here, folks. I've got this one. I've got to carry on.
You have. I've actually stopped because I know that at some point within the next half hour or so, I'm going to be rolling around the yard like a bloody weeble.
You just made a point.
Yeah.
I know that at about 6 o'clock, 5 or 6, I'm going to get the munchies.
You may as well have that.
And I may as well have that.
Yeah.
That was very good. Right, let's just have one more. What should we do for a minute? I know. Let's play just a minute.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm very good at this game.
Have you ever played it?
No.
Okay. All you've got to do, we've got the counter there. When you've got to talk for 1 minute
That's the one, yeah.
on the subject that I give you, without hesitation, repetition, or deviation.
Yes.
And the subject I should give you is Project Nigel. 1 minute starting now.
Project Nigel. He is a gold car. A gold. That didn't last long, did it?
Hesitation. Right. It's
No, as I repeated the word, I almost repeated the word gold.
Yeah, but almost you didn't. But then you completely stopped. So that's a hesitation. So that's a point to me. And I take over the subject.
I've never actually done this before.
And I've got 52 seconds remaining on the subject of Project Nigel, starting now. Project Nigel is the name of a YouTube channel. There are many other such things on said platform of an entertainment basis, and I would like to take this opportunity to carefully walk you through them, holding you by the hand in a loving and caring way. Hubnut, £500 cheap car challenge. Dogging for beginners. Monkeys are us. Elephants I have known and loved. Lavatory paper of the 18th century. Kings and queens of Bollywood. Dumplings for the needy. All together now, let's all say trousers. I can't do
I would have stopped you a while, but I was actually quite enjoying that.
Okay, that's deviations, so that's a point to you. You've got about 20 seconds left? 20 seconds left on the subject. Project Nigel, starting now.
With so many different colours available all over this particular lovely car, one cannot help but look, wonder, point, laugh, and just enjoy such a wonderful video.
Repetition of wonderful. Right, I've got in. How many seconds have I got left? About 10.
10 going.
Okay, starting now. NC03, the letter before DSU, is the registration number of the car known as Project Nigel. It has 4 tyres, and I have 2 buttocks, and that's got to be 10 seconds, surely to God. Somebody ring the whistle to indicate the end of this thing so I can have a point and then have a cigarette.
Go on. I'll leave that there. Oh.
We should do that with Wendy.
Yeah.
Right, that looks like it for this one, folks. Thanks for watching. See you next time for Mustard and Boaty Do Lunch.
Back. Oh. Yeah,
Captain, but hang on a second. Let's do that over.
Is this Mustard and Lunch you boasted?
Yeah, this is. Look.
Mustard and Munch you boasted.
Captain Mustard has just imparted the suggestion that today he might opt for pie and chips. Now, this tells us one important thing.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It tells us that it's my turn to pay. Because pie and chips is expensive, and whatever you're paying, you have the fish special.
If that were the case, I'd actually suggest we go down Milkston Road and get some meat.
We haven't got time. Is that about right? No, that's about right. Switch over there a bit, maybe. Marvellous. Bit of Nigel in there. Right, and viewers, we have an interesting situation here because I think that this one is mine. Mustard thinks that this one is mine. He thinks this is his because he had a pie and the pie you get the bigger container. I think that this is mine because I had a sausage, and the sausage is too long to fit in the small container. So basically, we have a situation of Schrodinger's sausage. We shall see. Time will tell. Get that ready to take a photograph. Mustard is gone to make tea. Mustard is gone to make tea. Le thé est arrivé.
Yes.
Et voilà.
Woohoo! You can have that one. You had that one before.
Yes, I've kind of worn it in. That's most kind. Thank you. Marvellous. Oh, so much better than last week. You'll see, my loves, we have deployed the company gazebo. I forgot to get in napkins, so we're going to have to go old school and wipe our chops on the paper.
Right, yeah, so we don't know whose dinner's who.
I have explained the situation to them, the Schrodinger's sausage.
Right, so ready for the grand opening of the chippy dinner.
Okay. My, this is exciting.
I told you.
Oh, bugger me.
Yes, see. You have your own fork back as well.
Thank you. Well, I feel slightly let down now.
Yes. You got one?
Well, you have considerably more chips than I. This is an outrage.
Stop moaning, you twat.
Oh, charming. Right, let's take the photograph for Boaty's Mushaches.
Notice boshes.
That is, that's a spicy meatball, that is.
It's a bloody sausage, you great numpty.
Oh, gosh.
Now, viewers of Mustard and Boaty Do Lunch, you're going to have to forgive us because we're on a bit of a tight time scale. So there is going to be some conversation relating to Mustard and Boaty doing cars. Now, different camera.
All of that's not on.
Oh, you're not on?
Yeah.
Ah.
All right. Who's now?
So, apologies to those of you watching this on Mustard and Boaty Do Cars, because we're simultaneously recording, a simulcast. So this is a simulcast with Mustard and Boaty doing lunch.
You can tell who's the youngest.
So we're going to do both, I'll tell you who's the greediest. So we're going to do both cars and lunch simultaneously. It's kind of a weird swinging situation.
There we go.
You got to get a swinging reference in.
You have.
I've got a clean hanky. I'm going to use it as a napkin. Splendid. Right, here goes. Now, we began to have a conversation.
We forgot to do Grace.
Right, your turn.
Scott for your dinner.
Right.
That's it.
We did have a conversation on the way to the chip shop, and I said, stop and let's do it over lunch.
Is this for what? Oh.
This is for cars.
Right. Okay, start again.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Right, so we've agreed to absolutely not discuss anything to do with cars while we're eating lunch. That's fucked you up, hasn't it?
No.
Oh, I've gone for the hot curry sauce,
Not hot.
viewers, and it is a little spicy. So you began to tell me on the way to the chip shop that the chap had replied.
Yeah. It's not blocked me after all. So, car isn't his. It's his dad's car. His dad wants to sell it, but he doesn't do Facebook because obviously he's going to be the kind of person that doesn't do Facebook. And an offer is welcome. Probably not the one that we've got in mind. And in actual fact, it isn't. But, I'll continue. I'll go back to that afterwards and see whether I can, use some of my special negotiation skills that you don't think I've got.
I was hoping to talk about the fact that he's only owned the car for 2 months, but you've kind of... I see that we're pretending that we haven't already made an offer, which he said his father is unlikely to accept because he only bought it 2 months ago for £100 more than he's advertising it for.
No. He's bought it 2 months ago for £55 more. So that could be £55 worth of use.
But the question still remains, why is he selling it after just 2 months of ownership?
Well, the obvious assumption may well be it's not old enough.
And that's the obvious assumption, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I thought that it's a manual car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I assumed one of his feet had fallen off.
That's one of the risks of getting old, isn't it?
Especially if you're diabetic. Or the other elephant in the room is that if somebody sells a car 2 months after buying it at a loss, what's wrong with it?
Well,
what have they found that's wrong with it?
He doesn't want a loss, though, does he?
Well, he's advertising it for less than he paid for it already.
Well, isn't that natural? Unless he's a dealer, then he'd be advertising it for more than what he paid for it.
Yeah.
This discussion could get rather lengthy and not very exciting.
But at least we've got a dialogue going.
Yeah.
So what should our next move be?
Off to go and see it. Or wait for him to come back with an actual
counter offer.
Yeah, because the thing is, that's the price. It's worth that price. We think the car's worth that price, provided there's nothing wrong with it that's not disclosed. But you know how people are. They want something sold, and they want it sold now.
Mm-hmm. Especially if they're, I was going to say old, but I mean particularly old. The sort of age where putting on a long playing record is a bit of a gamble.
I'm enjoying my chippy dinner. I'm going to turn that back off there. We've got another bloody shitloads of minutes there. You can go on that video. But the difference between me and Boaty, so you may not notice this, I edit my videos. That takes quite a while. He just leaves it all in.
Only this one. I edit the others.
He just thinks if you don't want to watch it, you can skip.
Why would they not want to watch it? This is gold.
This is why he has a sausage for dinner.
I don't understand that, and I don't think I want to. Well, on the subject of dinner, I'm glad you're enjoying yours.
I am.
I'm going to admit to you that I'm a little disappointed by my choice of curry sauce, because it's kind of not one thing nor the other. It hasn't got the summer holiday carefree joy of a normal chip shop curry sauce, but then it hasn't got the exciting Belgian brothel type deep thrill that you would get with an actual Indian curry sauce. It's sold as an Irish curry sauce, and
You are very demanding. You should be a woman.
I'm a bit large. I'd be a very large woman.
Well, very tall.
Yeah. Would you like to be a woman?
Only about 10 minutes at a time.
What would you consider the advantages to being a woman be over a man? Do you think the fascination with breasts would diminish if you're a woman? Because I always think if I was a woman, I'd just be fondling my own breasts all the time and never get anything done. Oh, glad we put the gazebo up.
Yeah, but equal opportunities stop that kind of thing from happening.
Do they?
Yeah.
How?
Well, women can't be taken seriously. All they do is mess about with their titties. That's probably why they don't.
They'd be more likely to get your attention. Now, imagine if the Prime Minister made a speech while fondling her own breasts.
Jeez.
I don't know who that is, so I won't answer. I don't trust people I don't know.
Why don't you answer it and say, I don't know who you are? Please fuck off.
Please don't do that when I've got a mouthful of drink.
But just target you for that kind of thing. And risk being showered in Vimto and going home smelling all fruity.
How do you feel about the prospect of a road trip to Liverpool in the company car?
Oh. Well, I like the idea of it.
Have you been to Liverpool?
Of course I have.
I've only been once. Twice.
It's not Liverpool anyway. It's a Whittle.
The Leisure Peninsula. That's the posh bit, isn't it?
Let's go back to something we're a bit more comfortable with.
Okay. Ladies fondling their own breasts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured that might be where you go.
If Liz Truss was the kind of woman who likes a challenge, she could very easily be doing one of her speeches. Whilst
I wonder where the good captain is going with this. I'm a little concerned.
I thought of something else, I'm not sure, but dare even say it. So I think there's a time and a place for chili sauce.
Well, what do you think about that? Let's. If ladies were inclined to fondle their own breasts because they're ladies and they have breasts, then surely as men we would have a constant urge to fondle our own little chap and wedding vegetables. So, do men have that urge? I will ask you good people out there. And more immediately, I would ask the captain.
That's very much for the reserve of the tracksuit wearing fraternity, I think.
Oh.
You always see them with their hands down their pants for some reason. Because they don't have pockets, so it's like, well, someone's to put your hands, I guess. That's the excuse. Or it could be just like using your plums as worry balls.
Did you know that women, for many, many years, were disempowered by not having pockets?
Yeah. Well, they still are, aren't they?
And did you know that as a result of not having pockets, women took on the habit of putting banknotes in their cleavage, in their bra?
And that's the reason why.
Hang on, I haven't finished yet.
But
Oh, go on. You might be about to say the same thing I am.
But yeah, that men aren't being misogynists. They're just looking for money, and they know where it's kept.
Mm.
Is that what you was going to say?
No, I was going to say that, so yeah, women keep their banknotes in their cleavage. And Australia, and this is a fact, you can check it and everything, Australia was the world's first country to introduce polymer banknotes. And the reason for that is Australian women have the sweatiest tits. That's a fact.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is. You can check it. Australia was the first country in the world to introduce polymer banknotes.
If I check that, that's a bit like you checking, see whether Anne Robinson looks like the Jaguar X type, isn't it? Because I know you hadn't done. I provided a picture for you.
You did, yeah. And I don't get it. But no, that's an opinion. It is a fact that the first country in the world to introduce polymer banknotes was Australia.
Right, so the search would be...
Which was the first country to introduce polymer banknotes.
Yeah, that would be the search, or Australian women have particularly sweaty tits.
Well, that's obvious, isn't it? It's a hot country and they tend to be quite well breasted. Every Australian woman I've ever seen has been quite booby.
Booby.
Yeah. Think of an Australian woman. Well, don't just think of one. Say one's name.
Oh, Dame Edna.
Booby. Oh, let's have an Australian woman off.
I'm not really that familiar with them. Oh, well, I am. I mean, obviously there's
Hang on, let's do this properly. You did Dave Mendes, so it's my turn. Pamela Stevenson.
Is she Australian?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Pamela Stevenson. Oh! I was thinking of Pamela Anderson.
What you do in your own time is your own business.
You prompted me to think of her.
It's
By giving me somebody else's name.
It's still your turn. Clock is ticking.
That's a bit like saying getting them mixed up with Pam Ayres because the name's almost the same.
Oh, Pam Ayres.
You like a funny woman?
I do like a funny woman.
The obvious one has to be Kylie, doesn't it?
Okay.
But what? Hang on, wait a minute. Why do you have to think of one anyway? Do you have a challenge with this lady?
Yeah, we're playing a game. We're playing Australian Lady Off. We have to take it in turns to name an actual Australian lady.
Right.
And the first one to fail to do so is the loser and has to drop his trousers.
Oh, fair enough. Your turn then.
Oh, my turn. Danny Minogue.
Danny Minogue. Oh, good one. I'm not cheating.
So you just Google it.
Australian women list. Yes.
Go ahead and cheat. I'll still beat you.
You can't. Category lists of Australian women.
I think it might be out of time, don't you?
Oh, hang on. No, that didn't really get me to the right place. I'll tell you what.
He's cheating and he's still losing.
Famous Australian women, that's the one. All right, Margot Robbie.
Ebony Bridges.
Okay. Nicole Kidman.
Natalie Imbruglia.
Kate Blanchett. It's easy. How about Olivia Newton-John?
Yeah,
You can have that one.
I'll have her, yeah.
My turn. Isla Fisher. Or Isla Fisher.
I think the S might be silent.
Isla Fisher could be as well, yeah. Can't have that one because I've already done it.
Okay, no. All or Nothing.
Who?
All or Nothing from Neighbours.
You see what? This could go on for ages and it'd be boring. So I'm going to let you win, even though you can't possibly win. I don't like that for you. Let's move on to a different question.
Okay.
Have you ever...
Yes, but I've never been caught.
Okay.
No, go on.
Have you ever claimed to have bedtime fund with a famous one.
Have I ever claimed to have done it? Okay, two ways to answer this question. Have I ever claimed to have done it? No.
Right.
Have I done it? Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Who?
More than one. I'm not saying.
Oh. A gentleman never tells. Especially when he's got nothing to tell.
She had a #1 hit record.
What, Carly?
Well, she did, yeah, but I've never done it. I wouldn't mind, though, if you're watching.
Don't worry.
I've got 211 subscribers now. Statistically, Kylie is bound to be one of them.
Yeah. Let's hope so.
Did you know that Kylie's Australian for vibrator
No, I didn't.
or boomerang?
Do you know now?
Have you ever had bedroom fun with someone famous? Oh, I hope you say yes, and it was Bruce. I love the idea of you and Bruce getting it up. I'd pay to watch that.
It wasn't actually Bruce. It was a Bruce lookalike.
Okay.
He used to be an African princess.
If you were in a bedroom situation with Bruce, oh, that was unexpected.
Yeah, I'll call you back later, Andy. Ladies first.
Oh yeah, that was the original title, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If you
I'll tell you why I come up with that question. Because I did.
Ah,
I claimed such an adventure. When I worked in Salford a few years back, somebody said, "Oh, you're from Rochdale, aren't you? Did you ever meet Lisa Stansfield?" And I said, "Yeah, I used to go out with her." And it was believed, and he went around the office that I'd shagged Lisa Stansfield, and I didn't stop them. I just let them carry on thinking it until the next day. I happened to drop in something like, "Yeah, I did do," when I was only like sort of 18, and then I dumped her, and then she went off around the world looking for me.
outrageous.
But true. Also not true.
But there's another connection. We've both slept with a very famous singer.
Yeah, I haven't.
Except, oh, whoever is ringing you is now just ringing me.
Go on, that's right.
Hello? Yeah. I'm well, thank you. No.
Oh.
Oh, hello. How are you? I didn't recognise your voice. Oh. Yeah, but I'm away today. I'm in Manchester at the moment, and I'm heading over to Liverpool tonight.
Maybe.
So when I get back tonight, I'll crack on with them. Not a problem. I'll be home tonight, and I can get it all done tonight for you. No worries. See you soon. Bye bye.
Right.
Oh, that was unexpected. What were we talking about? I thought that was Chinese madam for a minute. Yeah. I thought, wouldn't that be fate in the universe coming together? If we're kind of possibly planning a trip to Liverpool, and Chinese madam is currently in Liverpool, studying for yet another bloody PhD. And if that was her ringing up and saying, "I miss you so much, I am immediately desirous of mounting you once more for old time's sake." And that would be a perfect way to kill two birds with one stone.
If I'm going to say that, bring a friend.
Oh, I was asking,
Would you?
if you were in a bedroom situation with Bruce,
Oh, yeah.
would you maintain your normal alpha male characteristics and insist on being Arthur and making Bruce Martha? Or would you sort of kowtow to his celebrity status and national legend and national treasure and accept being Martha yourself and allow him to be Arthur? Or would you try and reach some sort of compromise?
That's such an important question.
Isn't this?
It's so relevant. I mean, Bruce can step up.
Oh no! No! Oh my God! Oh no! Oh that! Oh dear me! Will I get thrown off YouTube if I don't cut that out? Oh, that's horrendous!
He was asking for it.
Oh dear me! That would have put me off my sausage. I'm glad I finished it.
Well, the question is...
No, let's not go any further with that question.
You need to know this stuff.
Dear me.
The question is...
Oh God, where is this going?
What if I'm not particularly interested either way? Do I have a choice in the matter?
Well, I suppose that would depend on the question itself. If you were maintaining your alpha male status, then you would make the decision, wouldn't you? Because you'd be, you'd
say not tonight.
You would either adopt the position yourself or instruct him to adopt the position required. Whereas if you were being, oh Jesus Christ! Oh no! Oh my God, that went right down to my soul. Oh fucking hell! Your gazebo's faulty.
Well, you just sat in right the best position to get all that water that's been stood in it down your back.
Fuck it, I'm buying a Caravan. I can't be expected to deal with this.
Nice.
Yeah, and if you were being the, what's the name?
You're forgetting the obvious thing. Yeah, subservient. If you're the subservient.
No, what is it called if you're, what's sub short for?
Below.
No, what's the word when, submissive.
All right.
Whereas if you were being submissive, then you would just turn yourself into a sort of bendy toy and allow Bruce to arrange you as befitted his whim.
Yeah, about taking drugs.
Eh?
That would need drugs.
Oh, would it?
Yeah.
For him or you?
Who knows? One of us has got to be interested, haven't we? So, imagine if there was a drug that would make you literally interested in sex with anything at all.
That's called Prosecco, isn't it?
Lady Petra. I would
Certainly
prefer.
had that effect on my ex-wife.
I would prefer to use Bruce's celebrity status and large bank balance to
Hire 2 entertaining prostitutes.
yeah, I wouldn't even call them that. 2 lovely ladies.
What would you call them? Dolly dealers.
Yeah.
Now here they are, they're so appealing. Okay, dollies, do your dealing. Marvellous.
He's been practicing that one. Dolly dealers, yes.
Yeah.
Dealing out the stuff for men at the
Higher the jacket, higher the jacket. It's a fool, you fucking idiot.
You really wouldn't do that if you knew what you look like.
Yeah, you're probably right. What's something else that you wouldn't do if you knew what you looked like? Have you got a sex face?
What do you mean?
No, I don't want to see it. Don't get me wrong. Don't look into my eyes.
Yeah. I think you're going to have to just see it now.
Go on then. That was Kenneth Williams.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we are talking about Bruce here.
Oh dear. Right, what time is it?
31 minutes, 27 seconds.
No, I meant what time of day is it? Is it time for you to... Are we about wrapping that one up at that?
Well, we might have to, I think.
Okay.
We've had ours here. It's not called Mustache and Boaty do lunch and then chat for half an hour about something completely irrelevant.
Well, that's what we've done the last 3 weeks. But we don't have time because you have to go on the school run.
Oh, shit, and I do. Very, very... Well, almost now, actually.
Okay. Right, folks, thank you for watching, and we will see you next time. So, it's good night from him.
And good night from him.
Different.
Oh.
You're supposed to say it's good night from me.
What? You mean copy the 2 ones rather than just doing your own wrong version?
Fair point.
Fair point.
Yeah, it's a fair point. And I'll take you by the fair point.
Go. Well, that is very good, actually. That was really well. Brian Johnson. Let's take Brian Johnson up the other end. Let's store Brian Johnson and restart Brian Johnson. Listen to the locking. Stop any hijacking from going on in the yard. And we'll put him up here. Just there for the moment. Yeah, looks quite nice in here actually. It always does. Any car looks quite nice inside with the fluorescent lamp on it. It's going to look nicer in a minute though, because this car is about to be adorned with the Project Nigel sticker. Maybe 2. Now I think the perfect place for the sticker is there, because you can't open that window. On this side there's an original sticker for oil. But as you can see, it's very, very faded indeed. So I'm just going to, well, ignore that basically. And then we have to get the backing off of this, which isn't massively easy. The thing I need to do is sort of press it down first. Success. Next job for me is going to be to remove some of the scratches on this car. If I can, that is. See how close we have to get to actually be able to see them. I can see them from here. This and that. Apparently, that's out of date. Shouldn't matter too much though, because I'm not going to eat it. That's a quick buff over. And that scratch is gone, which I wasn't really expecting. That one's still there, just a little tiny bit. Still, good result. Look at the time. 5 to 4. And regrettably, that pasty I had before for my dinner is still making me feel lethargic. Now, anyway, should I do some clay barring on this car? Yeah, it's okay. One of the things about clay barring is it brings a couple out. So the purpose of clay barring is to remove all of those contaminants that get stuck in the paint. Just those bits aren't going to just wash off. And on a silver car, you're more likely to get more of them. And every time I run this over there, all sorts of horrible little bits are coming off. Silver cars don't get washed as much as red cars, or blue cars, or black cars. Which means that it's even filthier than it looks. That's the top half all clay barred. And because it's still a bit wet, you see this funny coloured liquid. It's almost like it's got vinegar spilt on it, but it's not, it's just the dirt off the paint. Because this is a rather impromptu clay bar session, I didn't think to do the thing I should have done beforehand, which would have been to get a brush out and do all the crevices. So I'm going to do that next. Bits like that there. And there, you get this dirty build-up of horrid stuff. I don't think that's ever been cleaned. It's struggling to come up a bit, really. Next step, of course, is the orbital buffer to swirl the paint around and make it, hopefully, less scratchy. That's one big blast over with the orbital buffer. Just going to get all that stuff off there now. Stuff. Yeah, that stuff. That stuff that removes the swirls. Let's hope it has done. Well, people, that is the end of what I'm going to do today. No more. Starting to rain, 6 o'clock. There's no point in me trying to put the wax on at this time. Especially when it's doing that. Well, I don't know why I'm lying down. There it gets up. Anyway, for the moment, that really doesn't really look much different because it's silver, but it will repel the water quite a bit. I'd actually be quite happy to see it properly rain now, just so I can see this one bead up as well. It's not going to bead up like Nigel though. No, not yet, but it might do tomorrow. And back with Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson is about to get waxed. Well, just depending on how much attention you was paying in the first place, you might be thinking, but you did all that 2 days ago, didn't you? Why are you doing it again? Well, first of all, it wasn't 2 days ago. It was yesterday. And all I did was prepare the paint for wax. So that is what I'm going to do next. Waxed now. Just got to wait for it to dry, wax off. And then I can put this stuff on as well. Get that stuff off, and then I've finished. Except I want to vacuum it out and make that nice. And then I want to do the bottom half of the car like I did with Nigel, so I'll put that in the truck. Probably a bit more clean of the wheels, then the engine bay. And then, if I get a chance, maybe I'll be able to drive it before the end of the month. Wax off time, one of my favourite parts. Polish silver enough, and eventually even that begins to pop. It's going to look fantastic in the direct sunlight, wherever we get to. Starting to look nice, starting to look like a proper Captain Mustard car. A car that's clean, a car that's shiny, a car that's driven on the roads. May as well take the old thing for a test drive. Not this, I know what this one drives like. No, Brian. Let's take Brian for a test drive. When I do test drives, like I did with that Mini, like I did with that Subaru, and like I will be doing possibly tomorrow with a Land Rover, there's surprises, things you don't quite expect. But with this, I know exactly what to expect. So if it turns out to be something different, that's usually not a good thing. Thing is, I'm already committed to using it because I've just paid money. Well, I mean, yeah, it comes on the 17th to tax this car. So if it's not good, then that's not good. Yeah? Startup, there was smoke again. And now it seems to have gone. There's quite a bit of smoke. So, who knows what's going to happen? Could be dreadful. But so far I can report that, as expected, it is exactly as I expected. Yeah, a double expectancy there. Well, this is rather dull. I drive around a housing estate over the speed humps. Why did I come this way? I hate speed humps. I don't like housing estates. I could have gone much further by now. I would have been going the other way. But it gives me a chance to possibly try out a couple of other bits on this. And now, one thing I hadn't really considered before, but with the facelift model, this part of the centre console thing catches on your shin. Nice bit of bad design, that. Same road I went up before in the Subaru. Well, anyway, it wasn't pleasant, it was a drive. Drives along very nicely. Yes. And it pulls okay. I mean, they pull alright, though. For what they are, they're better than you'd expect. They were sat there 2, 4 pairs of arms. Right, I haven't got the seating position. Why says I like it? I think that's the one. No, that's not it. That's it. Well done, me. Yes. I've come to Littleborough for a pint of milk. Carton of milk. Milk? Why come all this way? You know why I've come all this way. There's Aldi, which is about 1/10 of a mile away. I need to test drive the car. I can't drive it 1/10 of a mile, but I could drive 3.5 miles to test it a bit more significantly. Anyway, how embarrassed would you feel driving 1/10 of a mile? Nobody does that, surely. Yep, gearbox is nice and tight, steering's nice and unclonky, and the car drives as expected. So the only thing really I've got to check out is that smoky thing. Will it go away all by itself? Or will it just get worse? On the way back, I shall give it the beans. See if it enjoys eating beans, or whether it just spits them out the back in protest. Hopefully it'll eat them. Milk acquired. Same thing as usual. Hold it back. Properly hold it back until I get there. He's speeding up a bit there now, which is good. And I've got lots of people behind me wondering why I'm doing 30 miles per hour. Because that's the speed limit. Go. Well, that is very good, actually. That pulls really well. That's good news. And I've caught the duster driver up, doing about 35. That pulled very eagerly indeed. Pulls exactly as I'd expect a 1.4 to pull with an unrestricted throttle body. And there was no smoke and no drama. So that's good news. I suppose what I really need to do now is have a roll down a hill for quite a while and then put my foot down. And that's how I would check see if the stem seals are letting oil through. Just realised my aerial's stuck up like that. I should put that down before people start thinking I'm into CBing. Just before I call it a day, I'm going to go up a nice big steep hill just so I can come down the other side. Yep. Interesting, eh? Interesting little find when I got back before. I checked the oil and it was quite low. I don't know, I didn't notice this the other day, but I didn't. And it wasn't without oil, but certainly didn't have the correct amount. And since putting some in, the engine does sound a bit noisy. Nice big slope to go down. When I get to the bottom of this, I'll press the accelerator. If there's a big chuff of smoke out the back, then it could be a problem like stem seals. If there isn't, then that's not what it is. Not really a very long hill that, so it might not big enough. But I do have to come back up the other way. In a second. Any second now. No smoke. Interesting. Going back up the hill, and do you know what? This does not pull well for 1.4. Going back up the hill, quite a steep hill here. It's pulling really nicely in 4th gear. Normally along this bit of road, I'm having to change down to 3rd, but instead I'm having to slow down. Could this be really good? But at this point, I have to slow down. Slowing down ever so slightly there in 4th gear. But only ever so slightly, not lots and lots. That's quite impressive. This car gets a point for that. And now the brow of the hill again, engine braking all the way. Try if I can not to touch the brakes, so the engine does all the work. It's about a mile the way down. Actually, it's a bit too quick a corner there to not touch the brakes. The other trick is not to touch the accelerator, because any oil buildup will be just burnt off straight away, and I don't really want that. I want it to collect up and show itself as a big oily, steamy, not steamy, but oily cloud of oily smoke. Yeah. Nearing the bottom now, then that is it's not a steep hill, but it's a hill for longer. Probably 3 times the length of the other side. And that's why I didn't bother to talk to all the way down, because you'd have got bored. I don't want to go through that puddle there. Just watch this. I don't want to get some dirt, do I? Luckily, there was nothing coming the other way. The cars in front are going exceedingly slowly for cars that are good cars and not knackered old rovers like this. Yeah, they're only doing 30 miles per hour there. That's not very brave. We're going to slow down an awful lot for this bend here. Fair enough, now it is 30. But that's 20. Nice Labrador there. And I think we're just about at the point where I'm going to have to use my accelerator. So I'm going to open the window, like so. For that point, after about a mile of going down a hill, where I'm slowing down enough to actually need to put my foot on the accelerator. And that's about to happen any second. And I come to a stop instead because someone coming the other way. I can smell a bit of smoke from somewhere though. I wonder if that's me. Set off. No smoke at all. That couldn't have been me. Basically, another inconclusive end. Yes. Very much inconclusive because I don't know still why it was chuffing out smoke when I started it today, or indeed the other day. And that concludes today's video. Wow, the news seems to be quite good. Left the car overnight, drying that is, and started it up. No smoke. Yeah, that's good. It's all looking rather nice in here now, but just one small problem. I'll show you. These Rover 25 seats can suffer from seat dandruff. So I've just cleaned some bits up here, but as soon as I do that, when will it stop? It won't, will it? All cleaned up and ready to use. Well, I used it yesterday and cleaned up yesterday, just a bit more today. But the question is, have I finished cleaning it? No, of course I haven't. Foam inside the seats start to disintegrate a bit and then falls out the bottom. So every time you go around a bend or something, you can feel, you can't feel it, but little bits of crumbly foam will be falling out and making a right mess on the carpet. Makes it look like someone's been eating biscuits in the back. Got the engine bay to clean it, should I want to. The shut lines all need a bit more cleaning, especially the boot. And what else? I don't know really. It'll be right. I think it's good enough now. I certainly have the smoke stopped. That's the important thing. ABS works. Hello to everybody called Dave and every other name as well. This is a no-nonsense sales pitch video for this Rover 25 GSI. This is called a no-nonsense sales pitch video because there isn't going to be any nonsense. Just some nice, straight talking, and I'll tell you all of this car's faults. First of all, let's talk about that name, GSI. This is a 1.4 petrol engine car, and it has over 100 brake horsepower. That means it's really, really fast. Or at least it did by Rover's standards 17 years ago. Most people aren't going to buy this because it's fast. Because, for one thing, it isn't attracted to people that like to drive like lunatics, and the other is that it's not fast. But it's not bad, actually. Considering 103 brake horsepower from a 1.4 litre petrol engine all that time ago, quite impressive. And it's good if you do, gun it a bit. Yeah. The GSI spec refers more to what you've got inside. And what you've got inside: black leather seats, electric windows, and in the back, exactly the same thing, including electric windows. And the good news, yeah, they work. Everything works on this car. Almost everything works on this car. There's just one thing that doesn't. And come to think of it, that may work. It's just not working at the moment. As you can see, the colour of this car is silver, which generally isn't the best colour for me, because I like a darker colour. But that's not what this is about. This is about you, what you want. If you like a shiny silver, then this will do the job, because this paint pops like the cherries at a school disco. As you can clearly see, this car has alloy wheels, 15-inch alloy wheels. Not only that, they have excellent tyres all round. See? Very good. And very good again. That's just one of the things that helped this car pass its MOT without even an advisory. Yeah, that is a solid car. Underneath it's like brand new, but old at the same time. It's a really, really good car. It drives like a new car. Well, I was going to save all the good bits till afterwards, so I'll come back to that afterwards. So I will return to the good bits, just in case you don't get them now. The name or the type of these 15-inch alloys evades me, to be honest. I could have just looked it up then. In fact, I could be on Google right now searching for Rover 25 different alloys. I'm too busy telling you that I could be doing that rather than actually doing it. I will confess in saying that I don't like these wheels. Now, they're not really... The size are okay. It's just that they have the interesting combination of being not very interesting to look at and difficult to clean as well. But hey, that's a subjective matter. You might look at these wheels and think they're fantastic. They're the ones I want on my car. And I'm really sorry if I've insulted you by making fun of the wheels. Sorry, I kind of went off on a bit of a ranty tangent there, and I didn't really mean to. Let's start with what's good about this car. Well, for its age, it is very nice. It has a rather interesting number plate, which is why I called it Brian Johnson. It has an almost new MOT with no advisories, as I previously mentioned. It has just over 100,000 miles, which isn't very much. There's no rust on it anywhere. It has a tiny little scab on one of the wings. And it's viewless compliant. Unlike many cars, this can go anywhere currently without being charged for the privilege of driving. Being at 1.4 means it's also quite economical, at the same time as being reasonably nippy. The interior is nice. All of the buttons work, the vents aren't damaged, it's tuned to Radio 4 already, and the headlining, well, I was going to say it's okay, but it's going a little bit just there. Just a bit, a tiny bit at the front. But it's quite good for, you know, how they normally end up. All 4 electric windows and mirrors work. The boot is dry. Bone dry, not a bit of damp in there at all. Just a box. If you're new to Rovers, you won't know how special that surprise is. Normally, they do suffer with leaky boots a bit. It's one of those things that Rover people learn to live with, but they shouldn't have to. It always starts just like that. Turn the key and the engine goes on, which is good news. And it already has a Project Nigel sticker on the side. And now, unfortunately, we've got to get to the part where I stop praising this car and start telling you what's so badly wrong with it. If we look very closely, we can see a bubbly bit on that wing, which is, unfortunately, rather typical for the Rover 25. And on this side, it's actually okay. But, unfortunately, some courier driver decided to give the little car a nudge rather than watching where he was going. So the wing's slightly damaged and so is the bumper, as you can see. Before I carry on picking holes in this car, I must say that it has got parking sensors. And do they work? Yes, they do. On very close inspection, especially in this direct sunlight, you can see there are a few scuffs and marks here and there. Look, there's a mark here somewhere. Where is it? Oh, it's there. There's a tiny dent there. Can you see that? And a few small scratches like that. I mean, I know it's not good enough. It's simply disgraceful, but I can't really do anything about it. Okay, fair enough. Maybe if I was doing my job properly, I could sell you a 17-year-old car with all of these things completely sorted out. So it comes to you looking like a brand new car. But you probably won't want to pay for that. I think it's a very respectable looking car, even with that slight thing on the front there. Underneath the bonnet, we have the engine and the battery and the gearbox and the expansion tank and all the bits that basically make the wheels go round. And having the wheels go round is very useful because that provides the propulsion to help you go to wherever it is you want to go to. And I'm not going to ask you where you're going in this car, it's up to you. That does remind me, actually, the cam belts and water pump were changed recently, as were the oil and the coolant and all the other bits like that. So that's all fine. But it does bring me to the one slight issue with this car. And it is the only one. It is using just a little bit of oil. Sometimes you get a puff of smoke out the back as well. Now, I might be able to sort this out depending on what it is. If it is a big issue, then I won't be doing. If it's a small issue, then I will be doing. But I suspect at the moment it might be just something to do with these vacuum pipes. Speaking of vacuum pipes, the radio is obviously on Radio 4 because I'm a man, but it's a digital radio as well, a DAB radio. So there's the aerial on the windscreen, and that works well. The air conditioning doesn't really do much. So, what about the price for this car? Actually, no, I do know how much I want for it. I want £950 for it. £950 for a lovely 5-door Rover 25 in silver with leather seats and all the other bits that you see with it. £950. That's the price.
lunch.
Yeah, you might as well.
Upgrade.
You fat gits. What's wrong with this scene here?
Well, hello, my loves,
It's missing mustard.
and welcome to Mustard and Boaty do lunch with a difference today,
Okay, well,
Because we're nice.
as you will see, because my loves,
I'll eat some. Hang on, are you sure these are for me?
oh, they're for us to share.
Right, I see.
Oh, it was a big portion, and we shared them last time
Go on, I will have to see that.
because we have a special guest. Say hello to Craig of the mighty Rover Revival Restorations. So today it is lunch à trois.
You call him a twat earlier.
No, I don't.
Well, you were calling everyone else.
And
Would you like some sauce?
That didn't take long. You only opened a bag of chips and you managed to cook yourself.
the bad news is that this dinner for three has come about when it's my turn to pay. So
It's mine, actually.
that's fine.
Oh, fine.
Does-
Well, it's too late.
Oh
now.
no, it is yours.
It's too late now.
Yeah, it is yours because I did. Yeah, that's right. Because I had to go at you having the pie and chips
Yeah, you did.
when I was paying.
Yeah, you made it very public how stingy you are.
Well, at the end of the day, you frowned when he said he wanted steak and chips, so he has to have steak pie and chips instead.
Now, there was a 25-minute wait at our kebab place of choice, so we've gone back to. Oh, balls! I've got my phone.
What's that?
No, the other one. I need to photograph about his snatches, don't I?
Well, you best be quick.
That's the trouble. These kind of habits he has. He has to do it. It's like a ritual. He's got to take a picture of his dinner.
It's all content, mate. It's all content.
Unfortunately, half of mine has already gone.
Yeah.
I'm not taking yours.
Wow.
You don't get into Boaty's
Be a
nonsense.
brave man that did.
There, that's done. Oh, shit. For a man who wasn't hungry, you're diving into those chips.
Nobody was there to defend them.
No. Been working on for that time.
Well, it's a bit of a bittersweet day today, Manus, because obviously it is Monday the 19th, and Her Gracious Majesty Queen Elizabeth II is
As prophesied by The Simpsons.
really?
Yeah.
What?
In The Simpsons, it showed the Queen on her blessed deathbed with a sign saying 2022. It was prophesied by the Lords of Simpsons.
Okay.
Those well-known time travelers.
You're starting to sound a bit like a conspiracy theorist.
They are definitely time travelers. They've done it too many times.
This is actually.
They've done it too many times for it to be a fluke. They did Trump coming down the escalator. What do we get? A picture of Trump coming down the escalator.
So?
The fact that Trump was a president.
They've just
Who
gone
the
in
hell
and
saw that coming?
Yeah, but it's America.
How could you see that coming? How did we see it ending? Exactly how it did.
If it was Trump.
they've just gone in and edited it in retrospect, haven't they?
Yeah.
They wouldn't put an episode out of the.
When was the last new episode that you saw?
I haven't seen any episodes since about 1989.
Yeah. I can't say as I spent a great deal of my adult life watching The Simpsons either.
Why would they even have an episode of the Queen on her deathbed in a children's comedy show?
Well,
Anyway, the point is, it's a very bittersweet day because it's a day of national tragedy and mourning, and
I need to mute this, don't I, for copyright?
You do.
And our own Captain Mustard here has not had a good day.
We'll come to that later.
Yeah, no idea.
So this episode first aired 4 years ago. It's The Simpson, Homer nearly kills the Queen of England. Let's see if I can find out where it is.
Sorry, mate, I've been
There you go for it.
enjoying these a bit more than I was expecting.
We knew you would. I will find the actual video. Yeah, I'll find you the actual video.
You can send it to not watch.
Yeah.
This tells you everything you need to know about this man. The fact that he has The Simpsons on his phone.
Everybody has The Simpsons on their phone. They just don't know about it now. It's locked in another program called YouTube.
I've heard of YouTube.
Where the search algorithm works 1 minute and not the next. When you found that perfect video, but then it somehow refreshed, and then you could never find it ever again.
Keep them warm.
I'm still eating them.
Well, I'm keeping warm for you.
Mm.
Oh, let's.
Mm.
Is that from the International Chippy? Yes, it is. How do I know? I recognise the chips. And I also recognise the kebab meats.
I love the fact
kebab
that
meat looks decidedly homemade and vegetarian.
Vegetarian?
No, I know what he means. It has got that. It looks as if it has the texture of fake meat,
Right. Yeah, I suppose it does a bit.
like that tofu stuff. That's the thing that annoys me when you see vegetarian chicken drumsticks.
Dude, what about vegetarian bacon? You obviously want bacon. Go get bacon.
What do they actually?
It's not that.
Do they take the chicken off the bone and then sort of refix it with vegetarian chicken?
It's obviously not chicken, but they market it as chicken drumsticks, and I find that annoying because it's like appropriating something whilst disapproving of it at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's taking advantage of the name.
If you're going to be vegetarian, stick to eating your goddamn privet leaves and stop trying to eat food that's
Oh, this is going to be a controversial video. This is.
fake food. You can't call it chicken and it not be chicken.
Can I just point out that not all views here are necessarily those
Of the masses.
Well, certainly not of the £500 Cheap Car Challenge YouTube channel, anyway.
But it was him who told me to say it.
Just to get that in there.
Well, I'm going to sit on the fence for this and kind of agree with both. What you said then about you worded it very eloquently, actually.
Oh, that's very kind.
Yeah, but you do tend to do that.
He does that to confuse his audience.
No, he doesn't. He does it to satisfy his own interest in actually celebrating the English language.
They invented those long words. I might as well use some of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but yeah, it's almost belittling vegetarians by doing it, isn't it? That's what you mean.
The human body is an omnivore.
Kind of.
It is designed to eat anything it finds.
What do you mean it's designed? We're going to have that one again, aren't we?
We have cutting teeth, we have mashing teeth, we have spiky teeth. We are designed to eat anything.
I've barely got any teeth.
That's rude.
Because if we were designed to just eat lettuce, we'd all have flat teeth. We wouldn't have the cutty teeth.
Oh,
Yeah, but what about carrot?
carrot.
Yeah, you need cutty teeth for a carrot.
Yeah, you do actually. Yeah.
But do you? Because you can still do it with your back teeth, which are your mashers, which is what they're designed for.
I'd use a knife and fork, to be honest.
Well, you're weird.
Knife and fork with a raw carrot.
That's how I get my exercise, chasing it round the table.
So here's the question then for today. Did God...
You see that diversion then? There was no signs or anything. It was just straight into the diversion.
Does God intend us to eat meat?
Yes.
Mustard?
What?
What's your answer?
My answer doesn't actually answer that question.
So it's
But
just
they are
like
not designed to only eat meat. Because if they only eat meat, the human body gets ill. Because it's getting too much protein and not enough of the rest of the crap.
Right. No. Well, my view is that there's no design whatsoever. So it's very difficult to actually even answer that question without a bit of a roll of the eyes.
It's a bit metaphysical.
You might think so.
I did.
So what do you think God's intention was?
We're also then got to go on the topic of said deity.
Mm.
Which one?
Well, I mean, speaking as a reverend minister of the church, I would be inclined to go with what I firmly believe to be the one true God.
Prove it.
Prove what? That I believe it?
No. But there is only one true. But there is only one.
Well, you see, the problem with proof is that it denies faith. And without faith, God is nothing.
We have faith that we will get to the car show without the head gasket blowing. We have proof that we won't.
Brilliant thing about that, Boaty, is it actually makes sense, even though it goes completely against making sense. By its, it's
Diverse answer.
it's not a diverse answer.
God's like that.
Yeah. He is a very tricky little chap, isn't he?
Especially
Is
when
he a chap or a chapette?
he's a chap. And when he's pissed or hungover, he's an absolute
All
twat.
these definitive answers. Well, when women are pissed off and skinned, they're a bit of a twat as well.
Yeah, but they didn't create the universe.
Pissed off and
But
skinned.
they have the facilities to create life.
They have the facilities to create life within the life that has been created by God, as indeed they have been created by
This
God.
is going to get mental. And at that point, we diverse the conversation yet again.
When we were in the kebab shop earlier, my friend Craig here, who is a father, said that he couldn't think of a single reason why anybody should have children.
No, there's no designing factors of why children are even able to be created. The only reason why you do good by your kid is to make sure you don't end up in that care home.
There's a bit of truth in that.
Just so you've got some backup for when you're incontinent.
Guess who's finished eating first?
The fat bloke, as it should be.
You probably didn't have a great deal there, though, did you know?
I don't know, it was a mixed kebab with chips.
It wasn't like a pillar of chips like this, though, was
It's
it?
not
It wasn't an
massive
excessive
drag.
amount of carb, no. There's no point filling up on bread.
You're still hungry.
Who?
Yeah.
No.
You're not a proper fat man, are you?
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll go on my tea.
You know, what you do, Mr. Creosote, and have that one wafer thin mint? You stuffed yourself.
Yeah.
yeah.
If it was there. If it was there and undefended. Undefended, but food tastes the best.
Okay then, what's the dessert that you would always eat even if you were full? And I reckon I know what yours is.
Don't surprise me because I don't know.
Arctic roll. You've got Arctic roll written all over you, you have.
He's calling
Tell
you
you what.
poor. That's what he's saying.
I was about. Do you want to know how long it was when I last had one of those? I'll surprise you.
Last night? Go on.
No bit further along away than that. I think it was about 11.
Let's say I'll be back at school where I last had one.
I think it's definitely one of those desserts that you have only because you're poor.
Yeah.
And that's a treat when
And
you
that's
have it.
because you don't want just ice cream.
Did you have any posh friends and you went to their house for Sunday tea and they used to give you Viennetta and it was like going to a whole new world?
I'm sure that...
Viennetta is even cheaper than Arctic roll.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, Viennetta was the posh thing. We never had Viennetta.
but I was probably the poorest of the children at school, but also the poshest.
How's that work?
He could talk.
Yeah, exactly. I remember being 12 years old and helping one of my friends find a word in the dictionary because he couldn't figure out how to do it. That's the kind of thing used to go on quite a lot. There wasn't much use for anything else.
So were you a clever kid then?
No, just wasn't as stupid as the rest of them.
Were you swatty?
No.
Were you sporty?
No.
Were you hiding at the back of the room so she wouldn't ask you questions?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Were you bullied or were you a bully?
Neither.
Quite uneventful then, your school days.
Well, no, I mean, it's. I don't remember much of it.
Pissed.
I grew up in the 90s. I don't remember much of that.
No, I never went to the pub by myself until I was actually 18. I was quite a good chap.
Hang on.
I'm struggling with just one dessert.
What do you mean you grew up in the 90s?
Yeah. I'm not as young as I look.
Yeah.
I'm just a product of the Gillette generation.
You're assuming that he's the same age as you.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
He's not. He's a baby, isn't he? I forget that.
He's 10 years younger than you, maybe even 8.
Oh, my God.
Gillette does work.
43, are you? Yeah. I used to be 43.
Long time ago.
43.
Don't throw that.
If you could be one age again, what age would you pick?
Oh.
22.
What were you doing when you were 22?
I just decided that I no longer wanted to get shot at while I was driving. And I had the choice of going into whatever field I wanted to.
Shot at?
Multiple times.
I would have gone into a field where there was a fun fair and a hot dog stand.
But then I'd have been fatter than I already am. Depending on how good the hot dog was, obviously, because otherwise it'd be sprayed all over the field.
There used to be something called the 5 Counties show. 3 counties, 5 counties. And I went there one year and there was a big empty field next to the main showground. So the next year, me and my mates turned up in high visibility jackets with some kids' walkie-talkies, opened the gate, directed cars into there and charged them all £2 each.
So fraud then.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
So if you were directed into a field once,
Yeah.
feel free to get in contact.
Call this number.
Yeah. I'll make sure I put Boaty's number on my video.
How's your YouTube channel doing, Craig?
My what? It's okay. It's sat there. It's not really getting much interest. Or videos. Every now and again I throw something up just for shits and giggles.
Did you hear the song that played out, my last one, talking about shits and giggles? I love that. That is my new favourite thing ever.
Well, you have to watch to the end of your videos.
Yeah.
Well, that was what the skip button was for, but okay.
That's the problem. I don't know it. I haven't seen it.
No.
I might have seen a bit of it.
Well, you'd remember it.
No. That's the trouble. I'm not remembering much of it, so I switch it off.
You'd remember the music.
It's got Debbie Does Dallas, then, isn't it?
No.
Is it a copyrighted tune?
No. Well, yeah. No.
Well, we could spend the next week guessing.
I have, you get a license thing to use it.
Oh, right, I see.
I think he's trying to encourage us to go to the video and find out what this said song was.
And it's by a genius. Actually, I will say this. Big shout out to somebody called Kevin MacLeod.
Oh, Kevin MacLeod, yeah, I know him. Well, I don't know him. But yeah, just it's royalty-free music.
Yeah. Your stuff is brilliant and I love using it. It's one of his and it's called Farting Around.
Right.
And it's hilarious.
Has it got fart samples on it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know me and my
I wonder why that would appeal to you.
Yeah, exactly. And the opening song, which was another one of his, is the dance of the sugar tuber fairy. And it's a dance of the sugar plum fairy done on a tuba.
That's the one that's
That's the one, yeah.
etc.
One of us at this dinner party is just sitting gazing at his phone.
He does that a lot.
I'm paying staff their wages.
Oh,
They'll be very happy of that.
they probably will be. It's an odd time of the month to be paying staff their wages.
Well, you know, these things happen.
He likes to surprise people. It is 10 past 4.
That filled a hole.
With a bit of luck now,
You go for it.
the queue at Istanbul Blue's ready.
Yeah.
And go back.
Istanbul was busy.
25 minutes as soon
25
as we
minutes.
walk through the door.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I wouldn't exactly have called it peak time.
I'm surprised they're not more busy the rest of the time.
Although the local drug users were available, so it was probably munchies.
I had a different taxi driver to normal this morning. And he was telling me that 99% of his business is drug runs. He says, they don't tell me and I don't ask. He said, but it's pretty obvious.
Oh, a cup of tea now.
I forgot to get any drink when I got this. Oh, God, I needed that. It's been a trying morning. Not as bad as yours.
He has been on public transport.
I have been on public transport.
That doesn't suit you, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, you like the tram, don't you?
Well, I'd never been on it.
Oh.
So I was really looking forward. I was quite excited about it.
Do you know
So
I've
you got
never
it?
been on a metro link?
Well, I hadn't until today. And I tell you
You
what,
looked at that metro before, that was knackered.
I've looked at a metro, but I've never been on the metro.
Click the link, though, didn't you?
yeah, on Marketplace. Those trams, once you get out of the town and coming out on the leg to Rochester, they don't have rattle along.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Product placement.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Other drinks are available,
Yeah,
unless you want to pay money.
but
In which case, we will only promote Vimto from now on.
I like this. So, who makes it?
Vimto.
Are they a thing?
What, Vimto?
Yeah, which company makes Vimto?
I don't know, Hewlett-Packard?
Vimto is a registered trademark of Nichols PLC. Nichols PLC. I think you're an amazing company and I'm sure you do wonderful things. Send me some of this and I'll promote it in some way, shape or form.
It's like drinking it.
Yeah, well, I now have 23 subscribers, so I'm a powerful marketing tool.
You've got more than 23. You can't keep playing that. He's always gone about how few subscribers he's got. Now he can't do it because he's got loads.
No, I haven't. Not compared. No.
I've barely got any.
Yeah, well, you don't count, but
You can count.
I can count, but I choose not to.
No.
wouldn't take much counting with yours. You've only got about 3 videos up, and you
I've got
don't
more than
appear
that.
in them. You had a minion. You had a I've watched
got to
your
have a minion.
videos,
You've got to have a minion.
and you had a minion who used to do quite a good
'Cause
job,
we-
actually, to be fair to him.
All credit though, if you don't have a minion, then it's just you talking to yourself, and they've got whole psychiatric wards of people doing that.
Yeah.
Well, he makes a living out of it,
Hello,
and
guys.
I'd like to. It is going quite well at the moment. I've had how many today? Last time I looked, I've had 8 today.
8 new ones.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I had 11 yesterday.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah. You're doing something right.
All those links that you'll get to that whatever that sex site is. That
Yeah, I stole your videos.
Oh, yeah. That's what it is.
So,
So you get some decent quality content for a change.
yeah, exactly. So, and did you notice that Hugnut was in our last lunch video?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to start stealing some more of his material.
Oh, you'll like that.
Well, it's his time to pay next time anyway.
Yeah.
Well, nuts.
Yeah. Well, he's not here to defend himself, so it's got to be.
Yeah.
Now, there's a question. If you met James, who was a lovely chap. That's JM and Cars. And James took our own Captain Mustard to lunch here and didn't even expect anything of a sexual nature in return. Now,
Gave it anyway.
now, if you went out for lunch with Hobnut, do you think that you would pay, he would insist on paying, or you'd go halves?
I think it should be relative to the amount of subscribers that you have.
Yeah, I can't see him offering to pay somehow. I reckon he might make a cup of tea.
I think that's what he got Miss Hobnut for.
All right.
I think she's in charge of making tea. That's what it says on her Twitter thing. She says she is a bringer of tea.
Yeah. Well,
She'd be very busy if she was here.
yeah, she would.
She'd definitely feel wanted.
You do kind of need a full-time tea waller.
I'm surprised you even bother with a kettle and you don't just get one of the massive urns.
He's dead, isn't he?
What,
Massive urn. Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
With his short, fat, hairy legs. He is dead, isn't he?
What, the milkman?
No! What's his name? Wise. Any
Oh,
Wise.
no, he died years ago.
Did he?
Yeah.
We had a really cool game of dead celebrities, didn't we? What did we play last week? Oh, the Australian woman off, and you you cheated like an absolute.
What's the point in playing such a pointless game unless you're going to cheat?
Well, if you cheat, it's not pointless. It takes all of the fun out of it. Cheats.
Apparently you didn't.
Hang on, no. Wait. If you cheat, it's not pointless.
Yeah.
It takes all the fun out of it.
Yeah.
Cheating was the fun part of it.
Not for me, it wasn't.
Well, it would have been. Even if it a bit more positive.
Or cheated better than him.
I was positive you were bloody cheating. I mean, you were fairly blatant about it.
Yeah, and I'll let you win.
You did let me win, in fairness.
I cheated. I had all these names in front of me that I could have just carried on going. There's no way you'd have won. But I did the honourable thing and let you win.
Because remember, kids, cheaters don't win.
Okay, then.
Well, you can't realistically, can you?
Right.
I mean, no.
Craig, name a country.
Have I got multiple choice?
No, just name a country.
Well, yeah.
It's not a trick question. Any
What's the
time.
criteria?
Just name a pissing country. Jesus Christ.
It's only in nose, isn't
That
it?
seems a bit random.
Right, apologies for the delay
Well,
here,
it'd be more
ladies and gentlemen.
specific, so like an African country or something like
No, just name.
Because then I would have to say Africa, because that's about the most African country that could be.
Can you two just be quiet? And can Craig please just. Okay, name a European country.
England.
Right, okay, England. So we are now playing the English woman.
Note the England aspect.
Yeah, okay.
Because if I'd have said the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I understand
that. It's
the
not
difference.
a country. Is that what you're saying?
Right, okay. So the rules of English woman offer, we have to take it in turns to name an English woman. And when you fail, you're out. And you have to go and sit over there with your trousers on your head.
An English woman.
Well, he chose it.
Yeah, I reckon you should have gone for a proper European country rather than.
What, you're saying that England isn't a proper European country?
Well, evidently we don't
apparently
want to
we're
be.
no longer in the Euro, so.
Right, okay. Well, let's narrow it down a bit. They've got to be alive. Because I was going to go for Thora Heard. I think she's dead.
God, they could have taken a long time with you.
I'm going to go for Rosita Santana so we can end this game quick.
Well, that's only you out of it. Who's Rosita Santana?
I don't care.
I reckon that's a made-up one.
I reckon it's a made-up one.
I don't know. Let's have a Google.
Right, I'll start. Joanna Lumley.
Oh, right, okay.
This is where you have to edit the video.
Well,
Come back.
Oh, there's no editing on this video. There's no
He
editing on
he
this.
doesn't do editing.
I don't on the lunch video.
Sarah Beanie. I don't know who she is, but
Holly Willoughby.
Oh.
Oh, Penelope Keith.
Oh, yes.
Ah.
I'm actually out of celebrities now. I don't know.
Patricia Hodge.
Oh, no. God, I really fancied her in Rumpole of the Bailey.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Oh, God, yeah, I could have done that some damage. Twice on Sundays. Craig.
Well, you was going to have her sometime now. She might as well be there.
Well, yeah. in your own time.
Nah, mate, I'm out.
No, you're not out. You have to
I
play.
don't even watch telly.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know anybody.
There are people that aren't on television.
The only reason why
What's
I
your
don't follow
wife-
Willy Booby is because it keeps
What
popping
is
up
your
every time
wife's
she makes us.
What is your wife's name?
Barbara.
Is she English?
Last time I checked.
Then say Barbara.
Barbara.
Well done. Fucking hell, it's hard. It's hard work, this one,
Yeah,
isn't
but
it?
now we're down to the 2. No.
Well, it's not your turn yet. It's mine now.
Thank fuck for that.
Oh, you'll enjoy this one.
Well, I've got to bleep that one, haven't I? No. It's
Fel-
not edited.
No, you can say fuck.
Felicity Kendall.
I was going to say yes, Felicity Kendall.
You beat to it.
You can't know, but it's my turn.
It's your turn now.
All right, then in that case, I will go 4. I will go 4. I will go 4. I will go to Barker.
Okay.
Technically, he's already gone.
What about
But only at the weekend.
Yeah, technically, so back to Craig. This will be fun.
No.
Settle in, folks. Could be here a while.
He doesn't want to play.
He doesn't,
I
does
don't
he?
know anyone. I really don't.
You must know women.
I know the boss lady. That's all I need to know.
What about your child's school teachers?
I know of them. I couldn't tell you the
We're
names.
not talking about people that you can that everybody else knows of. Just people.
It's just English woman. That's the only criteria. And
Well, just say the woman who lives over there.
I refuse to believe that.
My
that he
customer's daughter, who lives just over that hill, apparently.
What's her name?
I have no idea.
What? That doesn't count then, does it?
Sorry, you asked for a
You
description.
must know more than 2 bloody English women. Oh, sod it, I need a cigarette. Thanks for watching, boys and girls. See you again next week.
Hang on, I thought you said we were having dessert.
No. This, my lovelies, is Blackstone Edge, and Captain Mustard and I have brought this car to this place to film it and talk about it. And aren't people just fucking disgusting assholes? He's here again, the man with the pie in his eye. He hasn't really got a pie in his eye, viewers.
No, you'll have soon.
And we're on.
Look at that, you've nicked all the napkins as well.
No, I appropriated some napkins for our joint use. Well, no, not our joint use, that's wrong. For both of us to use.
Oh no,
What's up?
I don't think there's any salt and vinegar on there.
Oh, she asked me. She didn't ask you, did she?
It's probably because you got distracted and you're larking about.
I need a cloth of some sort.
What about that napkin?
Might not be.
There's a bit of sand on the bench. He's gone all namby-pamby about it.
I've got my good jeans on. And they're not due for a wash until 2023. Right, let's get settled in.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you need to go down a bit like that. There you go. Let's move that. Well, you lucky people. This is a bonus mustard and Boaty lunch, as it is our second of the week. Although, arguably, the first one didn't count, because Mustard didn't have a full lunch.
I didn't, did I?
Although we were blessed with a visit from the delicious Wendy. Let's just take a picture here.
What, you show a picture of Wendy?
No, not Wendy.
That is, that's a spicy meatball, that is.
It's a pie. It's clearly a fucking pie. And if you keep interrupting our lunches, I'm going to report you to Matron. Now get off back to your own channel. There.
Oh, right, that's it. Taking a picture of your dinner,
For Boaty's Mushes, of course.
as you always do.
As I always do. Do you ever get Wendy mixed up with Windy Miller?
No,
Glad
Yeah.
to hear that. It hasn't happened yet.
right.
I do live in fear.
I've never really concerned myself with getting two people mixed up that have never got mixed up.
That's probably a very healthy way of going about things.
Yeah. It's like so far, I've never got you mixed up with my engine crate.
I used to like Frasier. And I was very annoyed when you didn't call it. I think I suggested Niles, didn't I? Because Frasier was too obvious.
Yeah. But it's probably exactly because of that why my natural name for it was Dr. Crane.
Is that what you ended up calling it?
No, well, I didn't end up calling it that. That's what I was calling it.
Oh, what do you call it now?
Budgie.
Oh no, I don't have to, do I? I can put it in the...
Yeah, it's fine.
Well, this is going to be interesting for this reason. I have a pie, and I have this fork and no knife.
Oh, yeah.
How does one eat a gravy-ridden pie using only this? Is there a particular method that you would recommend? Do let us know in the comments below.
I reckon the answer is no.
And be sure to smash that like and subscribe button.
That's it. It's no good just touching it, pressing it. Got to smash it,
Smash the life out of it.
Yeah.
Do you get any dislikes on your videos?
probably.
What's your overall percentage? Do you look?
Oh, right, yeah. Could be an unrealistic 102%.
Could be, but it won't be.
No. Like 99%, I think. Do you want me to find out? Because I could do that now to save me stopping on my food whilst you've still got half yours left.
Please do so. And also, I want to know how many subscribers you got in the last 28 days, because I forgot.
All right. It is. Last 28 days, 383.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, but that's because of James. James helps a great deal with that. Audience, isn't it? No, it's not. Oh. Salvage Rebuild UK. Apparently, people who.
Oh, I got that.
Have you?
Yeah.
Perhaps you. Do you happen to be
Obviously, the same people.
associated with those?
The people that watch my channel, it's that one, Project Nigel, Hubbing Up, Furious Driving, JM and Castle.
Oh, I've got some women on the go, actually.
Oh, hello.
3.8% women.
That's what your wife is complaining about on the phone.
Exactly. Oh, and I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
3.8% women
Yeah,
overall.
yeah.
Oh.
Right.
Hello, ladies. Oh, this is my channel.
Yeah, why are we talking about my stuff? You can tell I'm not quite as obsessed with the statistics as what you are.
You bloody are. You're worse than me. You got me into them.
Content. No, it's not content.
You told me that when you're lying in bed with your good lady and you wake up, the first thing you do is check his stats to see what happened overnight.
You make sure I'm still
And
alive.
he told me that.
I really did.
You did.
There's no way I'd have told you something like that.
You did.
Not knowing that you would tell everybody else.
I swear to God, Yeah, well, at the time you told me, you had just become my 13th subscriber. So I don't think you were too worried about me telling people anything.
Right, why can't I find this? It's not in revenue, it's not in content.
It's an engagement, I think.
Engagement.
Yeah, down at the bottom. Last thing down at the bottom, I imagine. It's not like I obsess over it or anything.
Audience, gender. No, it's not that. Maybe they just knocked it off for the day because then you'd be asking this question.
So, where is it?
When we do this in winter, you should bring your plates.
Yeah.
We can have them under the bonnet of the car to make sure we get hot plates. Because these chips will go cold really quickly.
Other channels that my audience watches: Project Nigel, Hubner, Furious Driving, Mustard and Boaty Do Cars, Chops Garage. Other videos that my audience watch. Yeah. Watch time, gender, 5.2% female.
Balls.
No, they haven't got balls, they're female.
No, I just dropped a bit of fish.
Oh.
I just did.
Where is it now?
Some very sloppy eating there.
When the reviews on YouTube. I can't bloody find it now.
Maybe it's not that important.
It's terribly important.
It's not. Not while your food's gone cold, is it? Look at that, you barely touched it still.
It doesn't do to rush. I'll find it in a minute. The pie is untouched because I can't find a way in. What about doing a series of stabbing?
Yeah.
Ah. Oh, okay.
Have you figured it out?
Yeah.
It's funny that the man in the chip shop was talking about me being a southerner. And I am in one ways, but
In what way?
most of my life in the north. Well, I've lived in the south, and I was born there.
Ah.
But I didn't spend a great deal in the south before coming northerner.
How much did you spend in the south before you became a northerner?
3 years.
£2.
No, I didn't spend
Oh, I see. You're talking about time.
old money.
Do you consider yourself to be a northerner then?
I don't know.
Do you consider yourself to be English, British, or a citizen of the world?
Well, we're all citizens of the world, aren't we? So that's a cop-out. That I identify as a citizen of the world. That's a bit like saying, where do you come from? Oh, the Milky Way. But not quite as bad. Everyone is a citizen of the world. Because as far as we know...
When you said the
there are
Milky
people
Way,
born on
did
the-
you mean like the galaxy, or is that how you refer to a lady's downstairs doings? As in the Milky Way that you can have between meals and it doesn't ruin your appetite?
Yeah, I kind of know what you meant, but I'm just... It just wasn't funny enough to laugh at. Otherwise, I would have done.
So do you identify as British then, or English?
Well, I'm both, aren't I? Again, you can say that you're British, if you are, but I'm also English, but I'm not Welsh. You're Welsh, aren't you?
I am.
Right, so would you describe yourself as Welsh or British?
Welsh.
Right, because you identify yourself as Welsh.
Yeah.
Because you're not actually English. And if you say you're British, then it could mean that you're Scottish, which neither of us are.
Yeah, I'm very proud to be Welsh, and I would always identify first and last as Welsh.
And can you speak Welsh?
A bit.
See, for a very proud Welshman who's very good at the English language, it's just a pity you don't learn your own language, isn't it?
It's a long time ago.
What, when the Welsh were important enough to have a language?
The Welsh language is thriving. It's made a real comeback. And I come from a Welsh-speaking village. And Welsh was all of my family's first language. But we moved over the bridge when I was so small that it was never really my first language. And it's been such a long time since I have lived there as an adult. And I kind of recognise more Welsh than I speak. I mean, I speak the basics.
Well, the problem with Welsh
And say thank you.
is you can't really take it anyway, can you? You can't even take it across the invisible border into England and have people understand you. Because the English are very much just speak English, and very few actually speak anything other than just English.
You could take it to Patagonia, because Patagonia has the biggest Welsh population outside of Wales.
Wow.
And a lot of Patagonia is Welsh speaking.
Can't drive there though.
I think you can.
Take a long time.
They have roads. I think if you go there and if you have a car, you can drive there. You probably have to have a license, same as here. I don't know. I've never been.
There's a very long way for you to go to.
If you could have a road trip anywhere, what would your dream road trip be?
Well, that's an interesting question. Because if it wasn't for fear, I'd like to do the thing where you go through Europe, through Russia, right the way to the tip of Russia, across the Bering Strait to Alaska, and down through Canada, United States, Mexico, all the way through South America.
That's a hell of a road trip.
Yeah, I reckon you could do it in a few months. Imagine doing that for a car.
Mine isn't quite so ambitious. I have two.
With a head gasket failure. Go on, what's yours?
Well, one is San Sebastian. I used to do the road trip to San Sebastian with my mother every September. And I would like to do it one last time to scatter ashes. But since she died, I've not been able to. She died around the time I got divorced and became poor. And I've never been able to afford to do it. But it's on the list. But that's one I've done before many times. And I do love it, and it's one of my favourite hotels in the world, the Hotel Monte Boydo. But the other one that I've never done, and I would love to, is to drive to Gozo.
Gozo.
One of the Maltese islands. My friend has done it. So you drive through Europe, down the length of Italy. You get a ferry from Italy to Sicily. Drive across Sicily, then another ferry from Sicily to Malta. Drive across Malta, and the last ferry from Malta to Gozo. 3 days if you push.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you a more realistic road trip idea.
Barry Island.
No, I was going to say Stockport.
Oh, fucking Stockport.
No, I've always wanted to have a trip around Scotland to go Coastal Road, something like that.
What's that?
Like the NC 500.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that.
We could do that as a special when we become rich and famous and earn a fortune from YouTube.
We're going to have to. We've got a long way to go, but it could be one of those things on the list.
Yeah.
The list of things to do. Well, I'm not going to say bucket list because I don't like that term because I didn't invent it. But yeah.
What other things would you like to do when we become rich and famous?
Oh, right. Okay. Well, should we get aspirational about the things that we could do with our collective channel? Well, we could. First thing would be to sell a car. That's the first one, and make some profit on it as well. Which is the second one would be to. Yep, you guessed it. Buy another car. And repeat that process until something started to happen. And then, when we get a few people that actually like what we do, then we can go on trips a bit further afield. But I mean, what we're doing here isn't really about doing those kind of things, is it? It's not about going on holiday together and having a lovely romantic time.
God. No, but we could go and buy a car from somewhere really remote.
What, just for the experience of going and buying it somewhere really remote?
Well,
the only reason for doing that is that's the one that's available. There isn't one anywhere else. Currently, we're not really in that position.
who would you like to have as a guest star when we're sort of A-list and we could have anybody we wanted appearing on an episode?
We're not going to be A-list.
So you don't know. Stranger things have taken the world by storm. What about Teletubbies?
What about them?
Well, could we ever be as good as Teletubbies?
I don't think we'd appeal to as large an audience. But Teletubbies are good, are they? They're very colourful.
So why do Teletubbies get bigger audiences than us, and what could we learn from Teletubbies?
Well, for one thing, you're basically aiming low. Aiming at the people that can actually understand it. And there are an awful lot of small people in the world.
Oh, should we tweak our content so that we appeal to children?
Let's not. Even the bleeps won't be a good idea, would they? Because it still tells you that something else is going on that we don't want to listen to, or that you're not supposed to listen to.
Kids probably use worse language than we do.
Yeah, they do, but you know, that's the thing. As the adult, you be the adult about it and don't do it yourself. I don't want to be considered a bad influence on anyone.
Do you swear in front of your kids?
Not really, no.
No, I never did either.
You mean as just you carry on talking as you normally would do?
What do you mean?
Well,
Yes.
I mean, do you moderate the language at all? That's what you mean. Isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. Well, then, yeah, I do.
Have you ever been to one of your kids' parent evenings?
Yes.
Of all of the teachers in your children's school,
There we go.
given the opportunity,
I knew this was going to happen.
which would you most like to sleep with?
Do I have to give an actual name?
Do you remember that Peter Kay advert?
What? No.
Baby, 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 you can have my private number.
Yeah.
So is that Peter Kay advert when
What, advertising Peter Kay?
he's out for dinner with his wife and friends, and they're talking about, the fantasy. If you had a free pass and you could sleep with anybody in the world, who would you go for? And he says, "Oh, I don't want to say that." "No, go on. It's only a bit of fun." And he says, "Your friend Susan."
Yeah. But that's the probably a more realistic answer that's more likely to get you into trouble. It's okay saying those kind of things if there's absolutely no chance of you getting anywhere. Oh, I've got a voicemail now. Ladies first.
This is the first time we've had lunch with a bucket.
I can smell paint.
Change from petrol.
Good undersale. That one will start new account.
Yeah, you are an exceedingly slow eater. I'll say that. See, I may not be a proper northerner or a proper southerner, but I definitely eat like a northerner. Just basically, you get your fork, you just trot away until it's all gone. Do you know why? It's not because I'm trying to be delicate. If I was having a meal with somebody important, I'd have to first consider what is the actual purpose of the meal. Is it because I'm trying to impress someone, which is not really like me, or is it because I'm hungry, which is like me? So I'd carry on troughing away regardless.
Are you having a go now then?
Trough away.
How did you eat when you were with James, who is kind of a celebrity?
In the same way that I didn't leave anything on the plate, put it that way.
Did you just ignore him and just whack into it?
No, not really. But there's a Scottish man there as well. And, he was doing quite a lot of talking. So it gave me the opportunity to just eat.
He had an entourage.
No. He had a TVR. Yeah, he test drove a TVR at the same time.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, you do know.
Oh.
You didn't know that because I've never told you that before. There's a lot of things I don't tell you. And do you know why?
Why?
Because you're not my wife.
This is indisputably true. So does your wife know about the TVR?
No, she's not interested.
Is she not interested in cars?
Why would she be? She's a woman.
Oh, sexist.
It's true, though, isn't it?
No.
For most of the time.
It's
That's why, as Boaty often says, viewers, that men are so impressed by women when they like cars. And that is true, because the majority of women don't really like cars. It's not being misogynistic or anything like that. It's just stating a fact.
Yeah, but it's still generalising that.
Yeah, but you have to generalise. It saves time.
You don't have. Well, yeah, but you don't have to be categorical about it.
I was being slightly general.
Instead of saying, well, she wouldn't, would she? She's a woman. Therefore, saying that every single woman is automatically disinterested in cars.
No,
You could have said.
it doesn't mean that, does it?
Well, yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It bloody well
It
does.
doesn't.
You could have couched it in different terms and sort of said, well, perhaps that's slightly unsurprising as women are less likely to be interested in
And
cars.
the whole point of generalising in the first place is to save time. If then what you're going to do is explain that you are generalising whilst you're generalising, then there's no point.
We need to crack on with some filming.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's leave it at that. And hopefully next week all will be back to normal. And we will see you next time. confirm that I'm in the company of Captain Mustard.
That'd be me.
That would be you. And we are currently in a car in Rotterdam. And our lunch is between my legs. Yes. Mustard will be dining. We have been to the International Chipping on a Sunday, which basically means, and I think I'm right in saying this, we're going to hell because we haven't been to church.
The International Chippy is church.
Diddly diddly doo-da.
No, was it that one?
I think it was that one. You're a bit lopsided. Cheers.
Yes.
It's fucking freezing.
It's not freezing. It's just a bit.
It's freezing.
It's not. Shall I tell you something?
Okay.
It's not freezing. Don't be.
When are you going to tell me that?
Don't be such a sudden softy. We haven't got any napkins or anything.
Old school chip paper.
Yeah. Yes, look at that.
Oh, that is fabulously awful.
The best food looks dreadful.
Take my picture.
No.
I hope Hubnut doesn't bloody interrupt us again. He keeps interrupting our lunch videos. I told him in the last one I'm going to report him to Matron if he doesn't stop it.
Matron.
Yeah. Okay. Right, here's a quiz. Now, this is going to sound like a question you can't answer.
Yeah, good.
But there has been a clue in the very recent past. Okay? Here's the question. What film did I fall asleep to in bed last night?
Are you asking me to answer this?
Yeah.
No, I'm about trying. Well, I'll tell you what. Was it the Andromeda Strain?
Is that a film?
Yeah.
No. The clue was reporting Hubnut to Matron.
Oh, carry on. Matron.
It was actually Carry On Doctor, but I'll give you that.
It's a different film, so you shouldn't. This is good.
Now, I'm a traditional man in some ways, and every Sunday I have a Sunday roast, except this one. So this is quite a departure for me.
I wonder why you look so worried. Uh-oh.
Is that she who must be a date?
No.
Oh. Is it our new best friend?
Nope.
Oh.
There's a couple of other people.
This is the guy we just bought the car from, calling us a pair of thieving bastards.
Huh. Yeah.
He was a nice man, wasn't he?
That's gonna look lovely cleaned up.
It really is.
And you know the conversation we had about what car we prefer? one that's been tarted up before it, or one that's just been left as it was?
Yeah,
That's been left as it was.
it has.
And with that, I actually feel more comfortable because it doesn't look like anyone's trying to hide it.
Okay.
With these two kebabs, I'm really spoiling myself. I don't mean yours because I had one last night as well.
You eat a lot of crap, don't you?
You reckon? Is that crap?
Yeah.
Oh, we're back to this thing now. It's shit. It's good shit.
Oh, it's amazingly good shit.
I'm going to win.
Somebody actually commented on our video that there must be good money in Rovers where all we do is eat takeaways every day.
It's just about 4 ounces, that's all.
When we get big and famous, we can get sponsorship from these places and get free food.
If there was good money in Rovers that we were getting, we wouldn't be eating from the kebab shop, which we go specifically to because it's very good value for money.
True.
We'd be going somewhere else.
Where?
Um,
There was that nice looking Italian place on the way to Blackstone Edge.
yeah,
We could go there.
we go there. Oh, Burger King.
Now you're talking big money.
Yeah.
Burger King's always been more expensive than McDonald's, isn't it?
Who's better?
Oh, are you a Burger King man? Over McDonald's? Ooh, interesting.
Oh, everybody was really.
The thing I've got against Burger King compared to McDonald's, I don't know if it's the same now because I don't go to these places anymore, but back in the day, if you went somewhere like an airport or a motorway services, somewhere where you had a captive audience, and went to a Burger King, the prices were all 20% dearer.
Yeah.
But in McDonald's, they were the same.
Because they're making enough money anyway. Maybe. Don't.
And I felt that McDonald's weren't taking advantage of me in the way the Burger King were.
I am not a fan of McDonald's. And when they make an effort to do something that they think is good, it makes me less of a fan. Like what we said the other week, the vegan burger, the plant burger.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
My friend, Steve, the world's fastest talker,
Yes.
he he ate one of those live for his YouTube audience.
What a burger.
One of those plant things.
All right. Well, whilst talking quickly about it. Are you sure?
Sorry?
Nothing.
These are amongst the best chips around, I find.
Yeah. I agree.
And I wish I'd filmed it, but there is a man in the shop who's my new favourite man in the world. I first saw him on the last visit when I was with Craig, but this was the first time I got to enjoy him with Captain Mustard there as well. What did you think of him?
Well, I've I'm not going to tell you.
Tell them.
No.
What?
Because I got my own video about him soon. That, incidentally, isn't correct.
What are those alloys for?
Alan, Jeffrey, got the other side is Dave, and there's Thomas.
Do they all share the same surname?
They all share the same car.
Who do you think was the original owner of that car and what were they like?
I reckon he's called Ken. And he had a moustache.
Okay.
The kind of moustache you'd take on holiday.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting you say that because, of course, the first owner did live in a holiday destination.
No.
So you've hit on something there.
So provided he had a moustache.
So he wouldn't have taken it on holiday, but he would be having a moustache where other people go on holiday.
Yeah. Well, they could enjoy it too.
Oh, yeah.
Name this car. Gladys. That's what you want, isn't it?
No, I was just wondering out loud whether it was a Gladys.
I reckon it's Gladys. Gladys.
Well, hang on.
Wait, what, am I going to jump ahead here?
Well, let's look at Gladys options. In fact, viewers, I know how you love our little games. Let's have a Gladys off. And this will be a fun game for us and you, and it will bring up potential names for the car. So I'll start. Gladys Pugh.
Gladys Knight.
Nurse Gladys Emmanuel.
Is that a real one?
Yeah, open all hours. The nurse and open all hours. That Arkwright was always trying to podge.
Gladys dinner time.
Do you think that Arkwright ever actually podged her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in his sleep. Not in his dreams.
No, I meant a more real life podgery.
What do you mean? Did Ronnie Barker?
No. But I mean Arkwright. Because they never got married, did they?
No. Oh.
And he was always trying. I wonder if she ever gave him a bit.
Can you imagine him talking Gertie? Not going to even try and give an example of that. That's funny enough.
If I could love some bare body. Ideally your bare body. Get him off. Drop him.
Grizzly bear body.
That was the best chat-up line I've ever seen on television. Go on then, love. Drop him. What was that from?
Only Fools and Horses.
Nope.
Porridge.
Nope.
Bit like those, isn't it, Rob?
Earlier.
Alf Garnett and his amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat.
It's actually Monty Python.
Oh, yeah.
My name's Equator, Brian Equator.
Brian Equator.
Mm-hmm.
I like that name. That's the kind of name I think of.
What were you in last night's video? Somebody sitting in a stool or something.
I can't remember. all rather throwaway. Well, I reckon we should call this car Gladys Kenworth of Sittingbourne.
Why Kenworth and why Sittingbourne?
No reason. Will that do?
No, I can't cope with things for no reason. Sittingbourne's in
I just
Kent.
call it Gladys. I know.
We're in Castle on the Lake District.
So? Oh, I know you want to make all these connections, don't you?
Yeah. I'm a believer in connections. That's how my vacuum cleaner works.
There you go.
You connect it to the electricity. Do you say vacuum cleaner or Hoover?
Vacuum cleaner.
And which model do you?
I've got we've got a Henry at home. Do you say Land Rover or Jeep?
Land Rover.
I believe it's a Jeep.
That's a Jeep.
Yeah.
Doesn't Henry have bags that you have to replace?
Yeah.
That's a bit old world, isn't it? I thought we'd moved on. I thought the world had moved on.
No. Bags are for life.
No, bags are back to the 1970s when you were doing the shake and back.
Bags to the future.
Bags to reality.
Yeah. Do you do the shaking back and put the fresh back?
I've never done it.
No. Do not try that car. Who's that lady? Oh, hang on. Do you know who it was that did that advert? The lady that did it.
Oh, I can't remember her name, but I saw her on Graham Norton. And I spoke to somebody who met her in the shop.
Well, I'm sure she's one of my famed claims.
What have you done?
No, not like Lindsay Stanfield.
All right. I watched it.
She kept complaining. She had to go. Well, what she meant, actually, she's not travelling around the world, but she left her pram outside the shop.
I enjoyed that very much.
Right. Was it that lady?
I don't know.
I don't know either. But that lady, who we're not even going to talk about, maybe it wasn't her after all. It's funny that, isn't it? You think you know someone, and you don't.
Well, that was a really interesting anecdote.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Who was that lady?
The mother of a boy I used to teach guitar.
Oh. I knew there'd be some lurky bits in there.
Yeah. We've eaten our food in record time. Why is that?
Because you've got to get home before your wife divorces you. And I've got to get to the restaurant.
Before you get sacked.
Which is a very long way away.
Yeah. It is, isn't it?
Yeah. So that will mean that I left my house at 9 o'clock this morning and I won't get home until midnight tonight.
In that case, I shall put this car away, and that concludes for lunch for today.
Oh God, is it that time?
Unless it's lights here.
Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next time. What are we going for today, Captain?
I told you.
Well, don't be awkward.
Yeah, I'm going to go over a big, nice, swift kicking your balls and I can reach for Oh, I can reach.
Oh, mucky pup. Hello.
Hello. Something different about today.
What's different about today?
Didn't clear up the rubbish from the other day. Left the bag in there, and that's naughty.
No different there.
Oh gosh, I got very achy legs today. Do you want to know why?
I could guess.
I suggest you don't.
Oh, really? I was going to guess it was your bicycling activities yesterday.
I didn't really do any. I just did running around.
I am now about 30% vinegar. A nice lady
Yeah,
splashed about a gallon of vinegar on my food.
because she was complaining about not having any vinegar.
I wasn't. I had salt and vinegar. It was you that was complaining.
You was making it right. You was making it clear that you wasn't happy with it.
No, I was making it clear that you weren't happy with it the previous week.
I was perfectly happy with it.
You were. They saw you. You saw it. He was very upset. Anyway, the point is that all that vinegar has made its way onto my apparel.
You know what was missing here?
Go on.
Black pepper and plates.
Ah, well, you see, yes. Let's have a look. There we go. That's it. All I can taste is vinegar. I don't know. Yes.
You got a pie.
I did. I was torn between a sausage and a pie.
Yeah, and he made a song about it on shipping.
I did.
It was almost embarrassing. It would have been embarrassing if it wasn't for the fact that it was you singing it and not me.
There is too much vinegar here.
Don't worry, I've got too much salt.
Oh well. We will just have to make the best of things. So, what did you eat last night?
You're asking me or the audience?
You. Well, I mean, I'd love to know what you all ate last night as well. Why not tell us in the comments below? And don't forget to kick the fucking shit out of that like and subscribe button.
Kick the shit out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what did you have for supper or whatever your evening meal was?
Well, I'm just trying to remember.
What is your evening meal? Because you call this dinner, despite the fact that it's obviously lunch. So, what is your evening repast called? And don't say Tracy.
I told you not to mention her.
She did your back in, didn't she?
Yeah. You know what? Usually, it's whatever I can be bothered with. Don't forget.
Well, hang on, let's start Start at the beginning. What do you call it?
Oh. Actually, don't give it a name.
So if you invited somebody round for an evening meal, what would you invite them round for? Would you like to come round for...
Oh, like supper.
Mm.
Or... I really thought that. But I suppose that's the correct word, isn't it?
Supper is correct if it's informal. So if you were eating at the kitchen table, then supper. Or it could be formal, but it would have to be later.
Okay.
It'd have to be at supper time rather than at dinner time. Okay, now tell us what you had.
I can't remember. I will in a minute.
Did you eat as a family altogether?
Oh. Yeah. That was at 6 o'clock.
Huh? Okay.
I did what I call fishy rice.
Mm-hmm.
You'd never guess what that is.
I'm guessing there's rice
Yeah.
and fish fingers.
No. Mackerel.
Mackerel.
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
Tomatoes. And in my case, olives.
I've just thought of a great after lunch game, but we'll come to that later.
Well, we're going to play it.
Hmm.
Right.
Because I'm not playing English woman off again. So fishy rice, and you all had that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now I'm discovering this week what you always found mysterious about eating the pie with a plastic fork, and that is that the pastry is somewhat tough.
It's tricky, isn't it?
Well, not normally, no.
There's an art to it.
Is there? Will you teach me?
Now, well, I'm learning myself. Now, if it wasn't soaked in gravy, you could simply use your hands.
Yeah. I always thought it'd be really funny to have on a packaging of a pie that you buy in the supermarket. You know, everything's got to have a serving suggestion.
Yeah.
Of a man walking down the high street to get into a pie.
That would be funny.
That'd be a good idea. Unusual serving suggestions. Or not unusual, but just alternative.
I can think of some good ones for whipped cream.
No, don't. They don't have to do it with fast food, of course. But imagine if you did. Imagine if you buy a kebab and it's got to have a serving suggestion on the packaging. It's basically unwrap and punch someone.
What was I watching with kebabs last night? Sid the Sexist. I was watching Sid the Sexist.
Sid the Sexist?
Mm. And then I watched the Fat Slags.
Oh, gosh.
And a bit of Roger Melly.
Roger Melly on the telly.
Roger Melly, the man on the telly.
Oh, I'll tell you what. You know, when I had that kebab the other night with Craig and got insanely jealous,
Yes.
you should have seen how quickly he ate it.
Really?
We sat down in Istanbul, and we had exactly the same thing. And I looked up, and it all gone. I still had half of mine left.
Mm. Yeah, he's not a man to take half measures with food, is Wendy.
Well, what surprised me is he talked all the way through it as well.
How did you first meet him?
I bought a coupe off him.
Oh, did you?
But there's a long time after that when I actually got to know him.
How are you getting on with your pie? I'm working through mine quite nicely.
Yours is an easier pie to work through.
Yeah, well, that's all part of the forward thinking. Oh, just such a hit of vinegar. She went mad with it.
Honestly, I tell you what, she did that because you complained. That's what, when you're British, you don't do complaining because that's what happens.
But that's really unfair.
Oh, life's unfair, mate.
Because I was perfectly happy with mine. I was complaining on your behalf and asking her to be, so she should have done it on yours.
But she didn't.
Yeah.
Just a bit extra.
Life could be so unfair. I'm enjoying this today.
Me too. Now, yesterday,
When I was young, there were so many songs.
we'd only just stopped eating that kebab when you left and I left as well. Went home and made tea, supper, whatever you want to call it. So I wasn't vastly in the mood for it. So I made it later.
Good
I
idea.
came down to the yard and did the bike stuff for about an hour.
Okay.
So there's me running around the yard,
Oh, that's nice and warm.
running around the yard with a belly full of kebab.
Well, I had my supper at about 1:45. And it was very, very nice indeed.
And what was it?
It was noodles. It was noodles with the akabare chilies, which is the hottest chili in Nepal. It's only available it will only grow in one place in southeast Nepal, and it's insanely hot. So it was noodles with chili and brown onion, spring onion, bean sprouts, marinated chicken, and just a bit of light and dark soy, a bit of oyster sauce, a bit of white pepper, and it was fabulous.
All for 20 pence.
That was a genuine thing.
No, it wasn't.
Bloody was.
Not really.
He's talking about the episode of Boaty in the Kitchen where I made 20 pence noodles with a packet of instant noodles from Sainsbury that cost, guess what, 20p.
Yeah, they did. Nobody's going to deny you that.
Well, you were sounding like a bit of a denier.
You wouldn't have just eaten the noodles by themselves, though, would you?
No, I added some bits.
There's your challenge. Eat some 20 pence noodles without any further cost. Can you do that?
Yeah, I did. I did a video about it.
Wasn't it? It was, well, I mean, unless you're going to say that you categorically was going to throw all of that stuff away otherwise.
Well, I didn't buy any of it. It was just there.
You didn't buy it in the first place.
I'm not saying that. The point is I didn't buy it for that dish. It was all stuff that was there, and some of it I didn't buy. Came from the restaurant. Perks of the job.
So, I challenge you to have your 20 pence noodles that cost neither you, anything else, or the restaurant, or somewhere in your past. Oh, restaurants. 20 pence,
Easy.
and that's
Easy.
it. You won't eat them.
Guarantee you I will.
You won't.
I'll tell you how I'll do it, viewers. One word. Shoplifting. And there's an easy way to do it. Now that the supermarkets have they're trying to save money on staff costs. So it's not enough to have the self-service tills.
Do you reckon it's a good idea to be giving this kind of advice?
I'm not giving advice. I'm merely pointing out what some people do that they shouldn't do. So you have this thing, this self-scan, where you walk around and, some people, I imagine, don't scan stuff and just put it in their bag. Well, I say I imagine. I know they do it. My ex used to do it all the time. Didn't need to. Just did it because why wouldn't you? Free stuff.
God, I'm really struggling with this now.
You're making a right. Can you?
Oh gosh.
Oh, simultaneous burp.
I'm going to end up with all the soft stuff gone and a rock hard pastry ring left over that I can skim across the yard, knock a bird out with.
Rock hard pastry ring.
That's not what I intended it to be to start with.
No, well, none of us do. None of us go through life thinking, I know what'll improve life.
That'd be a great band name, wouldn't it?
That's a date night gone wrong, is that? Oh, after I had lunch last week, when we played English Woman Off, somebody suggested in the comments that their entry would have been Lisa Postlethwaite, which I thought was a very good shout.
That was she, wasn't it?
No?
No. Yeah, basically, you had to name a woman.
An English woman, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I should have thought of Lisa Postlethwaite.
I can't wait for this game that you've got planned now that you just thought of.
Oh, do you want to play it now?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay, let me just mention that Jim Biscuits mentioned from our other lunch when we were, I think that was also English Woman Off. And he just pointed out that Felicity Kendall was more fwa when in her prime than any of the ladies that we mentioned.
Well, yeah, that's possible.
But then I hadn't deployed Christine Scott Thomas, which in my book would have trumped Felicity Kendall.
Is that all part of your Clarkson persona coming through there? You've even decided to like his favourite lady?
No, I liked her before Clarkson was a thing. I fell in love with her in 4 Weddings and a Funeral. And I'm pretty sure I watched that before I started watching Top Gear.
Yeah. Well, what's this then?
Is it somebody wanting to buy a Rover 400 by any chance?
No.
No, bugger.
Well, what, a Rover 400 that we haven't got for sale yet?
Oh, well. Not officially for sale yet, but...
Oh.
Right, are you ready to play? We're going to play Musical Fish.
Okay.
And you have to come up with... We have to take it in turns to come up with a song title with a fish in it. Would you like to go first or second? I'm giving you the choice. Come, good
Just
luck.
trying to think of a song title with a fish in it.
Well, would you like me to go first?
Go on then.
All About the Bass.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. That's what I would have said.
Well, you should have gone first, shouldn't you?
I didn't think of it. If I'd have thought of it, I'd have said that. Anyway, it's bats, isn't it?
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, we're allowed to cheat then.
Do you want me to go again while you think?
Go on then.
Whale meat again.
Whale meat.
Yeah.
No, you can't have that. That's a mammal.
Okay then. Some Enchanted Evening.
I've never heard of that song.
Hold it up again. At this point, Sophie thinks she may have made a mistake by allowing Alan to do anal.
Oh,
Oh!
no, I'm still eating it. I don't care how many magpies have been on.
Ring on the loose. Right, your turn.
We're only making plans for pilchards.
What? I'm not allowing that. How is that's absolutely...
Do you want me to do another one?
Yes, a proper one. No, look how they're disappointed in that. They're genuinely disappointed. I can feel it.
Oh, right, okay. I can't think of a real one that's got a real fish in. So I'm just going to have to say, lovely Rita Meta May. I want to eat my ring. I can't. How am I supposed to consume this if I can't break it? I'm going to have to take drastic action.
Just bite through it.
Yeah, but I don't want to get my... Yeah.
That's the way.
Oh.
Okay.
Do it again.
There's a place for us. I'm totally winning at musical fish.
I'm just going to have a quick look on Google for something.
Bloody cheat. Mind you, it's a compliment to me that every time we play a fun lunch game, he's so intimidated by my sheer brilliance that his immediate reaction is to cheat like a dog.
Well, what I'm doing is actually just doing some research.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Hello. It's a bit breezy today, my loves.
Fishing songs. Of course, right, now.
Oh, here we go.
19 best songs about fish. Thou shalt have a fishy on a little dishy.
That's not the name of a fish.
Fishing in the dark. Right, point.
What?
Fishing in the dark.
That's
Right.
not the name of a fish. That's the name of an activity.
I don't care.
Fishing is an activity. No. Under the rules of musical fish, that's nil point.
The Barracuda by heart.
I'll give you that.
Yeah. Yeah, weird fishes are. You're right, though. You know, it's just Dolphin by Prince. But again, that's a mammal, so it doesn't count. It's funny how I say that doesn't count, but everything else is okay.
Yeah. Let's think. Achy breaky heart.
What's that you just dropped in there?
I've no idea.
That's what's up grip.
Yeah, tastes like some sort of grip.
Still like it though.
Mackerel the knife. Now, Sprat's what I call music 34.
You're taking this really seriously, aren't you?
Yeah, I take all the games seriously.
Yeah, I know.
It's you and Wendy that don't. I may be a little competitive. I enjoyed that. Although it was slightly marred by the excess vinaigrette.
Yeah. Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Oh,
It was too much vinegar.
much too much.
And that did happen as a direct result of you kicking off.
I didn't kick out.
Shouting,
I wasn't.
when in there, flailing your arms around, making a right big fuss about it in a totally
How likely is
patriotic
this?
way.
How likely is this? Of
Well-
the two of us, which would be more likely to behave in that kind of manner?
It went in there.
Not me, I would
Effing and
suggest.
Jeff
Oh,
talking
well,
about the terrible service.
I would never do that because it was a lady, a young lady behind the counter, and I'm frightened of all ladies, young or otherwise. They intimidate me with their women-y breasts.
That's what you were complaining about as well.
What, her breasts?
No, you shouldn't have women working there.
This is absolutely outrageous. Are you accepting defeat in that I won musical fish? Okay, anything by Fergal Sharkey.
Right. Yeah, okay, I can't possibly top that, can I? Dolphin. Dolphin showers. There's a place around here called Heron Bakers, which
Oh, the Jam, a town called Haddock. Oh, Dream Lover by Bobby V, whoever it was. I'll be a dream lover, so I don't have to dream alone.
so what you're doing is basically you think of a song and you use one of the words in there which could be possibly replaced by a fish name,
Yes,
but you try to make it rhyme or at least sound kind of similar.
yes,
So it becomes like one of those Christmas cracker jokes.
yes, that is exactly what I'm doing.
I bet you
Yes.
love Christmas cracker jokes, don't you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I can see you genuinely laughing out aloud at them.
What's the fastest vegetable in the allotment?
Oh, I don't know.
A runner bean.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Or an E-type carrot.
All right. And what are the fish's
What's
favourite mode of transport?
Oh, a fish's favourite mode of transport? I don't know.
Motorbike and sidecar.
What's brown and sounds like a bell?
Don't know.
Dung.
That should be what's brown and smells. And
What's called a Welshman with a stick up his bum? A taffy apple.
could literally be anything. Cold.
Right, are we wrapping it up at that? Yeah. Thank you for watching, boys and girls, and we'll see you next time.
already?
There's not even anybody sat down and he's already got his lunch video going to itself. Is that content?
Hello, viewers, and welcome to this latest episode of Mustard and Boaty Do Lunch. And there's something that I'm going to raise with the good captain, but I'm going to let you in on it first. Now, as you know, we have a YouTube channel, Mustard and Boaty Do Cast. And when we set up the channel, I set up associated social media, and that included a Twitter account to which we both have access. Now, I haven't really used that Twitter account as a Twitter account. I've posted a couple of tweets that are business related. However, I keep getting notifications like these. Can you see? Let me read them out to you. Discreet mothers. I just left Facebook. I need Twitter friends with a link. Jade Adams. I'm dead sexy and successful though, babes. So who gives a flying shit? And you will see many, and if you actually go onto the Twitter account, then all of the timeline is just women's accounts with scantily clad pictures. So the question is, what have you been looking at on our Twitter account?
I've not been on our Twitter account.
Well, clearly you have.
You're the one that opened it up.
Yes?
Yeah. Not me.
I've just admitted to that.
Yeah, you opened it.
But I'm not the one looking at the dodgy accounts.
I haven't signed into our Twitter accounts.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to take a lie detector, would you?
Yeah.
Right, my lovely. Now then, today we have been to Istanbul for what I have previously called the world's best kebab. And best of all, it was Captain Mustard's turn to pay, which will make it taste all the nicer.
So let's say grace.
Yes.
Dear Jesus, or whoever your name happens to be, thank you so much for the £10 required in order to buy this food. Next time, make it 15.
A moving tribute, I'm sure you'd agree.
That's the first time I've ever done it, and I took it very seriously indeed.
Do you not feel better for having done so?
No.
Do you
I
not
feel like I've taken the piss.
Well, if you did it with piss taking in your heart, then obviously that's wrong.
It's the only thing I've got for you.
But I genuinely think that many people begin their religious journey as an ironic piss take. And along the way, they find true enlightenment. And I pray that that will be true for you. Let's take a picture.
Look,
Wonderful.
yours looks a bit less messy than what mine does.
That's because I don't put sauce on it. You have sauce. I have a hiccup-related question. Spell hiccup.
That's a question.
Okay, how do you spell hiccup? No, go for it.
Is it H-U? No, H-I. C-U-P. Oh, that's two C's and Hiccup.
I don't know, but I'm guessing that if you did Google, that would be, nowadays, how it's theoretically spelled. But, and I'm sure I'm right in this, but if I'm wrong, do comment. I'm sure it used to be spelled H-I-C-C-O-U-G-H.
Oh. Hiccup. That is much more interesting than I was expecting.
Oh, there you are, you see. I can surprise you.
Well, it surprised me, but not usually in a good way.
Mm. This is every bit as good as I remember. Excellent. What's your favourite seaside?
Um,
Are you an East Coast man or a West Coast man?
do you have to be one or the other?
No? Just trying to help you along.
Right. I'm actually thinking about this seriously.
Okay.
Don't like Blackpool. Don't like Morecambe. Don't like St Anne's. I like Whitby. And I like Llandudno. Did I get your approval then?
No. Because you went up and it's E. Llandudno.
Huh.
But you made an effort, and on behalf of all Welsh people, we appreciate that.
What's your favourite?
My favourite anywhere is, hang on. My favourite anywhere is Glendy Bay on Gozo. In the UK, I like Bodycombe. See, I love Llandudno, but not because of the seaside part. It's because of the Great Orme part and the cable cars and the tram. I love the Great Orme.
Me too.
The UK's only cable-hauled tramway.
Okay.
Have you ever been abroad?
Yeah.
Where to?
Scotland. I've been to France.
I love France.
I got detained.
Why?
Never found out. Never found out.
That'd be a cool road trip to do. Go to France, buy a car,
Get detained.
get detained. I had my passport stolen in France. I was in an MX-5 and we parked it up in a car park to go and have a look at a chateau. And they cut the roof open and took my man bag, which had my passport and all of the winnings from last night in the casino in Boulogne. No, where was it?
Why not?
Oh, what's the name of the place? Where the boats used to go to back in the old days.
Where we used to go, see?
Boats used to go there. Posh British people used to go there on holiday. How annoying. I can't remember what it's called. Hey? Named Francie, but so I rang the British Embassy to find out what I had to do. And because we were coming back that day, we'd been away for a few days, little driving tour in the MS5. Me and the wife, the then wife. Oh, that's annoying. Do you mind, please? Well, it's going to be the video now, isn't it? What? Just noise.
Well, don't worry. It won't be any worse than usual.
Anyway, the embassy said that I had to make my way to Paris. And this was on a Sunday. And they said it wouldn't be open until the Tuesday. And I had to pay something like 300 quid to get the replacement paperwork. So it's going to be a drive to Paris, a hotel in Paris for minimum 2 nights, and then €300 or whatever it was. And I'm in the police station reporting the crime, which I had to do. And I kind of put this on Facebook, and somebody said, well, have you got any picture ID with you? And I said, yeah, I've got my driving license.
Oh, no.
And they said, just rock up to the border with that and with the police report, and you'll be okay. So I did, and it was fine. Filled out the papers, didn't cost me anything at all, and we went home.
Watch out for that. Take it off.
What?
It's going to slide the thing over.
Oh,
He's not with it today. He's never really with it, are you, mate?
what?
Nothing?
Right, jack up that.
Huh?
Right, jack up. Oh, because the pin's gone a bit.
It's obviously just the concrete it's set in started to move out the way, hasn't it?
Well, putting a little grinder in and just taking the hole down a bit more.
That's going to be the only way, isn't it?
You got pulling it out, starting again. Getting every side started it. Take 2 or 3 days for the concrete set.
Yeah.
Just won't go. You got an extension lead in your garage now. I'll get me a little grinder out and I'll just take a bit out of it so it goes in.
All right. Do you enjoy that?
Very much.
Could do with a spoon to make this with. Dead weak in the kebab with a spoon.
No, thanks, I have. When I was a kid, I used to take a packet of crisps, open it, scrunch it all up, put it in the freezer. Then, when it's frozen, put it into a bowl and eat that with a spoon.
Far too messy.
What do you think about marriage?
That's not a big question. What do I think about it?
Yeah, as an institution.
Do you want me to answer this with one sentence or one word or what? I could just say, great.
You could.
Or I could just say, you know, is just as good an explanation. I could tell you what I really think about it, which you'd get bored with.
You're married, aren't you?
Might be.
Was it important to you to formalise your relationship by taking a sacred vow of marriage?
Sort of. It was.
Did you get married in church?
No.
Ah.
It was a case of, we're going to do it. Let's just go and do it. Without any big do. I don't like weddings. I don't like going to weddings. And the bigger a deal, the more money people spend on it, the less interested I am. He's nodding then. He's nodding.
I spent a lot of money on mine. The minimum cost of a Nepali wedding is, the minimum you can budget for one is about 80,000.
$80,000.
Mm-hmm.
What? UK pounds?
Mm-hmm. What do you think about arranged marriage?
Oh. These do a much better job than the actual paper that they're actually talking about.
I thought I'd seen one.
You want one? Or have you got some of your own?
I think I've got no. I think you have both of us. I've got a thing in my singles network called SAMS, which stands for the Singles Arranged Marriage System.
Oh,
And the idea is, it's designed for people who crave the security, happiness of a committed, forever ever marriage relationship, but haven't been able to find one in the normal way. So they simply sign up, and we have this thing called what's it called? I can't remember what I called it. And this thing creates marriage matches. And it's actually a shoebox that I wrote something on and put iPad cables into, but people think it's some sort of electronic trickery. And it matches people up, and then they just have to pop off at a mutually agreed time and place, get married, crack on with it.
it's quite an unusual idea.
And, you know, whoever they get, they just have to make the best of it.
Well, see. I'm a firm believer that marriage should be once you're committed, it's forever, at least until you get bored. If it's not working out, I don't really see why anybody should stick with it. Otherwise, it's just a lifelong punishment. You ask for all those extra chilies, you're not even eating them. So you're going to put them in your collection?
I'm working through them.
What do you think of toast?
I'm a fan.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about toast with no butter on it?
Not
Because it is a dairy product, so why not have it with olive oil?
No, that's weird. But toast has to be done properly.
As in what? So it's almost burnt.
No. It has to be properly toasted, and then it has to be cut properly, and it has to be presented in a toast rack.
Right. Is the toast rack make a difference then, doesn't it?
Yeah. The ultimate difference.
How? It makes it go cold quickly.
There is nothing more rank and depressing than seeing toast just presented on a plate. If I was presented with a piece of toast on a plate,
You wouldn't eat it.
I wouldn't even stay there. I'd walk out immediately.
Gosh, you're weird sometimes.
I'm not weird.
That is weird.
That's normal. Toast should be in a toast rack. End of story. That's all there is to it. Go on, amaze us and tell us that you don't possess a toast rack.
I don't know. I've got a toaster in there, haven't I? Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Yep. And when I have some toast at work, I make the toast, I stick it on a plate that's barely clean, and when I've lost my knife, I use a spoon for the butter, and then I eat it. And if you leave it to go cold, which you would do if you put it on a rack, it'll go soggy if it's on a plate. But I prefer that to dry toast where you put butter on, and it just doesn't go into the toast itself.
That is exactly how I like it.
Well, that's why you like it differently to me. Then it's got nothing to do with your standards being higher than mine. It's just that you think toast is burnt bread with butter spread on it and not melted. You don't like it melted?
I don't. That has its charm, but it wouldn't be my first preference.
It's more like a biscuit, then, isn't it? An unsweetened biscuit with butter on it.
Yeah. Because it becomes a showcase for some really good French salted butter.
Okay, right, well, I'll go for that, only just to change the subject. I'm sorry I started this one off, actually, but I thought I need to make a contribution. You're always asking these really banal questions about things that it's like you're trying to catch me out, because you know I'm not going to have an answer, because I'm not prepared for it. You wasn't prepared to start talking about toast, and I wasn't prepared to carry on talking about toast because of the way it went.
You know, we were talking about manscaping.
Yeah.
What do you prefer on a woman?
You know what he always does? He has his phone pointing at me, so you can't even see me talk. You can just hear his voice. Obviously, he's got the face of a radio presenter anyway.
True, there's a face for radio. No question about that.
And a voice for it as well. Which, if only you could have the two, it'd be great, though, wouldn't it? You'd be like a James Bond character then.
So, do you like your ladies shaved, trimmed, or like a Venezuelan swamp?
tell you what, I'll take one out of that equation, which is the Venezuelan swamp.
Oh, okay.
But actually, the proper answer is I kind of take it as it comes. I'm not going to say no, just because there's the incorrect amount of pubic hair on the go.
Have you ever said no?
Oh, yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I didn't feel like it. I don't know. But you don't get yourself in a position where you're going to be saying no and then say yes, do you? Or you don't get yourself in a position where you're going to be saying yes and then say no, unless you suddenly develop a headache.
Well, no. I mean, what about if it was a yes situation all the way, and then you unwrapped them, you unwrapped the, relevant area, and it was compromised in some way? Like, what if it was a Venezuelan swamp with fumes emanating from it?
Oh, gosh. Well, wouldn't you have some idea of...
What about dirty pants? If you were unwrapping your new lady,
Yeah.
and you pulled the pants down with your teeth, and there were like skid marks, would that put you off?
Well, I quite like Marmite, so I don't know. Can't you edit that bit out? I don't fancy the idea of that myself, personally. No. What about you? You do all the question asking. So, would you turn a lady down if what was underneath the wrapping didn't come up to standard? Would you just turn her down?
Yeah.
What? Simple as that?
Yeah.
Even though you was properly ready to go?
Oh, yeah.
Right, so what would you do instead then? Just go on to the next parcel?
Don't get another one. Well, I mean,
Just take it back, reject it. Oh, sorry, this one appears to be out of sell-by date.
not now, obviously, because I'm old and unsightly, and nobody would be, quite rightly, would be remotely interested. But back in the day, yeah. Yeah, I'd just, put her out of the car, go back into the club, choose another one.
Yeah. And you wouldn't spare feelings at all, would you not? Would you just be, put her out of the car? I mean, you'd actually find this out before you'd even close the door. Oh, are you talking about you take her home, get her in the house, then think, no thanks, get back in your bag, please.
No.
You bundle her into the car. If she won't go in, you use the boot. Just so if you don't want to lift, then you can walk.
No, I was thinking about a mid-evening one, where you're halfway through the evening, you fancy a bit.
Yeah.
So pick one, nip to the car, and then you can just carry on with your evening afterwards.
Okay, right. So what about if you was having a dinner date with this new lady, and it became fairly clear that he was both quite interested in doing some business, for want of a better word, and when you'd seen what she had on offer, you changed your mind. Would you carry on with the dinner?
Well,
You only got halfway through.
that would never happen because I always had a rule that
Finish your dinner first.
I never ever bought them food until we'd had sex.
Oh gosh, right. I can see the sense in that.
Because I had too many female friends when I was a student who stayed alive by having a lot of dates. And they would just go out for dinner with somebody, gentleman, being a gentleman, would pay for dinner, and that was that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have that. The woman that became my wife, on our very first date, which was in Chesterfield, she hadn't eaten because she was expecting dinner. And she thought I was joking when I flatly refused to. And in the end, she went to McDonald's and bought herself a Big Mac meal. And I nicked her for chips.
You must have been hungry.
Well, if it's there, you know.
So, if I'm getting this right, you take your lady back to your room, and you decide whether you're getting value for money before you sign up.
It's not like that. I mean,
it's like what's on the menu, and you think, no, I don't quite fancy that. But there's an awful lot of. It's not like just ordering a takeaway, is it? You've actually got to quite a bit more commitment to even get that far.
it's nowhere near as shallow as that makes it sound.
Is it not?
Yeah, I'm very respectful of ladies.
Well, I suppose you could do all that very respectfully.
I admire them greatly.
Well, as long as they've got the right amount of pubic hair.
No, I'm not bothered about that.
Oh, you know.
No,
You just brought that up to try and throw me.
I was just interested in
My answer.
in where you stood on it. I don't mind.
I don't stand on it.
In fact, if I had to express a preference, I don't like the fully shaven.
Right.
I think that's weird, to be honest.
Yeah, it is a bit weird.
Why would somebody want to make themselves look like a prepubescent
Oh.
child
Well, yeah, but that's...
to enhance that?
Wait a second. That's the trouble with you liking your skinny women.
No, no.
Yeah, it is. Because if you had a woman that did all that, she'd look like a schoolboy that tucked his willy behind his bottom.
Did you used to do that?
Right.
I totally did.
What, to impress who?
No, just to see what I'd look like if I was a girl.
Did you like what you saw?
No.
No.
Although, it was a bit of a problem when I was young.
Sounds like it.
Because I was just about the last boy in my year to get pubic hair. And so games used to be a nightmare because you'd be there in the shower and everybody else has got this thundering great dodgerer with a big old bush of hair. And I've got this little thimble in a hairless desert of sad prepubescent youth.
Nothing's changed, no doubt.
Oh no, I'm hairy as hell down there now. And I've got quite an odd penis.
Have you?
Well,
do you want to show the ladies and gentlemen? you may as well prove it, haven't you?
No, not odd in weird shape or anything like that.
What, like it's got mind of its own?
Well, they all do, don't they? I mean, mine can't tell the difference between a woman and a bus. Put it on a bus and it thinks it's all its Christmas is come at once. Coaches, not the same. Trains, not the same. Buses, I don't know why. God, all those times going to school where you have to put your satchel on top of your lap. But no, my little tinkle is odd because when it's flaccid, it's terribly unimpressive, really. But then when it gets excited, it's, well, not to be sniffed at. In fact, to quote not my most recent ex, but my most recent ex but one, Boo, and I will quote her directly, you wouldn't want it any longer. I mean, she did add something about a little more girth wouldn't go amiss, but
So
I tend to gloss over that.
you wouldn't want it any longer?
Yeah.
So she didn't want it any longer?
No.
No.
I don't.
That's why it stopped. She wanted someone else's instead.
Well, if we're going to go down that route, technically I left her. There's the thing. I can find a reason for regretting every single relationship that has failed. They were all really nice people, and there's not a single one of them I don't look back and think, we could have made that work. What about you?
No. No, I'd say quite a few of them the best thing that could have ever happened if it didn't work. You might want to edit him out.
Yeah. Pause. Okay, so that was 6 tomatoes chopped, ginger chopped, a whole clove of garlic chopped, 7 or 8 green chilies, the salt, bit of turmeric, bit of ground coriander, bit of chili powder. Lemon juice, correct. Water, oil. Just added a bit of saffron. And now I just need to blend. I may not have chosen the absolute best day for this luncheon adventure. However, adapt, and improvise. We have ignition. Oh, well, that fits nicely. That's a bonus. Things I do. Okay, well, you're not going to see too much of this, unfortunately, because the camera angle sucks. But the thing is lit. The pan is on.
I am very much looking forward to seeing what food this chap actually makes because, well, for one thing, I am very, very hungry indeed.
Steaming water. Oh, pardon fingers, they are clean. Right. There we go. Okay, the Momo are steaming nicely. I'm very happy with that. Okay, the Momos are steaming. The chutney is deployed. The table is laid. Mustard is hungry.
Yes, I am.
Rinto's there. Have you got your tea?
No, I drunk it.
Oh.
So he's coming at me with a stick now.
Stick?
Well, a fork. A fork with no
Fork?
prongs. It's like a cross between a fork and a spoon.
What is this, viewers? You all know what it is, and I suspect he does too. He's just playing silly buggers. What is it, boy? What is it?
Spatula.
Correct.
Oh, yeah? Gosh.
Da.
I must say, it's a very big plate for the size of the food.
Really?
Well, yeah.
Right. That's an interesting...
Unless you have some potatoes in that second level.
It's interesting that you said that.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because you like a big plate, don't you?
No, because you are going to look slightly foolish.
Am I?
Yeah.
Well, what's new? Right, wait a minute. Am I having all these?
Yeah.
Ah, right. That's why there's 2 levels.
Ah,
Wow. With this food, Boaty's really treating me.
there's no fooling you, is there?
No. That makes it quite a lot after all.
I have found that the correct number is a baker's dozen.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Momo.
Any less is a slight disappointment.
Right. Any more?
Is
Too many?
gluttony.
Nah, yeah, see, that just filled the plate up nicely. I see that now. I see. Some, what are those things? Spring onion. That's it. Got it. I thought there were green peppers to start with then.
Works quite well, I find.
What if I end up wanting this next week as well?
You'd better learn how to make it because it'll be your turn.
What if I don't want any black pepper on it and I feel that I need to taste it first?
It needs black pepper.
Does it?
That's me. I made it. I know what it needs. I made it. I season it. And I can be quicker because I can use my fingers. This is my food.
Yeah, and you clean your fingers anyway.
Oh, turn you off. Thank you, little stove. You've done wonderfully well.
Yes. I'll tell you what.
Oh, and thank you, Matthew. Thank you for the gas.
I was going to say that.
Thank you very much.
I'll let you do it. FSM.
Yep. Flying Spaghetti Monster.
Oh, that's who you mean, right?
The one true Lord and Saviour.
Yes.
Now, these will take as much black pepper as you care to give them.
Oh, really? Well, I'm a very big fan of black pepper.
I know this.
So I didn't know that FSM was an initialism of your particular...
Acronym.
No, it's not an acronym.
It is?
It's not.
Yes.
It's not.
How is it?
An acronym is where you have the initials that make up a word. Like NASA.
NASA isn't a word. It's an acronym.
It's an acronym. NASA is an acronym, but it spells out a word that people use.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. NASA.
Okay, so what does NASA mean?
Something about...
No, not what does it stand for as an acronym. What does it mean as a word?
Yes, I know. I'm just trying to remember.
It doesn't mean anything. It's not a word. It's merely an acronym.
Yeah, but it's an acronym of the 4 letters that mean...
Yeah, that's what an acronym is, isn't it?
Yeah, but SM isn't. SMN isn't.
FSO is.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
It can't be.
It's exactly the same
It's
thing.
not.
It's the initial letters of 3 words.
But it has to spell out a word.
Same as NASA. No, it doesn't.
Why don't we start our lunch with an argument?
Because NASA is not a word. It's an acronym.
It's an
a
acronym.
spoken acronym.
But you say it as NASA.
And you say FSM as FSM. Neither are words, they're acronyms.
No.
Same as scuba is an acronym. And
You need to.
Quango.
Quango's an acronym.
Yeah. Quasi-autonomous non-governmental organisation.
Yeah, well, that was a good way to start dinner. Now.
Oh, Grace.
But yes. Do you want to do it this time then?
No, you can do it.
I can't. I've only got one arm.
Okay. For what we are about to receive, may we be truly thankful and send our grateful thanks to the FSM and pray that both we and our friends have the great good fortune to be touched by his noodly appendage. Ramen. Right. Tuck in, dear boy, tuck in.
Yes, this does look like it's going to be rather nice. So, that's that. Thank you very much for my little dinner. Now then, do you eat this with the sauce or can you eat it without?
Your choice. Oh, that's good.
You know, you said it's got a flavour to it that you have never tasted before. You're right. It does.
Some of the spicing in the Momo itself is literally not available in the UK.
I'm going to take a moment to say something serious here. This is really good.
Oh,
I knew it was going to be good, but I wasn't. What's that black thing in there? What is it? Mushroom.
no mushrooms in there.
What is it?
Won't do you any harm.
What is that? It's a very kind of surprised me. Is it something I wouldn't normally eat?
Yep.
What is it? You don't want to tell me?
No.
Why? Because it'll put me off?
Yep.
Because it can't.
Yeah. Mmm. This is the most expensive lunch we've ever had.
Red onion. Just, they look kind of fleshy.
I know, it was just amusing me that you were. If we ordered this in the restaurant, then these two dishes would cost £36.
Quite a bit.
Plus tip. Plus a tip. This chutney is mega.
Yeah, right, it is. We're doing a bit less talking than normal.
We are, aren't we? And eating a bit more decorously.
Big chunks of ginger in there.
And I didn't fully whiz it, blend it.
No.
Try and leave a bit of texture.
As you say,
Take as much as you like, it will.
I love black pepper.
Don't you?
What would you thought if I took one bite of it and just said, oh no, I don't like this?
I'd have thought, brilliant, I can eat it.
So you wouldn't have been disappointed.
No. I thought you'd probably like it because, in all honesty, what's not to like? The only thing that will put anybody off is the spice level. And I know that you can take spice.
Well, I mean, it's not too spicy, is it?
I don't know. But for somebody like Matthew, it would be.
Would it?
Oh, yeah.
How do you know? Because he told you.
Yeah, he's made it very clear that everything I cook would blow his bum off. Even my beans on toast can bugger him up because I use a lot of white pepper.
White pepper versus black pepper.
We have done this.
Have we?
You put white pepper on a cheese sandwich.
Yeah.
I have a weird memory for the inconsequential.
Yeah. Well, I remember that now. I don't remember us having a conversation about it, though.
I was going down the what do you use white pepper for? You were saying how much you love black pepper. And I said, is there anything that you would use white pepper instead of black pepper?
Yeah, that and a jus.
Oh, low battery.
Oh no.
Don't run out on me. Oh,
Uh-oh.
I tell you what. We'll do a phone swap. We'll do a mid-lunch phone swap. Bear with. Okay. And we're back on the new phone. Hello.
I have eaten almost, well, half of the momos. Is that half? Yeah, more than half.
Well, you've gone heavy on the chutney, haven't you?
Yeah, I've gone heavy on that. Which does tell you that you don't have to be fearful of spicy things in my company. I think that's what it means anyway. Did I ever tell you my kebab story?
Maybe not.
I'll tell you now.
Unless it was the one where you found the, what's it in it?
No. That's one of my kebab stories. But I have more than one.
Oh.
1990, this one's from.
Oh.
And did the traditional go to the kebab shop on the way home from the pub. And in the kebab shop, I said I wanted a kebab. But I also said that it's a pity they're not a bit more spicy. Yeah. Perhaps I shouldn't have said that. Because he said, I can make it a bit more spicy for you. And I had this kebab at home. And the next day, I suffered all day with it in such a way that I wouldn't really want to talk about over lunch, even though I am doing. I wonder if it's be alright with that now, because it was like I didn't really know what was going to happen. We just poured loads and loads of chili sauce in it. Still ate it all.
I'm not a fan of artificial heat. That's why I couldn't eat the European style curries, Madras or Vindaloo, because the way that they add the heat to it is just dried chili flake.
Yeah.
And the only difference with the dishes is the amount of that they chuck in. And it's a harsh, naive, unpleasant spice heat that only touches one part of the palate and it's pointless. Don't like it. Whereas the food that we cook and eat, the spice heat is created by building layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of different herbs and spices.
Yeah.
Over a period of time as well.
Yeah.
And so it's got that massive spice heat, but it goes all through your palate and it's got a really lovely lingering aftertaste.
Yeah, that certainly does. Here's a question for you. Spice pronunciation.
Oh,
I say cumin. Some say cumin. Which one do you reckon is correct?
cumin.
Yeah, me too. And I say turmeric. Some say turmeric. Which one do you say?
Honestly, I've said both.
Well, me too, just then.
And it would be a lottery as to which came out at any one time. and I don't know which is correct.
Well, you know anything where there's where you hear two different pronunciations of the same word. The one that you use is always the correct one, isn't it?
Mhm.
That's simply the answer. So you don't have to be knowledgeable to be correct. Have you finished? Bye-bye.
No, I'm pausing.
Licorice or licorice?
Licorice.
Yeah.
Okay. Bottom or baton?
Baton.
I was at school with a girl called Kerry O'Neill. Hi, if you're watching. How you doing? Hope life has gone well for you. And it was spelled onion.
What's that name again?
Onion.
An iron.
Ah.
So why was that then?
If I worked for those carpet fitters, or if I was part of the management team, and my surname was War, and I had a son, I'd call him Walter.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Very good. No. Stop that. It's silly.
Walter War. Okay, it's the last moment. It's a sad moment,
It's the last Momo in town.
but it's also a time to celebrate the joy of what I consider to be the best lunch in the world. Now then, on Monday we ate what I consider to be the best kebab in the world. Is this scores out of 10? What would you give this, and what would you give the Istanbul kebab?
Well, the Istanbul kebab is, as far as I see, about as good as you get from kebab.
Agreed.
Kebab first.
Really? Ooh, a convert.
Yeah, this is more interesting. Without really trying to be somehow, it's like just there's loads of flavour there without loads and loads of different things you can see.
Yeah, they look really humble and basic. It's what I've always said, that as I've been around the world, the best food, wherever you go, the best food is the peasant food.
Yeah.
Or the street food. It's like, I mean, if you came to England, I reckon if you forgot about restaurants or, you know, perceived value or poshness or being in the right place at the right time, if you had to say what your favourite food was, I bet it would be fish and chips.
Mine.
Anybody.
Oh.
If anybody came to England and ate English food,
They'd assume that our favourite food is fish and chips.
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I think that if they came to England for a year and lived like we do, did whatever, then if you asked them what their favourite food was, just in terms of eating the food, not the whole ambience or experience or anything, just the food, I reckon their favourite would be fish and chips. which goes towards my argument that the best food in any country
Is the food that
is the peasant food, or the street food, or rather than the
I gotta do the same
posh
thing
super duper stuff.
with my dirty fingers.
Too good not to. Has to be done. Now, if I was at home, viewers, I'm not going to lie to you, I'd lick the plate.
Well, I haven't done that in ages. I don't waste my food, but I never look plates either.
We have a thing at work that if you don't lick the last of the momo chutney off the plate, you're disrespecting the history and joy.
Because it's basically a peasant food, so you can't waste it. I think the same thing about yogurts.
In Nepal, it's like the ultimate street food. Everywhere you go, you can buy it.
Would it be as good as that?
Probably better.
Would you enjoy travelling for the food alone?
I'm not the right person to ask because all of my travelling was done alone. All the different countries and different continents I've lived in, I did it alone.
No, I don't mean would you like to go by yourself? I mean, would you enjoy the travel just for the food?
When you said alone, that kind of threw me because I thought you meant alone.
Yeah, it took me a while to catch up.
Just for the food. Probably, yeah. But it tends to just factor into the mix, doesn't it? Or you'll find other things. It's like, I went on a foodie pilgrimage to San Sebastian in the Black Country, which at the time had 3 of the 5 world's best restaurants within like a 5-mile radius of each other. And I wanted to go and eat at all of them. But when you got there, you found that it was amazing for other things. And I discovered my favourite hotel in the world. And I discovered it had a funicular railway.
Back on that one,
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, food factors into it, doesn't it? I mean, food is like probably the ultimate cultural icon, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so.
I mean, what else identifies a country as readily as food?
Flag.
I mean, yeah, okay. Well, okay. If I gave you a bowl of chili and tacos, what country would you say I was telling you?
Mexico.
If I showed you the Mexican flag, would you know it?
Yeah.
Would you?
So
I wouldn't. I've got no idea what the Mexican flag
I
is.
wonder if this is what you should say, actually. That people don't know flags, but they know the food.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try another one. What about somewhere like you know, you might be right, actually, I suppose, with some of this. But the trouble is, a lot of Asian dishes, most people wouldn't be able to differentiate which country they've actually come from.
True.
So what do you reckon the majority of people would think where it came from? Nepal's a very lonely little country, isn't it? It's only got a mountain, and that's it.
It's only got a mountain. Yeah.
That mountain's so big, there can't really be anything left.
If you're only going to have a mountain, they've chosen the right one, haven't
yeah,
they?
well, yeah, obviously.
I mean, I think if you just showed people the dumplings, then they'd probably assume they were gyoza.
I know.
And they'd think that they were Chinese.
I think Chinese is probably where most people go for.
Yeah.
Can you remember what the Chinese flag looks like?
No. Oh, it's rising. Oh no, it's Japan.
Yeah.
No, I haven't got a clue.
Italy.
It's a tricolour, isn't it? The Italian flag.
A tricolour?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Tricolour. 3 colours.
All right. Oh, tricolour, yeah. I get that.
Green, white, and red.
Yeah. Can you name it an Italian dish?
Yeah.
What?
Palo alla Vesuvio.
See, now, anybody else would just say, oh, pizza. Hmm? Where did pizza come from, though? Is it just
China?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it is the Italian thing anyway.
And some people would say spaghetti bolognese, and that's totally not Italian. You try getting a spaghetti bolognese in Italy, can't.
Right, fish and chips.
Probably.
You'd have to, wouldn't you, really? I bet any English-speaking country is going to have, well, it's not an English-speaking country, but anywhere that has an awful lot of English-speaking people there, I imagine they're going to have fish and chip shops as well.
It's amazing what you find. It's like going back to my foodie cultural pilgrimage to San Sebastian. So I ate in these 3 of the 5 best Michelin-starred restaurants. And then on the 4th day, and they're all sort of up on the top. On the 4th day, I went down into the town and I found this fabulous little kebab shop run by a guy from Bradford. And that became the thing, because it became an annual thing, that trip. And you ate at the 3 nice restaurants, and then on the 4th night, you went to the kebab shop and got this filthy, dirty kebab, took it back to this beautiful hotel and ate it in bed in these crisp, expensive sheets, and it was wonderful. God, I miss doing that. If I ever get money again, I'm going back to doing that road trip annually. You come with me. We'll do it together. It's a brilliant road trip. You drive down the never eat shredded wheat down the west coast of France, and you have either 1 or 2 stopovers depending on how hard you want to go with it. But I used to stop in. I used to have an early stop sometimes in Boulogne-sur-Mer, or maybe Bayeux. And then the second stop is always La Rochelle, which is lovely. And then you have 4 nights at the Hotel Monteagudo, superb hotel. And you do the posh restaurant, then you have the kebab, and then you drive back inland. And the last stop is at Le Mans, where I set the Welsh record at Le Mans for a lap of the Hotel Ibis car park.
On what?
What do you mean on what?
On foot? On a bike?
In a Lexus LS 400.
Right. What, they encourage that kind of thing in the car park, do they?
Well, I didn't give them the option not to. I just set about it.
And they knew. Did they know that it set this world record?
No.
Are you in the Guinness Book of Records?
No.
Would you like to be?
Yes. And it was at that place.
And Jim will fix that for you.
Oh dear. Let's not go there. It was the Ibis Hotel. It wasn't that one. But this is what I love about the French and why I adore France. Because although I've travelled like everywhere, you don't need to go anywhere other than France. France has everything that you need for any sort of holiday destination. You can do everything. You can go to a beautiful beach. You can go to an amazing cultural city. You can ski. You can do anything you want, and you're never more than 3 feet from an ashtray. And so at some point in between trips, they introduced the smoking ban indoors, like everywhere else. And I hadn't realised, so rock up to the Ibis Hotel, whichever one it was, the first one of that trip. And I say, room, blah, 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 in French, obviously. And I ask for a smoking room. And they say, I'm sorry, monsieur, that since the new legislation, we do not have smoking rooms. And I sort of said, quel disaster. And he said, yes, sir, I regret it will be necessary for you to open the window and stand near it while smoking. And I thought, this is why I love France. That is so the attitude to have. And I like Italy for similar reasons. Italians believe that you can have as many laws as you like as long as you don't try to enforce them. And I love that guy that Clarkson's mate, who asked about some of the British habits, and he couldn't understand that the British would, if you're at a red light and there's nothing coming, the British would sit there until the light went green. He said that is an act of monumental stupidity. If there's nothing coming, go.
Yeah, well, that is that's something I'd like to see happen. The only trouble with it is, I think it's down to others' judgment of whether anything really is coming or not. Because once you actually start to do that, then something can be coming, but it's far enough away to actually go through, and then you get more this kind of collisions happening because both people thought it was safe to go.
That is the only cultural thing that America has added to the world.
Yeah, the turn left thing.
Yeah, well,
or turn right.
Turn right.
Yeah.
You can turn right at a red light. And I thought Robin was winding me up the first time she told me that. I thought she was trying to get me to do something stupid so I got into trouble.
Well, is that the kind of thing that would happen?
Yeah, women do that sort of thing. My first Chinese fiance.
Yeah.
I've had a few. The first one, we had a flat. We were living in London, in West Ealing, and I was commuting from West Ealing to Birmingham every day, 7 days a week. Wasn't fun.
Oh, that's a long way, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the train?
No, driving. I knew every square centimetre of the M40.
Yeah. Yeah, because you'd stopped and looked at it.
But anyway, obviously we used to go to Chinatown, and I try to be respectful of other cultures and whatnot. And so even if I'm not in the country, even if I'm just in their restaurant, I always want to speak a few words of their language. So I asked Leon to teach me the basics that I would need. You know, just a simple thank you, so that when the waitress brings something, you can say thank you. I said, so how do I say thank you? And she said, it's difficult. I said, tell me. She said, what? I go, what? I need. What I need. Okay. And practice what I need. What I need. Brings the food. Nice little waitress. What I need. Looked at me. Looked at me.
Evening, loves. I can't believe that the internet actually lasted out from 4 o'clock, well, from 4:15 until 11:15. That's what, 7 hours. 7 hours. Oh dear. What a waste of time, says Skick, and I couldn't agree more. Is Boaty secretly making his lube juice out the back somewhere? No, I've been to the restaurant. Oh, a couple of new names. That's good. Right, I shall keep this going for another 3 minutes to top it up to the full 7 hours, and then I shall go. And in fact, I'll have a glass of wine. Cheers, darlings. You're very good health. Hello, Joe. How are you, mate? Hope you're okay. Now, it has been today. I kind of caught up with things while I was at work tonight, looking at social media and whatnot. It has been, yeah. I told you, I warned you. I said I actually said I was just going to come back from work and turn it off. I feel a bit mean doing that after 7 hours of nothing. I'm fine. As you'll see from the video tomorrow, the only jeopardy was actually in the drive from work, the drive to work, and actually the last bit of the drive home. Now, looking at social media, I mean, just have a Google around Chesterfield. It's horrendous in Chesterfield. People have had to abandon their homes. There've been cars floating down the roads, carried away. I mean, real carnage and chaos. Up at Kerber Gap, up near me, the roads were closed. The roads were impassable. Over there, the roads were impassable. But getting to work was a bit dodgy. I videoed it all. You'll see in the daily diary that there were a few moments, and I have had a moment coming home. But tonight, nothing really. Nothing at all. Couple of isolated little bits, but nothing really of any note. Yeah, exactly. Just what people need. But no, I mean, around here it's been really bad. I mean, there are the main road in Chesterfield was, as I understand it, it was like the water was 6 feet deep. Yeah, and some of the videos I've seen floating around on social media, oh, pretty shocking, to be fair. Pretty shocking. But yeah, I've survived, no real issues, and joy of joys, my driver postponed his resignation for 2 days, and he came in and did a couple of hours tonight, did the busy hours. He's doing the same tomorrow, so that gives me a little bit of time to try and find somebody. Well, I've got to try and find 2 people now, haven't I? I've got to find a replacement for me, and then I've got to find a second driver as well. Oh God, good luck with that. Thank you, Joe. Hope you're all well. Oh God, I hope Michael Jackson is okay. You've got a leaky car, haven't you? That's not going to be great in this weather. Dear me, might be worth your while investing in a car cover. Unless you've got it all sorted now. Oh dear. Ooh, got some nice bread. Oh, good. You're getting it all dried out. Excellent. Pardon me while I just put my shopping away. Yes. Yeah, I stocked up the wine. I've got some nice bread. I've got some potatoes for lunch tomorrow. I'm going to do what I said I was going to do. I'm going to have the other 3 pieces of sheet kebab. I'm going to make garam masala, steamed and fried new potatoes, and I'm going to do some deviled eggs. I got quite unusual for me. I don't normally have eggs in stock, but yeah, I've got eggs. So I can actually put a proper use to the egg holder in the fridge. Hello, Chaz. Yeah, you can't beat nice fresh bread. It's dangerous for me having nice bread because I could just sit and eat a whole loaf with about 10 pounds of butter. Now, that's one thing I miss about France. Unless things have changed in France, the restaurant has to serve bread to the table by law, and it has to be free. Maybe that's changed now, but that's certainly the way that it used to be. And I also miss when I started going to Malta when I was still married, and Mrs. Boaty and I started spending a lot of time in Malta because I think I told you before, the first visit was a surprise for my 40th birthday, and neither of us had been before. She wanted to take me somewhere I'd never been, and we both just fell in love with the island. We stopped going anywhere else apart from Ireland to visit family or Vegas for a jolly. We just did Malta, and that carried on after the divorce. And a restaurant opened in our little village or town in Malta. It's Aura, if you know it. It's on the kind of east coast at the southernmost point of St. Paul's Bay. Sorry, and a restaurant opened. I'm trying to remember what it was called. It wasn't Incognito. I think that was the other one, or was it Incognito? A restaurant was opened by these 2 English guys. And Mrs. Boaty, my God, she just went head over for this restaurant. I mean, it was superb. It was excellent. I loved it as well. But that was it. From then on, we had to eat there every night. And they used to, in the proper Mediterranean way, they would serve bread as an antipasti, or an amuse-bouche, whatever you want to call it. But they used to make their own butter. And so you would have this, you sit down, have your aperitif, and then they would give you this selection of different homemade breads, but then with a selection of butter pats and their own homemade, differently infused butters. Oh, God, it was incredible. And we literally, I mean, I would have eaten there quite a bit anyway, but that I would have mixed it up and I would have gone to my friend's restaurant as well. But no, Mrs. Boaty, she wanted us in there every night. Thank you very much. And that carried on until one trip. We'd been out there in the March. Didn't go in April, and then went out for the very beginning of May. If you're going to go to Malta, then, and if you're going on a sort of proper hollybobs kind of thing, then the beginning of May is a great time to go. It's not stupidly expensive. It's not stupidly hot, but it will be hot, but it won't be stupidly hot. Malta can get stupidly hot. And at the beginning of May, that's when all of the tourist shit opens up. So all of the boat journeys start, all of the water sports start, all of that. everything kind of wakes up and comes to life. So May is a great time to go. And we went out there. So we went out there. May used to be our last visit. We wouldn't go then until the following January. So we went out there for that week, went out to our restaurant that night. It wasn't there anymore. It was shut, closed, boarded up. And apparently what they'd done, the English guys who, or I say guys, it was a husband and wife. They all the time that they'd been running the restaurant, they were running it was a brilliant restaurant. Food was amazing. You know me, I'm a foodie. I kind of know my stuff, and it was really, really good. But they'd been doing massive fraud all the time they were there. They defrauded everybody, the banks, the authorities, the tax, and they did literally they did a midnight flight and scarpered to Canada with all the dough. And we were gutted. We were absolutely gutted. Oh, hello, Cheeseburgers here. Evening all, great F1 qualifying tonight. I've not seen it, don't tell me. No spoilers, please. But yeah, I will catch up with that. Skick is here. Looked at that singles the other night. Surprised to see it's a real big setup. What you mean, my singles thing, Skick? It's not as big as it was, but it's still, yeah, it's still pretty big. What did you look at? Which part of it did you look at? Did you look at the website or the dating site, or did you look at one of the Facebook communities that's all part of it? John Stoodley is here. Hey Boaty, hey chat. Hello to you, John. Thank you, Cheeseburger. Can't believe Alban put it on poll. Yeah, I'm not buying that. Not buying that. God, that bread's making me hungry, says Joe. Yeah, I need to get rid of this, don't I? It's making me bloody hungry. I'm just going to dive into it in a minute and spoil my supper, and I don't want to do that. It's nice though, look at that. I mean, in this day and age, why would anybody buy that awful sliced white loaf stuff? Get some decent... Well, says Buddy Scrotter, I just watched you make chili noodles. Ah, that was Wednesday's Daily Diary, wasn't it? Those noodles were great. I do those quite a lot on the channel because if you can't cook or if you're poor and can't really afford food, then I'm a great believer in those instant noodles. You can turn those with no skill, not much money, and just a little bit of effort. You can turn those into a very nice meal indeed. And the ones I did on Wednesday, they were superb. Honestly, genuinely, they were brilliant. I mean, I don't know how much you'd pay for a portion of chow mein now. I'm guessing it's what, 6 or 7, 8 quid from a takeaway, probably more in a sit-down restaurant. Well, don't do it. I mean, for under a quid, make your own, and they'll be a million times better. You're not quite Nigella, but it kept me entertained. Oh, well, that's a fair point. Fresh bread, says Cheeseburger, particularly pre-sliced, goes stale very quickly. Yeah, but as a man living alone, Cheesy, what I do is it goes straight into the freezer, and I just take it out as and when I need it. There are food issues involved with living alone. I've spoken about this before. Now, some of them can be easily worked around, like, bread. You can work around bread. You just put it in the freezer, take it out as and when you need it. And you can actually do that with a lot of things. I mean, I freeze virtually everything. But some things, like salad items, are really tricky when you're on your Todd. Now, tomatoes, you can buy singly now. Potatoes, you can buy singly. Cucumber, you can buy a half. What else? But radishes keep forever, so they're not a very good example. But something like lettuce, actually lettuce isn't a brilliant example either, because if you treat lettuce properly, Lettuce will keep a lot longer than you expect it to. People get their lettuce and they cut a chunk off it with a knife. Worst thing you can do. Don't ever do that to a lettuce. Not if you need it to last. If you're on your own or there's only two of you, you don't eat salad very often. When you get your lettuce, the way to eat it or use it, you take a complete leaf off, obviously working from the outside in, and you let it. If you do that, your iceberg will keep for probably a fortnight, and it'll be perfectly okay. It's only when you start cutting it that as soon as you apply metal to the lettuce, then it'll all just go brown and go bad. But something like white cabbage, I like a bit of white cabbage, but bloody hell. You know, there are things that you can't buy in a single person portion. Runner beans. I wish you could buy those in half of the packet size that you can. I mean, I suppose if you've got a good old-fashioned greengrocer, then you can do all of these things. And if you've got a good old-fashioned butcher, you can buy just a couple of sausages or whatever. But if you're relying on supermarkets, then that's not quite so easy. And I must admit, I do tend to rely on supermarkets. I like to use farmers markets and farm shops. But the problem with that is that I live in a very touristy area, and the farm shops tend to be designed for tourists, not for locals, which means they're insanely expensive. I mean, my nearest farm shop is Chatsworth House. People come from literally all over the world to visit there. Well, you can't afford to pay the sort of prices they're charging American and Japanese tourists, can you? It did look nice, says Barry. Joe says, I think you should do some cooking videos like Paul. I've already done some. Skick says, why don't you do examples of making cheap meals on a budget? I have done. I will do more, but I've already done quite a few. I like a tiger loaf, says Barry. I did message Mustard earlier, says John, as I realised you were not at your table. Yeah, for those who don't realise, tonight was a joke and a piss take. Mustard set his live up. He went out for lunch, didn't bother coming back in time for the live, and everybody had a good old fun time chatting amongst themselves. He rocked up about half an hour late or whatever it was. So as a piss take, I set up tonight, and the idea was that I would just set up the live for when I left for work and stop it when I came back from work. It would just be 7 hours of nothing. At the last minute, I thought that was a bit cruel. So I set up the videos to run. I'm impressed this microphone. This microphone has lasted for 7 hours. That's quite impressive, isn't it? So yeah, don't be annoyed or angry about tonight. It's a deliberate piss take out of Mustard. Nothing more and nothing less. I love the Sainsbury's well-fired loaf, but I'm not allowed it because it makes a mess. Oh, bad luck. I like watching Boat cook, says Skip, because he uses a calm way, but like ASMR. White cabbage will keep, says Cheeseburger. Yeah, probably a bad example. Oh, right, you mean do more cooking videos, Joe? Yeah, I think I will do. I might incorporate a bit in tomorrow's daily diary, show you making those garam masala potatoes. Oh, they're ever so nice. I don't know why I haven't had them for so long. They really are lovely. So we'll have a go at that. I'll show you how to properly separate an egg. Oh, and one car sold today. So well done, me. Ha ha ha. Couldn't you find a sponsor for your marathon live stream? Oh, I didn't think about that. That would have been funny. Sold a car-sized cheeseburger. Did Joe turn up? No. I'm going to say sold it. It obviously hasn't gone yet, but the deal has been done, so it will go in due course. A round of applause to the microphone, says Joe. Here. Well done, microphone. You need to listen sometimes, you do, Boaty, says Skick. You have a way of blanking ideas if you have less interest. Oh, well, that's probably true, to be fair. That's right. But isn't that true of everybody? I doubt that's just me, is it? Put these eggs away. And yes, I am putting eggs in the fridge. And no, you should not keep eggs in the fridge. Things that you should not keep in the fridge: eggs and tomatoes. Eggs, you don't need to keep them in the fridge. It won't do them any long-term harm. As long as you let them get up to room temperature before you do anything with them, it doesn't hurt them in the least. Tomatoes, if you keep tomatoes in the fridge, it does impair the flavour. So both tomatoes and eggs should really be kept just somewhere at room temperature. Tomatoes in something like a fruit bowl, eggs wherever you want to put them. In your cupboard, doesn't really matter. But I keep both in the fridge, even though I know I shouldn't. So yeah, and the reason I keep eggs in the fridge is because my fridge has got an egg holder, and my OCD wouldn't allow me not to use it. And my OCD, and even I've shown you before on a video, when the eggs have a year out of date, they're still bloody in there because I can't bear seeing it empty. But equally, I'm poor, so I don't want to spend money on eggs that I'm not going to eat. But I am actually going to eat these. I'm going to have 3 of these for lunch tomorrow, with my sheep kebab and with my garam masala potatoes. So there you go. I am a hypocrite. Oh yeah, the tomato is a thing. It's definitely a thing. Now, I do keep mine in the fridge, but I mean, it will probably extend their life a little. And so that goes back to the single man thing, not getting them used enough. But really, they should be kept at an ambient temperature, and it does impair the flavour. I mean, if you've got horrible imported supermarket tomatoes, it probably doesn't matter a shit. And most of my tomatoes, most of my fresh tomatoes, I put them in the curry as a final garnish. Obviously, a load of tomatoes go into making the curry, but I like to put fresh, chunky slices of tomato in just at the last minute when I'm, when I'm heating a portion up or whatever. So you've got that fresh bite of tomato, and so it doesn't matter if they've been in the fridge for that, does it? You say the people on the live streams are important. Well, they are, Skick. So give a bit more attention to ideas. I didn't realise that I was dismissing anybody's ideas. I mean, people come up with ideas that I just don't think will work or that I don't want to do, but I don't mean to be dismissive of them. I take them on board and I consider them. It's just that not every idea I consider to be a goer. Oh, that's that done. Jolly good. What have I got in here? Oh, rice. Sauce. Oh, right, I've got. Oh, I reckon I can. Well, I'll show you. I reckon I can make 3, 4. No, not 4. but there's definitely 3 portions of sauce there. One for supper, 2 sauces to go into the cuddy fridge. John says, I can't believe how much rain we had today, Boaty. I don't know what it was like where you were, but it was terrifying in Chesterfield. People have had to evacuate their homes. Their cars have been swept away and written off. Their homes are flooded. The main road through town was 6 feet under the water. And even up here on high, I went out for a recce this afternoon and looking at social media and stuff from my that's been posted in my village group. Then even up here on high ground, there's been absolute chaos. Oh, Bromsgrove underwater as well. Loads of roads shut, including the A38. But yeah, so I mean, you know, your heart goes out to everybody who's been affected by it. It reminds me, I was talking about this at work tonight. We had a great flood in Chesterfield, and by that I mean a humongous flood, not a good one. It was awful. And that would have been probably about 15 years ago. That was terrifying. I had to do a full rescue mission to Queen's Park. And I can remember this vividly because my kids were in Queen's Park and they needed, well, originally they needed collecting. They ended up needing rescuing. And if you know Chesterfield at all, then the main road, as it goes by Queen's Park, there's a pedestrian bridge that must be what, I don't know, 30 feet above the road, 25 feet, something like that. However high a pedestrian bridge would be above a busy road. And I remember swimming across the road alongside the pedestrian bridge to get to the park, to get to the kids, to rescue them. Boaty, why don't you start cooking some dinner? You must be starving, mate. I like to chill out for a while first, yeah. I never get straight into it. I like to have a few glasses of wine, slowly build up an appetite. And to be fair, there's not really going to be any cooking involved on a Friday and Saturday night because they're staff curry nights. So I've got staff curry sauce, not the I don't take the meat, I just take the sauce. So all I'm going to do is literally just, and I've brought rice and I've got roti. So literally all I do is get some of my chicken from the fridge or from the freezer, either my lazuli or my tikka or whatever. I just chop some chicken into the sauce, add some fresh tomato, add some spring onion and coriander, and literally just heat it up and eat it. So you can't call that cooking. It really is just heating up, and it only takes a couple of minutes. Barry Scrotter, trained to be a windscreen fitter at Chesterfield. Oh, that's interesting. Right. And then we're talking about growing tomatoes. Yeah. Again, going back to the video I did of walking around the yard and whatnot, the car sold off the back of that video, so that was well worth doing. And yeah, I'm really glad about that. Actually, the car's going to a really, really good home, so that's great news. So I need to do another video next week to try and get the rest of them gone. Get them moving. That's what we need to do. Get them moving. And I need to get the ZS 180 on film as well. See if we can get that. See if we can get that shifted. I mean, the 180 could go one of two ways, really. There are already people interested in it, but it can either be sold exactly as it is, and we'll just take a little drink out of it, and somebody can do whatever they will with it, or alternatively, we're going to do the work on it, and then it's going to go out, because they're doing money now. And so if and when we do the work on it, then it'll go out at proper money then. So the first figure will definitely be a 3. Which car has sold? Asked Chris. It's the 623 GSI Windsor Davis. Fabulous car. Fabulous car. Should have sold sooner, to be fair, but there you are. So what day is it today? It's Friday, isn't it? Now that 414, that is yeah, the gold one, Joe. Yeah. Oh, hello, Jimmy Quinn. Good evening. You were correct, Joe. It doesn't have an MOT, but it will have a beautiful brand spanking fresh new MOT when it is delivered to the new owner. MOT is never a problem, is it? I mean, it's I made it clear that the car would go with everything done and with an MOT. And if somebody wanted to get in early, then just contact me and have a chat. And that's exactly what somebody did. They want the car all sorted, obviously. They want it with an MOT, obviously, and that's exactly what will happen. Deposit paid, the car will have the work done on it, and it will be delivered to its wonderful new owner. I've seen a few boating lakes tonight, John. A lot of the farmers' fields have been turned into boating lakes tonight. Oh, thank you, Joe. Next on the list, we'll see what this weekend brings, because that Rover 414, the Hawaiian blue one, that is a sensational car. Genuinely, what a stunning car. Again, it needs a back box on the exhaust. That's neither here nor there. That can be done in half an hour. The point is, there's not many cars like that left. It drives wonderfully. The interior is concours to all intents and purposes. It's only done 50,000 miles. It's got nice history with it. Find another one of those. And that hasn't been advertised or anything, because an FOM, a friend of Mustard, has expressed serious interest in it. Well, he said he really wants it. And to be fair, as I understand it, the chap has been going through a house move. And I think he's due to land to actually look at the car this weekend. But if he hasn't bought it this weekend, then that's going to be my mission next week. I'm going to go to town on that car. I'm going to give it its own video if it's not sold this weekend. And I'm going to get it sold, because that is going to be a really, really exciting car for somebody, a really exciting car. I mean, you've seen that bit on the video. You've seen what it's like inside. You've seen what the body's like. It's stunning. It is just stunning. And what a car for somebody. And I don't want that sitting in the yard forever and a day. That's, I'm sure it would have sold if we'd have advertised it properly. But, a friend or a friend of a friend is properly on the car, then yeah, you're going to give them their little bit of time with it. But enough is as good as a feast. And if it's not sold this weekend, I'm going to go absolutely mad on it and get that one sold. Hello, mustard in the kitchen. Jesus, are you ever off air? Yeah, I've been off air for the last 7 hours. It's just my channel has been on air. I haven't been. I've been at work, dodging floods. Evening, Mustard. How are you, sir? Now, what else have we got for sale? Let's think. I really want to drive the ZS180, so I'll make sure that happens and get a video done on that. And again, I wouldn't be averse to letting that car go as it is and just taking a drink on it and then letting somebody else do because mechanically it's bang on, belts have been done and everything, and it looks as if it drives sensationally. It's just the usual little cosmetic issues, and they're relatively easily sorted. I mean, a headlining looks awful. It looks dreadful, a saggy headlining. There's almost nothing worse in a car, but it's so easily fixed and so cheaply fixed. And I don't mean do it yourself. If you get a trimmer to do it for you, you're not looking at a massive amount of money by any means. Not by normal people's standards. So yeah, somebody else could have the pleasure or satisfaction of having the work done to their own specification and their own standards, or we'll do the work and we'll have it as a slightly longer term thing, and we'll put it out at all the money, because they are doing all the money now. They're not at the beginning of an upward curve in terms of value. They are cresting the wave. You try and buy a cheap ZS 180, a worthwhile one, a viable one. They're not to be had anymore. Those days are gone. So that's quite an important car for somebody. There are, like I say, there has been interest expressed, but we need to push that forward a bit. What else is there? Oh yeah, I am going to raffle a car, or we are going to raffle a car. I need to figure out the exact details, and we need to decide on which car is going to be raffled, but I think it's probably going to be, what's its name? Oh God. Hold on. Oh, bloody hell. Welshman, not Windsor Davis. That's the 623. Oh, Harry Seacombe. Oh God. Harry Seacombe. I think we might raffle Harry Seacombe, actually. I think that would be a jolly good candidate for a raffle. So then we just need to figure out the details. I don't know, what would it be? Something like sell 100 tickets at £10 a ticket, something like that. We had this conversation, Cheeseburger. You might need a gaming license to raffle a car, and possibly an ICA license too. I've no doubt you're correct, strictly according to the letter of the law, but lots of people do this, which means either you can do it and get away with it, or you can do it via a loophole and get away with it. So either way, I mean, I will look into it, but I remember we did chat about this briefly. You mentioned incorporating a silly question that's very easily answered. I think you suggested that would create a little loophole of some sort. But I'll figure that out. I will figure that out. Actually, the accreditation from the local council thing for doing such raffles Does that go with an individual raffle, or does it go with an individual organization, or does it go with an individual? Because if it goes with an individual, then I'm already accredited. I got it for singles. And oh, that reminds me, Skip mentioned singles. Did you join anything, Skip? Yeah. A little reminder, guys. I have still got the singles thing going. If you are single and you want to join, you're more than welcome. So there we are. Yeah, so next week, ZS 180 and 414. I'm going to do a real push on those. A big old push. What else have we got? The 600 is probably the prime candidate for a raffle, I think. And I can't remember what else there is there. Oh, the 45, the press release 45. No, that was locked. I didn't even get that on the video. That needs a bit more coverage, doesn't it? Do you know what I might do? No, you won't be, Cheeseburger. No, you won't be at all. Do you know what I might do? I know that Mustard has kind of stopped doing his yard bits now, but maybe I should do that. As I only visit the yard once a week at the moment, maybe I should do a weekly roundup on my channel of our stuff in the yard and just do a walk around. And yeah, that would be good, actually. And if I try to make it quite quick and funky, like this week's was, with a bit of tongue in cheek and a bit of nonsense, that could work really well. Yeah, I'll do that, actually. I will do that. And that will, because that will have the double effect of spurring me into action of, in terms of trying to make things happen, because I'm buggered if I'm just going to record the same cars in the same positions week after week after week. I'm going to, it'll really spur me on to make sure that something happens, something changes. Gosh, well, I'll tell you what, I've gone on a bit longer than expected, haven't I? I've actually turned this into a real live stream, so I'm going to finish at midnight as I normally would. Yeah, you know, just a cheeky little 7 hours and 45 minutes. And then I'm going to get my supper, and I've got to make the bed because I laundered all of the bedclothes today, so I've got to do that. So I don't want to be late, do I? But I am planning live at lunchtime tomorrow, my darlings, and that will be a proper live, I promise. It won't just be me leaving you entirely alone with 7 hours worth of recording. So no, Cheesy, no. YouTube nicked them off me. Yeah, obviously yesterday I hit 6K. Well, to give you the full story, I don't know if you realize this, but just as there are everywhere else on the internet, then there are a lot of fake YouTube accounts. Maybe fake isn't the right word, but dodgy in some way. Now, some of them are set up by humans. So, for example, some people might have 8, 9, or 10 different YouTube accounts, all coming from the same place, all coming from their home. In other words, all belonging to the same IP address. Now, I'm sure you can see how that could be abused. You could have multiple accounts to push up your own views, for example. You could have multiple accounts because you are trolling people or causing mischief for people under, under effectively anonymous channel names. But a lot of these dodgy channels are bot channels that are controlled by Russia, China predominantly. And you will see them in action. YouTube have become very, very proactive, and fair play to them. They're probably at the forefront, well ahead of Facebook. in terms of identifying them and dealing with them. Now, if you've got a channel, you'll know, but if you haven't, perhaps you won't. But you can go into the comments that have been hidden and removed on your channel, and you'll see that there are a lot of comments from fairly clearly dodgy YouTube channels. Either the channel names will be dodgy, or the comments will be of a dodgy type, or they'll be advertising something, or they'll be pushing a link, all of this sort of thing. And if you get videos out there that are quite, well, if you get videos out there basically, and especially if they pick up a few views, then you will pick up these sorts of channels following you. So as I say, you've got all sorts in there. You've got the bots, you've got the advertising channels, you've got the Russians, you've got the Chinese. And I'm not exaggerating that, by the way. That's not a scare story or anything. It's just, it is how they operate across the whole of the internet. It's how the world operates now. And you'll get individual, some people do it out of goodness. Some people will create, well, I'll give you an example. You'll see channels like Humphrey, son of Boaty, and all of those. Now, I'm sure that all of those are joke channels created by my friends, but YouTube may well view those as dodgy because they will be coming from the same IP address as perhaps a large number of other channels, and that will flag some automation. So what happens is, quite regularly, YouTube will have a cull. They go through your subscriber list, they pick out any subscribing channels or subscribing accounts rather that are flagged as dodgy for any particular reason, and they expunge them, they eradicate them, they get rid of them totally. And if you've got a PC, you can't see it on the app, but if you've got a PC and you've got the time and you've got the interest, you can actually go into your analytics and you can see not only on which video all of these dodgy channels join, but you can see where they are found and where they are got rid of. So where they've tried to interact in some way, and you can see where Facebook, where YouTube have got rid of them. It's actually really fascinating, and you can get lost in that level of analytics for a long, long time, which is why I've stopped doing it, because it just robs too much time from you. But yeah, so periodically YouTube will have a troll through and your subscriber count will go down. Now, if you're a smaller channel, or if, I mean, I don't know which channels they target or why, I've genuinely got no idea. But you might find that you just lose one or two, and you might think that somebody has not liked a video and have just unsubscribed. But if you go into your analytics, then you can see whether people have unsubscribed, or you can see whether YouTube have removed them. Now, as with any automated system like this, it's dolphins getting trawled in the net. And I know from personal experience that people who have subscribed to me, genuine people with a genuine account, they have been removed by YouTube, and that happens a lot. Not just with me, but with every channel. It really does happen a lot. It's a standard thing of automation that, you know, they'll get rid of all of these dodgy ones, but some genuine ones will get caught up within it as well. And it just means that periodically, when they do a sweep, you'll get a sudden drop in your subscriber numbers. And if you don't know why, then it really freaks you out and you think, Christ, what have I done that 20 people have suddenly unsubscribed? It's nothing like that at all. Go into your analytics, have a look. YouTube have just done a sweep and you can see who they've removed, where from, why, so on and so on and so on. Now, I hit 6K yesterday, but what you don't know is that I hit 6K before you think I did, because I hit it. I got to 6,004 There was a YouTube sweep, and I went back to 5,900 and something. And then there was about another, gosh, I think it was about 13 or 14 hours. And then I hit 6,000. I screenshotted it, but I didn't do anything with it at that point because I thought they're sweeping at the moment. There could be a second sweep. And I didn't, so I wasn't going to. And it 6,000, 6,001, 6,002, 6,003, 6,004, 6,005. And I thought, okay, I'm safe. A bit of time has passed. And we did the 6K celebration thing yesterday. When I woke up this morning, 30, gone. Jumped on analytics. Yeah, YouTube obviated them. And it's just one of those things. It's a good thing. I don't want dodgy accounts subscribe to me. I don't want them trying to comment. YouTube have got really good. I don't know if you've noticed. Mustard's video, it's not just me, it's all. But if you remember back a little while ago, not that long ago, maybe 4 or 5 months, then on all of Mustard's videos, there would be dodgy comments from obviously dodgy channels. And I had a few on mine as well. You won't see that so much anymore. And it's because YouTube have become really, really good at moderating the comments, and B, then moderating the accounts and so on. But yeah, so that's a very long way of explaining that having celebrated 6,000, I'm now back down to 5,960 something the last time I looked. But hey ho, that's the way it goes. If you've got a massive channel and you're in massive, regularly massive growth, you won't notice these fluctuations. When you're wee and tiny, then you do. I mean, when you're really in the initial stages of growth, then you notice one going. I don't notice one going or two going or three going anymore, because if I lose 1, 2, or 3, then you can guarantee that that day I'll be gaining 1, 2, or 3, or 4 or 5. But when I lose a lump like yesterday of 20 or 30 odd, then yeah, I'm certainly going to notice that. But it is a good thing on the whole. Right, let's get through some comments. Well, I'll tell you what, we might as well go through till midnight, mightn't we? And then I'll go and make my bed. And then it'll be 8 hours. So we will finish at an 8-hour live stream, of which I've only been here for 1 hour. Have a drop of wine. I only have 28 subscribers, says John, so I have a long way to catch up, Boaty. You'll get there, mate. You'll get there. It's not that long ago. I only had 26. Yes, I know of someone that does that, say Skick. Yeah, well, we both do. We both do, don't we, mate? Yeah. Dodgy channel, says Cheeseburger. You put out a live for 7 hours doing sweet FA. Yeah, I know. And I've been giggling to myself about it all night. Oh, dear. Barry says, what's John's channel? I have one. I need to put more vids on there. I've only got one chappie on there, and that's had 244 views. Better than a lot of mine. Barry says, Cheeseburger, once you know what you're doing, an Arctic is easier than a rigid. And I'm not qualified to drive either, but I have driven both. And I would agree with that, actually. I drove a massive, bloody, rigid, one of the biggest furniture van things, and that was a nightmare. And then when I had to play with Arctics, I could see that they would be definitely easier. You need to get VPN sponsorship and flog it to the bots. Everybody's doing VPN sponsorship, aren't they? The girls are doing it. Camper Vibe, Emily and Louise. Petter's been doing it big style. Mentor Pilot. And those are just the ones that I know. So yeah, it's NordVPN that everybody seems to be doing, isn't it? Hopefully they'll get in touch with me at some point. I'll gladly flog their nonsense. Although in fairness, maybe it's not nonsense. Now, when I was spending a lot of time in France, at the beautiful little gîte in very rural Normandy, then I couldn't get the BBC iPlayer for television. I still watch television in those days, or bits of it. And you can't get the BBC iPlayer overseas for telly. You can get it for radio, but you can't get it for telly. And if I'd have had a VPN then, that would have been incredibly useful. I did actually find a way around it. Oh God, what did I do? It was some gadget that gave you well, it was probably exactly the same thing, actually. It was just called something different. It just gave you a different IP address. It gave you a UK IP address rather than the French one that you actually had. So maybe I can see the value in them. But yeah, I mean, I've told you. If and when I get to a size where people want to advertise on my channel for money, I will advertise anything. Anything. I mean, I'll take the money. I'd probably find a way very privately via the Facebook group or something, or I don't know. If I knew that there was something amiss, I would find a way to tell you. But if it was just, like Top Don or King Bolan or any of those bits and pieces, which are perfectly good bits of kit, I'll flog them. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? I haven't had any of those, I don't think, says Mustard. I know that you have. I know that you have, Captain. You might not realise, and I know that you don't. I know that you don't habitually look at your analytics on a PC as opposed to on the app. But I know that you went through a period where you were getting all of those comments and you just replied to the comments quite flippantly. And I know that you occasionally lose subscribers. You normally blame me for it. You normally say whenever I appear on one of your videos, subscribers disappear. But I would imagine, in fact, I would bet good money that if you went into your analytics on a PC and if you looked at comments that were never published, and if you look at your lost subscribers and you look at why they were lost, whether they unsubscribed or whether YouTube got rid, you will find that YouTube are getting rid on your channel as much as any others. I'm sure you don't get as many as me, and that's not in any sort of any modest thing. It's just that, you put out consistent, very well viewed stuff, and I can imagine. I don't know how these things work, but I can imagine you wouldn't be targeted because you're so consistent and you've got such a loyal fan base. I imagine that whatever bots do this would think that they would stand out too much on yours. but you have had them. I know you have. We all saw the comments, and again, if you look at your analytics, you can see what's being removed. My stuff is a lot more random, and I'm guessing that that's why I tend to pick up more. I don't think I've ever lost 20 or 30 like I did yesterday, but yeah, I think it's a great thing. I think that all online service providers need to be a lot more proactive in this, and I'm not going to complain about losing a few subscribers if it means that social media platforms are actually properly moderating or beginning to properly moderate their platform. And I wish Facebook would be as proactive as YouTube are being. I run a lot of communities on Facebook. I've got my singles group with tens of thousands of people. I've got my UK Ukraine help with visa, help with sponsorship, blah blah blah. Now you wouldn't believe the amount of crap I've got on there, and the amount of time that takes to filter out people. Now I've got every bit of automatic moderation going on in that group that I can, because I haven't got time to give to that. I've got thousands of people in there, and it's a public group rather than private, which means that never mind the thousands of members, anybody on Facebook can theoretically comment or post in the group without being a member. So I've got every bit of automatic moderation in there that I can have, but that means that I have to personally, and I've got no mods in that group, it's just me. So every day I will get literally hundreds of requests to participate in the group, and I've got to take a few moments of my time to look at the comment or the post and the person posting it and try and decide whether it's genuine or not. And sometimes it's so obvious that it's not that I get annoyed, and I think, well, that wouldn't make it on YouTube, and yet on Facebook I have to waste my own time. I run 2 village communities, the local village community here online, which is very small, but I run Matlock Bath village community, which is huge. Not huge, but big. Partly because it's a bigger local community, but it's a tourist spot. And of course, I set that up when I was actually living there, and I'm still running it, and I'm still running it without any help. And again, you're talking about probably best part of 100 dodgy posts per day to deal with. So I'm never going to complain at YouTube, and I just wish Facebook would be a bit closer to it. You need to teach Boaty and Mustard how to reverse a Caravan. You've never watched me try to reverse a Caravan. How do you know I couldn't do it perfectly well? Talk about setting yourself up for a fail. You've watched Mustard reversing trailers and whatnot. Senior Mustard did a jolly good job with the Caravan. Valley Scott says, Cheeseburger, I would pledge 10 quid for them to do 24 hours in the Caravan. And I would have thought Mustard would be good at reversing. He's not bad, to be fair. He's not bad at most things. Skick says, Mustard, some people use other YouTube names to support their views. They certainly do. Cheeseburger. Barry says, given that Mustard has an HGV license, I'm sure he is good at reversing. Not so sure about Boaty. That's an idea for the 10K subscribers, a charity humiliation for Boaty. I'd do that. John says, I had 46 subs and I lost some down to 26, so I'm in the same boat. Yeah. No. You still hit 6,000, so well done, says Joe. Thank you, Joe. And it'll soon get back to 6,000. It'll take a day or two, that's all, or 3. TikTok's rife with that sort of thing. Yeah, I know. TikTok's rife with all sorts of things. That's why I don't do it. Again, I won't go on the rant now, but you'll find it on many videos. I lived with a Chinese national. I know what TikTok is really all about, and I don't go near it. And you make your own decisions. Views are easy to get on TikTok, easy to get, and that's quite addictive. Why do you think views are easy to get? Because the Chinese government wants you to use TikTok. Why do they want you to use TikTok? Because it's full of spyware. It really is just as simple as that. If you use TikTok, the Chinese government know all about you. If you're okay with that, cool. Having had my home bugged by the Chinese government, yeah, I'm not so keen. Make sure to like the live, says Joe. That would be a great kindness. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Skick, 100%. Ben says, I liked the enjoyable lunch playlist stream because I liked it. This final portion, I'm not so sure. Yeah, this is the dodgy part with me actually on it. Kind of cheeseburger, yeah. If you've got crap content, you get more butts. Is he going to sod off, says Cheeseburger? Babe Station is on. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, hello, Neil's here now. Jesus is actually on now. Oh, God. Right, that's over 8 hours. That's I'm going to go, darlings. I've got to make the bed. I'm going to make supper, whatnot. Apologies for the joke of the 7-hour live stream where nothing happened. Thank you for this last hour and a bit where we've been doing things a little bit more properly. And do join me tomorrow live at the, weekend update. Adam's here now, pure evil, bloody hell. Yeah, live tomorrow. I'm going to do a lunchtime live tomorrow, 1 o'clock. It may incorporate me cooking my lunch, quite possibly. Thank you, Skick. So yeah, live at lunchtime tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Please join me. I'd love to see you. And then remember, next week is all different. So there's going to be a live stream on Sunday night. Oh, I'm so sorry. Exactly, Adam. 8-hour live stream and you're still late. You're a true student of mustard. He'll be late for his own funeral, that boy. So yeah, lunchtime live tomorrow. There will be 11 o'clock live on Sunday night. There will be no live on Monday at all. Or will there? Oh, I might do a lunchtime live on Monday. Maybe. But Monday's going to be like a Sunday normally would be, because Monday night I'm at work. We're opening on Monday night. And then Tuesday we're closed. So Tuesday is going to be my yard day. I hope all of that makes sense. Oh, excellent. Cheese is going to join us from the train station car park. And that is it, darlings. That is it for tonight. I'm going to leave you in some much deserved peace. Thank you for your company. And do watch the Daily Diary tomorrow. I think it might be quite good because I had a bit of an adventure getting to work. It's been a bit wet around here. So yeah, have a safe and peaceful night. I hope you've not been too badly affected by the floods and the storm generally. Stay warm, stay safe, take great care of yourselves. Have a cracking day tomorrow. And if you're about, I will see you 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Much love from me and good night.